I shall begin. Double, double, cauldron bubble. Bring our viewers' future spouses in on the double.
Beep, boop, beep. What are you doing, Mr. Wizard?
Hello, Mr. Robot. Yes, you see, I am brewing the infamous KISSING love potion for our viewers. I heard from a bunch of youngsters in the US that it works wonders.
Beep, boop, beep. The what potion?
You see, there's a song. It involves two people who like each other and a tree. Yes, yes. And you know, KISSING.
Beep, boop, beep. Cannot compute.
Oh, what would you know? My hope is that all our viewers can find their love of a lifetime, their future spouse.
Is this Christmas time or Halloween?
Mr. Robot, don't throw off my groove. Ah, yes, the potion! It's working! Yes!
Smells like chicken.
Hey guys, it's Milka. Welcome back to my channel, NutAeum. It has been a while, and I would like to just state that since it has been a while, I appreciate your kindness and patience with me with the intro and just in general the groups. I have filmed this reading out of order. It is the long-awaited by some next addition to the Future Spouse channeled love letters reading. What is this, part 5, part 6 now? After this, I'm excited to be getting into other readings. You know, it's not an end to this series. It's just it's been a while. So yeah, I'm really excited to be bringing this video to you guys today. I do want to give you the heads up. Everything is filmed on different days, okay? So the groups were filmed out of order. They're done on different days. The video turned out a lot longer than I was hoping to make it. This is not going to be a thing, okay? I'm sure some of you really enjoy the long content, but my goodness, 2 hours per group, around 1.5 to 2 hours per group, that's a bit much. So I'm gonna figure out a way to like reel it back into 1 hour for the longer format videos, and to like maybe the next few videos will be a little shorter, but like 30 minutes, 20 minutes per group. I don't know. That's what I'm going to try to aim for. Again, I'm a little out of practice, I would say, so that could also be part of it. But I didn't want to censor any of the messages that wanted to come through. Also, this reading is going to be a little unique for those of you who are new to my channel. I guess it would be your first experience, so you can ignore this part. But for those of you who are coming back, normally there's one channeled love song. This time there's going to be 2, and there are a couple of extra additional messages. Even the inks have been different for each letter. Normally it's the same ink for every letter. So this has just been done in a very different format than what I have ever done in the past. And also, I just want to let you know ahead of time, you guys, these letters don't have as much structure, or not letters, these readings that I do don't tend to have as much structure. So I don't really ask specific questions. I just shuffle with the intention to keep it open, whether it's going to be a message from your spouse in the cards, or it's going to be a message about them, about their life, what they're currently going through, or their past, or characteristics, whatever needs to come through. Sometimes it's a message just for you from your spouse and from your higher self. You know, like I keep it very broad, but I have the intention that it has to do with the future spouse. So only a couple of the cards are actually meant to be direct messages, and then the rest, it's like, it's news to me too, okay? So yes, all right, but without further ado, let me just Well, I was gonna do my little shameless self-plug. I think I'll, just because I'm coming back into it, lay off of the majority of it, but I will let you guys know that I do have 2 other channels. One of them I do, you know, once in a blue moon, but it happens rarely, but it happens. Affirmation songs for those of you guys who are interested. And if you're curious as to what that may sound like, I will insert a clip here. I surrender to your love. I surrender to your light. I surrender to your heart that beats as one with mine. And yeah, so you can check out that channel if you're interested in some of the other affirmation songs that I've posted. Everything there is, I also have some of my older readings as well on that channel too, but everything there is meant to be kind of evoking a certain light or feeling good about yourself, you know, because music, I believe, is a mantra. And if you can have something positive get caught in your head, you're now affirming that to yourself constantly, right? So yes, and then I also have another channel where I do stationery content. So for those of you who are interested in fountain pens and inks and stuff like that, you can check out that channel. Again, it's not as consistent. I also have a couple of vlogs on there. I'm hoping to use that other channel as more of a just everything else channel. So yeah, you can feel free to check that one out. Both of them are going to be in the description box below. And yeah, let's get into the group selection. I'm excited. Also, timestamps in the description box below, as well as the cards that I use and all of that jazz. Okay, so yay, the cards. I mean the groups. Okay, group 1 is this beautiful blue seal. I hope that it's focusing and that it's the exact color, because this seal came out so beautiful. The blues and the gold. Oh, so lovely. Okay, maybe I can, will this help a little? Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna do that one more time so you can see. This is group 1. Okay. Alrighty. Group 2 is this seal. Very red and Martian. Okay. I'm not sure when this video is going to go out because I didn't want to give myself pressure for filming since it's been so long and each group has been long as well. So I'm not sure when this video is going out, but I feel like some of these seals are kind of on par with the October aesthetic. And then some of them are very pastel, which is cute. Like, we'll get into that later, I guess. Okay, group 3. Okay. And last but not least, group 4. Alrighty, you guys, I'm gonna give you a moment to select your group and I will see you at your reading. Group 1, this is your group if you chose this beautiful, lovely blue seal. Look how gorgeous. Oh, so pretty. I love it so much. It's like so pearlescent, and it did not come out, none of the seals, by the way, came out the way that I was intending them to, which was quite a pleasant surprise. They came out a mystery to me as well. I love the gold here. It came out so lovely. And your letter actually has blue ink. So I'm going to be talking about how the inks correlate to the message. But for those of you guys who are new to my channel, I do want to give you a little bit of a briefing on how this works. Okay, guys, I read this letter twice, okay? The first time I read it is most likely going to have interruptions with any additional messages that come through. Oh, hold on. I forgot to ring the singing bowl for you. Okay. But yes, the first time I read it is going to have possible interruptions with any additional messages that come through. I'll also be reading notes that I took while I was channeling the letter as well. And, ooh, sorry. Also, I may be taking pauses to drink water because it's been a while since I've talked for so long. Like consistently, like I'm the only person talking, you know what I mean? And then I read your letter again at the end of the reading. So that will be the second time, and it's going to be uninterrupted, so you can kind of just get the message, right? Okie dokie. So without further ado, let us get into your reading. Let me actually just pull up the notes that I have for your reading as well. Yes, okay. Your letter, by the way, I just want to let you know, and this is relevant to the reading, but your letter really gave off, so there are two letters that gave off an atmospheric vibe the moment that I was tuning into your person. Yours was one of them, and your vibe was, I was taken into like a foggy, cloudy day, and it was drizzling. And the sensation was almost like it's cool outside, it's drizzling, it's foggy, I'm gonna stay cozily in my home in fuzzy socks. Okay, so that's kind of the vibe that I was getting with your person. And you will see that in your letter too. So give me 1 second. Why did this fade? My notice. Okay, this is gonna be a problem if I have to keep unlocking my phone. Okay. So this is gonna be your song. We'll look at that letter, or one of your songs. Your main song. Okay. Dear beloved, honestly, I've been a bit lonely lately. I don't know if it's the changing weather or seasons, but it's got me in a reflective mode that's a bit nostalgic. I wonder if you're even really out there, if you truly do exist. I've been watching a lot of comfort shows and movies, well, comfort for me, to help distract me from being too deep in thought. I've been working on not living in my thoughts all the time. Yeah, that's one thing that I will say about your person, and I have this in my notes too. They have a very air energy about them, like there's an air energy quality about them, which means it feels like maybe they have an air sign moon, or they have a very prominent air placement like Aquarius, Libra, or Gemini, but it feels more Aquarius. It doesn't feel like how hectic Gemini can get, and it doesn't seem as necessarily romantically inclined or like rosy colored glasses like Libra. So that's why I'm leaning a little more towards Aquarius. But what it could be is like there could be some Libra energy involved. Like if it is a Libra moon, it could be in the 11th house of Aquarius, right? Something along those lines. So, or it could be like a Libra moon and with 15 or 16 degrees Libra moon, which has a sub-influence of Aquarius, or an Aquarius moon that is at like 25 degrees Aquarius moon, which will have a sub-influence of Libra, something along those lines. Or maybe it's an Aquarius moon with like some aspect. Libra has like a very, I'm not saying there has to be a Libra energy, I'm just saying like it's not as cool as in cold toned, not cool as in awesome, as some Aquarius moons can get, but there's like an emphasis on there. But yes, anyway, so I have that note also, that they're very mindful, they're very observant, And you can kind of see that there's like a reflective energy coming through in this letter. And I feel like the blue even in your letter, as you can see, I'm not sure if it'll focus or not. I can't tell from this angle, but this blue also evokes a sensation or a feeling of reflection for me as well. Like, because this lighter shade of blue, even the same thing with your seal, there's like a mindfulness, a reflective essence to it. If it was a darker blue, I would have gotten a completely different vibe. So I think that's fascinating as well. Let me see what else before I move on. Oh yes, and there is a sense of calm here. Like there's a feel of quiet. Like it pulls you into silence, or like the mind doesn't run off too much. That's why I was saying it doesn't necessarily, it's not that it can't be a Gemini, right? It depends on all the other astrology placements, but there is like an air energy, but it evokes like a, I don't know, like an ether vibe. You know, there's something like it pulls you in silence, like listening to the sound of silence. Okay, next, let's see. Back to the letter is what I meant to say. I like to watch shows about detectives and crimes, things like Monk and Law and Order. I wonder at times if we'll have the same likes and interests. I have this thing about my socks. I like to wear them, store them a specific way. Do you have any quirks? Yes, like again, your person is maybe what I'm getting is like air energy with a hint of earth, or like I'm getting like a few aspects of like something Aquarius and then / Virgo. So I'm wondering if that has anything to do with it. You know, again, it could just be house placements. It doesn't have to be the main 3 astrological placements are in those signs. But yes, yeah, when they were talking about their socks, I don't think that's going to be the case for every one of you guys, that they like to store their socks a specific way. But I think the gist of the message is what's kind of really coming through, which is that yes, they have their quirks, or they have very particular ways of doing certain things. It doesn't apply to every aspect of their life, but it's kind of like there's a routine, and they don't venture too far off from the routine when it comes to certain things. So whether it's how they organize their clothing, or maybe it's like making a cup of tea or coffee in the morning, you know, there's like, it's not their whole day that is stuck in routine, but it does feel like there is one thing that they do, or one to 3 things that are kind of small that they do that are part of their routine. Like it's a routine for them, and they like to have that kind of structure, even if it's something as simple as placing the socks a certain way, right? Yes. Let's see what else we've got. And also, I don't know if I mentioned this when I was talking about them being mindful and observant, but they are also quite articulate as well. So that is something that came through too. I think even in the way that I'm reading the letter, that is also prominent, because there's a little less fumbling and stumbling. It's just, I'm able to read it, okay? Oh, sorry, I thought I heard a noise. Also, if you guys are hearing noise in the background, sorry about that. There's a lot going on. Your group is being filmed during the daytime, so there's a lot more noise. Let me see. Okay, yes. Let's see. I find it fascinating how people can be so similar and different, and how both things can be true at the same time. I think people assume I'm introverted because I'm more observant and like science / tech stuff. To be honest, it's partially true due to the nature of my job. I can be more self-guided at work, so I naturally am that way outside of work too. I'm just used to it. I like to stay home and to be cozy. But there's a lot... Oh, sorry. But there's also a part of me that wants to see more and be grounded and in the present. I want to explore. I just need to recover a bit after. I like that we can be cozy together and enjoy comfort, but we can also go out and see the world together and then come back home and be cozy some more. Okay, so another thing I wanted to mention that was kind of coming through here too is your person your person mentioned about people thinking that they're introverted, and though they're like one of those in between people. So they like coziness is going to be a big theme in your letter. I think it's come up a few times already, okay? But they like to be comfortable. They love the sensation of cozy. Like think of whatever, so if you're in the northern hemisphere, that would be things like fall, right? Autumn. But if you're in the southern hemisphere, actually, I don't know how that works. So I know that when it's fall in the northern hemisphere, it's spring in the southern hemisphere, or like the temperature is warmer. So I guess would fall for every place have that same vibe? Like in Australia, would they consider December summer? I think so, right? That would make sense. If it's hotter in December, then that would be their summer. Okay, I got a little lost in train of thought there. But basically what I'm trying to say is, based off of how I experience life, I can only give you my perspective, right? So if it's like the sensation of autumn or fall when it's approaching and there's something exciting about the change of seasons and it gets a little colder and it's like sweater weather and it's really nice to be able to just go out and enjoy the coziness before winter really hits. Not just the season, not the part of winter with the holidays or that are fun, but like when you really get deep into winter and you're just like, okay, I'm waiting for the weather to get a little warmer. So yeah, like that exciting, promising part of autumn. There's something about that like feels present in your person. Something feels relevant regarding that for your person. Also, yeah, with the whole introverted thing, I remember I was supposed to be saying something regarding that. They're not like a full-fledged introvert, even though they enjoy coziness and comfort. But I would say that like because an introvert is somebody that gets energy from being on their own, right? Whereas an extrovert is energized by other people. I feel like your person can get energized by other people. They just have a more calm or more composed personality and presence. Which again kind of goes with the whole tech sciencey thing, I would say. Like this, it's not too analytical, but it is analytical. They feel very like they don't lean too far into one side. Like for example, with the logical analytical things, that's a little bit more masculine. Your person feels like energetically they're more neutral, but they lean slightly towards the masculine aspects or traits, or just but that could be, again, for example, that logical or mental kind of thinking, like being a lot in that air energy would do that. So I think that's interesting. There's something else. It's like I keep thinking it and then it trails off in my mind into something else. So give me 1 second. Oh, yes. Okay. Personality-wise, I also kind of got the feeling like your person can appear quiet at first, or they can seem, because they're very observant, they can come across as quiet. But I do feel like they actually are quite funny and they can be sarcastic. I feel like part of their humor is a little bit of sarcasm at times, but it's not offensive sarcasm. Like you can tell that they're joking. But I feel like you can only see that part of them once you get to spend time with them a little one-on-one. Like if they're going to be in a very, very large group setting, they're not going to be the one talking most often. But if it's just like you, them, and one other person, you're going to see that part of their personality more. Yeah. Okay. Back to the letter. In many ways, I see you as my equal, as my partner and friend, and as a we think the same kind of equal too. It feels great to not have to try to explain myself or the way my mind works for every little thing with you. You just get me, and I get you. Cozy. You're my comfort zone. I never thought I'd be able to feel this way with someone. I began to expect that I'll just have to settle with close enough, but then came you. What a relief. I'm looking forward to all of our cozy days. Blank, or insert your person's name. Okay, so as that last paragraph, something that it also made me think of, I have the note here. Okay, there's, so I'm not sure if any of you guys are familiar with the show Bridgerton. It's a Netflix series, and in season 3, one of the couples that you see there are, in the Bridgerton family, it would be the female in the Bridgerton family who is like a main love, I don't know, whatever, Francesca, and she's supposed to be finding a partner, right? She's the new diamond or something, and she ends up really just vibing and hitting it off with John, who is this guy who is also really quiet. So she wants something quiet and different from what her family is. Her family's loud and all of this stuff. And she just wants something that's cozy and peaceful and resonant with her. She loves her family, but she doesn't want to be surrounded by this constant noise. She wants peace, right? And John is similar in that regard too. And they just sit together in silence, and it feels good. And that for her is exciting. And that is the vibe that I got from your dynamic. Like, some people would be like, you guys, what, that's all that you guys do? But I don't even feel like a lot of, that's for only a few of you. Like, that's all that you guys do? That message is only for like a couple of you guys. But I feel like some people will be like, is there anything going on in this relationship? Like, where's the fire? Where's the passion? And it's not that it isn't there. It's just there's so much more comfort and feeling of a support and friendship within this connection, that like people don't need to see the flames or the fire or passion of your connection, right? It's not about what people perceive your relationship to be. It's about how you feel about your relationship, what it means to you, and what you like to keep personal and private. You know, maybe some of you guys actually don't want to have these massive public displays of affection, and you're like, you know, I don't need the world to know what's going on in my bedroom or in my home. You know what I mean? And I feel like your person and you, when it comes to the way that you guys think and the things that you want, they're very aligned. Also, something else that came through was something about food. Okay, specifically cozy food, comfort food. So I'm going to read the exact message that I wrote. Something about cooking or eating meals at home or cozy food. They like a good warm meal for their belly. So something about food and how it can be comforting. It's not like, it was very vague. It's not giving me specifics. It's just there's some kind of essence regarding that. So I'm not sure how helpful that will be for some of you guys. Maybe it'll come through in the cards and we'll see. But that was one of the things. And also there was a song that came through while I was channeling your letter. Oh yeah, even in my notes, you see, I put a little bit more masculine leaning because of the logical mind and air vibe. So you see, it's not like masculine, like there's an aspect of like, because there are different qualities or types of masculine energy, right? So some of it is rough, some of it is just pure high divine masculine vibe, some of it, so it's different. But here it feels like the masculine vibe is more of like that logical, thought-provoking kind of like that thoughtfulness and more mind focus. That air essence is coming through as that. And also, just a reminder, I know a lot of you guys know this, but some people are newer to this, so I will say that for those newer people. Whenever I say masculine or feminine, it does not mean that it is dictating their gender. The gender is obviously whatever gender you prefer. This is just the energy, right? We all have masculine and feminine within us. So some people, regardless of gender, can lean more towards one side or the other, or can be more balanced, or they're balanced inside, but they prefer to, you know, for the world to perceive them as one of the energies more, stuff like that. But the song that came through, I have to find out the name of the song. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's see. I feel like, okay, hold on 1 second. Lady A. And, yeah. Oh, sorry. That came out. I'm sorry. That was please ignore that. I made a mistake and okay, the song is Wanted You More by Lady Antebellum, or Lady A. And the part specifically that came through is, I guess I wanted you more than I did before. So yeah, your person is definitely coming through as, oh, I still need my phone. I forgot, we have to look at the song. But yeah, your person is definitely coming through as somebody who, you know how like when the weather gets a little cooler, you start thinking of like, I would like somebody for the cooler season. But it doesn't seem like it's because the weather is getting colder though. It just feels like the change in seasons is making them a little bit more reflective, and they just want somebody who I feel like is like their friend. Like they just want the companionship. But it's from a kind place. It's not like a needy, desperate place where it's toxic or something like that. It's just, I just want to have that companion that gets me already. Like they just want to be, they want to feel understood. And yeah, it almost makes me think like maybe you guys too, when you were younger, maybe you used to think things like, I wish people were just able to read my mind so I wouldn't have to explain myself or express everything exactly, or like they are not getting it, I wish they could just read my mind, something like that. And I feel like your person is kind of similar to that too. And you know, give me 1 second, you guys. 1 second. I'm gonna go close the window because funnily enough, your thing is all about silence, right? There's so much silence here, and your group has all this like hum or background noise. So I'm gonna close the window. 1 second. Okay, much better. But that feels also symbolic, to be honest with you guys. Like it feels like that that noise is almost like what's going on in their life, and they're just seeking that, like, I just want my quiet place, or my cozy place, specifically cozy place. Like there's so much noise and this and that, and like we were talking about the weather, right? We were talking about like this cold dampness, the drizzle, the fogginess. If you're outside in that, it doesn't really feel cozy. But coming back home after being in that kind of weather and taking a nice warm shower, changing into comfy clothes, having a nice hot meal, you know, and being cozy after that feels nice. When the weather is like that outside and you just come inside and you get all warmed up and all of this stuff, then it feels cozy. So it feels like your person is going through that, like they're in that uncomfortable, cool, rain, foggy weather. And they're in search of this, like, I need, like, this feeling of coming into the house, taking a warm shower, and just getting warmly dressed and having that warm meal. Okay? So yes, let's take a look at your song, one of your songs. Oh, this is cute. Okay, so your song is Showed Me How to Heal by Victor Lundberg. And I put Spanish in parentheses with a question mark because I'm not sure if this is... like, I was seeing Spanish versions or something of this song, so I don't know if the song is a translation or not. I did not do the research, so yeah. Give me 1 second, let me pull up the lyrics. The lyrics. Okay, here it is. I still recall the first time I saw you. I was so nervous to talk. Happened so fast, went from so lonely to falling asleep in your arms. Oh, you see, even in that lyric, went from so lonely to falling asleep in your arms. Again, we were talking about a little bit of a loneliness here, right? Feeling like they're kind of going through everything on their own and they're looking for someone who's like similar to them. It's that same thing like that Bridgerton couple. It's like people didn't understand that they had different likes and different interests, and they thought that like their needs, this was essentially part of their needs, right? Their wants and needs. They thought that those wants and needs were weird because they were so different from society. They're like, don't you want something more active, more this or more passionate? And you're like, no, I just want a place where I can feel safe and comfortable and cozy and warm, you know? And I feel like that, and like we can sit together in silence and it's peaceful and it just feels good, right? So people didn't get it, but which means that there weren't that many people who fit that criteria. So it's the same thing. It's like your person has the sense of, they mention it, like they're feeling lonely. The song mentions that they went from feeling lonely. It's like they're just looking for someone they're like, I'm looking for someone like me. Okay. And then falling asleep in your arms. So you see the loneliness, and then you guys are the cozy. Okay. I used to be afraid to fall in love. My past relationship was a disaster, but now I don't care. 'Cause you took my scars, bruises, and broken heart, numbed all the pain. Oh, showed me how to heal, and now I don't feel broken anymore. Still got your smell wrapped in my bed sheets, don't want to wash it away. I know sometimes I get too caught up in all of the wrong things, but you're always there to guide me. And with that lyric, it kind of makes me think of how they get into their heads and you guys kind of help bring them back into the present, which is something they want for themselves and they try to do on their own. But I feel like they're going from kind of going through the cold in their own to having a companion, just someone to go through life with. And that's kind of what they're looking for here. I used to be afraid to fall in love. My past relationships was a disaster, but now I don't care because you took my scars, bruises, and broken heart, numbed all the pain, showed me how to heal, and now I don't feel broken anymore. I used to be afraid until I met you. I was insecure, caught up in the pain, but you showed me how to heal, took my scar. Okay, and then it just keeps repeating. Yeah. Okay, so that was one of your songs. And every group got 2 songs. So give me 1 second. Let me pull up your other song. 4, 3. Oh. Okay. So the other song for you guys is I'll Find You by Lecrae. Lecrae. Seems like it could be French or something, but I don't know. Okay. Just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you got nobody to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. I'll find you, I'll find you. Just hold on and I'll find you. I'm hanging on by a thread and all I'm clinging to is prayers. And every breath is like a battle. I feel like I ain't come prepared. And death's knocking on the front door. Pain's creeping through the back. Fear's crawling through the windows waiting for them to attack. They say don't get bitter, get better. I'm working on switching them letters, but tell God I'm in need a whole lot of hope keeping it together. I'm smiling in everyone's face. I'm crying wherever they leave the room, or whenever they leave the room. They don't know the battle I face. They don't understand what I'm going through. Yeah, even in this song, you see, it's like your person is saying, I'll always show up for you. I'll always understand you. And I'm going through this thing and no one seems to get me. No one seems to understand me like this, which is why they mention in their letter how they wish that people could just like read their mind, or they're looking for someone, like he's like he or she. They're saying, sometimes when I say he or she, when I'm referring to, I try to be very conscious and say they, but it slips out, and that could just be because, like I said, when the masculine energy is the one that's slightly more prominent, or definitely more prominent, or the feminine, sometimes that happens. Okay, so, but yes, it's any gender, right? But they're saying that, like, in their letter, they mentioned that they like that with you guys, they don't have to, like it's like you understand them without having to over explain. And here it's like they're going through life having to keep explaining or over explaining, and nobody fully understands exactly what they're trying to say. And that they're like, that's making them feel sad. I think they're feeling lonely and sad because they're just not feeling understood. Yeah, so it's kind of getting to them a little bit at this point of time when you guys are seeing your group. So this is a timeless reading. So whenever you clicked on this letter initially, right? I don't know if you're rewatching it, but at least the first time you watch it, this is what it seems like your person is going through. The world trying to play with my soul, and I'm just trying to find where to go. I'm trying to remember the way. I'm trying to get back to my home. But I can't do this on my own. That's why I'm just trusting in you, because I don't know where else to go and I don't know what else to do. You see, even here they're saying like they're trying to get back home. This, again, home, cozy, comfort. So yeah, just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you've got no one to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. And then that repeats. And here they repeat with I'll find you. And they say fear haunts you and pain hates. I say pain strengthens and fear drives faith. And I don't know all of the outcomes, don't know what happens tomorrow, but when that ocean of doubt comes, don't let me drown in my sorrow. I don't let me stay at the bottom. I feel like this hole is wow, this is a really long song. I don't even, is it a rap or something? I don't know, like it's, or do they speak quickly? That's a lot of lyrics. Sorry. And don't let me stay at the bottom. I feel like this hole is too deep to climb. I've been looking for a way out, but I'll settle for peace of mind. Picking up the pieces of my life and hoping that I put together something right. Tell me all I got is all I need. Tell me you're gonna help me stay and fight. The world trying to play with my soul. I'm just trying to find where to go. I'm trying to remember the way. I'm trying to get back home. But I can't do this on my own. That's why I'm trusting in you, because I don't know where else to go and I don't know what else to do. No, don't let the fear make you feel like you can't fight this on your own. You know, I'll be there for you no matter where you go. You'll never be alone. And then the chorus just repeats with just fight a little longer, my friend, and all of this stuff. Okay. Yes. So you can see with your song, your person is very much, yeah, they're just very much like, they're looking for that support, and they're letting you know, like, I'll be that support for you too. I'm going to make sure to take care of you too. So that's nice. Okay. And they're letting you know, I think, about their situation. That song was more about what they're currently experiencing. Also, for whoever this is going to be a sign for, this actually correlates with the cozy foods. I'll be honest, you guys. I was eating mac and cheese. I don't eat it often because I shouldn't be having so much dairy and gluten. But I was eating a very rich and sultry mac and cheese, and a piece of some kind of food, whether it was like oily bread or something, flew off and landed on your letter. And I was like, oh, the letter. And of course I cleaned it off, but this is special paper, and the oil stain, the grease stain highlighted. So on the other side, this is actually an I, okay? But the way I write my I looks like a J, like a J peeking through. So I don't know for who that's going to be a synchronicity, the letter J, but I think that could be something. It could mean something to someone, okay? Alrighty. Now let's get into your cards. Okay. So we'll do tarot first and then oracle cards. First off, we've got the Page of Swords. Yep, that checks out. That checks out with all of the air energy that we were talking about. The Ace of Wands. This is funny because this feels like that air energy we were talking about, and that like intellectual and all of the stuff. But then the Ace of Wands kind of makes me think of this energy in them that wants to explore, that wants to see the world and be present, and like they have that part of them too, like that excited part that wants to experience life. But I think they're also just looking for, they want to be able to experience it and then again be comfortable. And I think if you were with them, they'll be able to enjoy it more. It's not that they can't be on their own or do things on their own. I just think, like I said, they've gotten to a point where they feel like they want to have the companionship already, because it's become a little draining for them to just keep, and lonely, honestly, to be the only rhinoceros in a room full of chimpanzees. Okay. Okay, then we have the Emperor. Oh, wow. The King of Wands. Okay, so this is a lot of fire coming through here. You see, I feel, excuse me. I feel like, yeah, I'm not sick, but I started coughing a little bit with the oncoming cold weather. But yeah, I feel what's fascinating with all of this fire energy, because the Emperor is Aries, King of Wands, what is that, Sagittarius? Ace of Wands, that's fire. They mentioned like they want to explore the world, they want to see things, and even here, fire is a bit more extroverted, right? So I think it's funny that they mentioned, like, they're like, yeah, people initially think I'm introverted, but I feel like I'm just like this out of habit because of my job and the things that I do. But like they have this part to them too. Okay, then we have the Hanged Man, the Page of Pentacles. Oh, wow. Wow, the King of Wands again. Look at all that fire. Oh, my goodness. Okay, the Daughter of Swords, which is the equivalent of the Page of Swords again. Okay. The Ace of Cups. That's cute. Okay, can you see that? Yes, you can. Aww, the Two of Cups. This is such a sweet Two of Cups card, too. How cute. Okay. This is Etheric Realms. Okay. And this is 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. 17 is the star, 18 is the moon, 19 is the sun. So this is the moon. I just needed to do that for myself. Okay. And then we have Fate, which is the Wheel of Fortune. Look how pretty. Okay. And then I'm going to lay down 3 other cards, but in one of the other groups, they were, they needed to stick to the oracle part. So we'll see if we'll see. Okay. So we have Lock. I'm going to move the card around so you can actually see the design. Okay. Then we have Heart. Funnily enough, this heart has a crown on it, like another king or queen. and ring. Ah, look at that commitment. Look at that commitment. And I'll set your other cards to the side for now. Alrighty, give me one moment, group one. Okay, so it's funny, right? We were talking about that masculine energy, and I was like, it doesn't feel like it's heavy, you know, like it's an aggressive kind of masculine energy. It just feels like it's more masculine leaning. But we do have that masculine energy very much present here, because two King of Wands, okay, an Emperor card, and an ace, like the fire with the Ace of Wands, and then we have the Page of Swords coming through twice, which is air, which is a little bit more masculine. So I think that's very fascinating. But you guys have a good spread in the sense that every element is present. You have cups, wands, so fire, water, swords with the air, and then you even have, where is it, the Page of Pentacles. So you have one earth card as well. So give me a moment. Yeah, you know, something I just heard too is like communication with this person is easy. Like there's this sense of understanding where you just get it right away. So this is a connection where the both of you feel very seen. And that's really nice. That's really nice. I mean, I would hope if you're, you know, if you're committing to a lifetime together, that's the dynamic that you have. But yes, this is a connection where the both of you feel very seen. And I just heard the song, oh, what is this? I think the song is called Our Love is Easy, but let me double check. Because I heard in my head, our love is easy. And it's like this jazzy, our love is easy. Yeah, it's like a little bit of a jazzy love song. Yes, it is. It's called Our Love is Easy by Melody Gardot. And maybe you guys can check out that song. Yeah. And in the song, I mean, you know, there's a couple of like little darky elements to it, but overall, she talks about how the song, oh, she even mentions the rainy days. Oh yeah, look, because I looked up the name of the song, some of the lyrics are here. I'd like to have you around just for them rainy days. I like the touch of your hand, the way you make no demands. Our love is easy. You see it, and then she goes into like water rushing over stone. So everything about it, there's this, it's like, it's easy, it's simple. It's even your reading. Part of me is wondering if your reading is going to be shorter than the other groups, because just the vibe that I'm getting here, it's like, it's just easy. It just works, you know. Some people, they have hiccups. They need to overcome certain things. And I'm not saying that you guys are going to have this perfect relationship where there's never any conflict, but I just feel like if I'm trying to tune into conflict, it feels very minimal. Like your person seems like there's no need for the conflict. It's just like oh, I get it. This doesn't work for you. I'm going to change my approach, or I'm going to change the way that we do it. It's not a big deal. Like they don't really care about anything. And whatever their little routine thing is, that's not going to feel disturbing for you guys or like triggering or annoying for you. You know what I mean? You're like, yeah, you keep to your little whatever that is, whether it's the or like it's their ritual. It's like a ritual for them. So whether it's how they keep their socks, just because that's what was in the letter, okay, or however else that can be used as an example, it's like you're okay with that for them and they respect that with you. So yeah, there's something about that. So it feels easy, like that song. It just clicks. Like it's almost like I'm hearing like I'm done with the drama. I'm done with the complicated love stories and dealing with people's childhood traumas and issues and you know, all of the stuff and excuses and different personalities, and I'm done making exceptions and settling. And even here, you're actually your person, like I'm hearing that on you guys, like when you guys are with your person, or the place that you'll be in if you're not there now, is just like this energy of I'm done settling. I just I can't do it anymore. It's not worth it. If this doesn't fit my criteria, then I'm not going to try to make, it's not that you were trying to make someone fit. I think you were giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? Because you were trying to be like, okay, you know, they have a lot of the things on my list. It's just maybe the looks is not there, or this is not there, but maybe that'll come up if I give them a chance. And I feel like by the time you guys encounter each other, you're going to be like, I don't have the energy to do that. I can't, like, I'm so done. And I feel like your person is talking about settling too. And then again, like, let's look at that line. Where was it? I never thought I'd be able to feel this way with someone. I began to expect that I'll just have to settle with close enough. But then came you. What a relief, right? So it's like, I feel like you guys are in that same boat when you encounter each other. Let's see what else we can get. Okay. Again, with the Hanged Man, I'm feeling like your person is very, very, very introspective. And it's actually good. Like, it doesn't feel like it's like existential. I just recently looked at that word, so I know how to say it. Because I was having a hard time saying it in one of the other groups. But yeah, it's not like existential or anything like that. It's just, it's almost like they're used to having that conversation in their head. Maybe whatever it is that they do for work, they really just have to, they do it at home, they do it on their own. So it leads to more internal conversation. And I feel like that kind of plays off on that too. But again, they have this fiery part of them as well, but their fire doesn't feel like it's something that can like burn you or be overstimulating, you know, like a short fuse. It feels more like something stable. And yeah, it just feels stable and supportive. Let's see what else I'm getting here. Again, I do feel like with the Page of Swords coming through twice, something about their communication feels very prominent. So I feel like something that's going to be a big eye-opening, like I found my person kind of moment for them, is going to be when you guys start talking. And you vibe, you click like right away. It's like you get the points. Maybe they're used to having to say something and then explain what they mean, right? Or explain their point. And most people that they've been surrounded by all think in a certain kind of manner. So them finding someone who is outside of that norm is like, oh my goodness, thank you, a relief. Like I just heard, oh, what a relief. Oh, they said that in the letter. What a relief, right? And it's interesting that they're looking for something. Yeah, I feel like with what's coming through in the letter, maybe some of you could have worried, like, oh, I'm not looking for a complicated case with someone who, no offense, is like really sad in their life. Like, I don't want to be giving so much of myself anymore or whatever. I don't want that. And I think the fact that all of these warm cards have come out is a sign to let you guys know this person is not emotionally needy or reliant on you. I just want to make that clear. Like they will give you the support that you are looking for too. They're going to be, and in that song they mentioned it, right? They're going to be that comfort zone, that support for you too. It's just, they're tired of having to have no one to talk to that gets them. They're tired of not being understood. But that doesn't mean that they're some kind of a needy person just because they're going through a lonely phase. It just feels like these fire cards are meant to be here to show you like they are a sense of stability and security. And there's something about being in each other's embrace that feels very significant for you guys. So they mentioned it in one of the songs too. I don't remember which one now, but yeah, being in each other's embrace feels very significant. It feels like there's a comfort in that too. Like there's a warmth and comfort, and you guys could probably just be hugging a lot. So I don't know if you guys are cuddlers, but I'm seeing a lot of hugging, okay? Yeah, speaking of, look, I mean, look at what they're doing here, right? He's got his arm around her. There's like this, it's almost like a cuddle, but sitting, right? There's just this very warm coziness between the two of you. It's just like I'm happy that oh my goodness, you guys, do you remember in the letter or the messages that I channeled while I was getting your letter and I mentioned the cozy warm food? Maybe it'll come up in the cards. Look at this. They have 2 hot bowls of soup or something right in front of them as they're cuddling together. Oh my gosh. That I told you it would come up in the reading, right? And it like legitimately came up in the reading. Wow, that's so cool. Wow. Yeah, even like looking at your cards, part of me is almost like it just feels like the vibe of it, of your spread just feels like it's evident. It's obvious, the feeling, the warmth. And part of me feels like you guys are gonna, like your person's presence feels so good to you. Yeah, it just feels so good and cozy to you. And I'm wondering, I feel like for some of you guys, your person's energy is actually coming through in this video, like to you. So I'm wondering if any of you guys are picking that up, like that warmth. If you are, if you're feeling your person's presence while watching this video, let me know in the comments. I'd love to. Wow, I said let me know and I just got an email. That's funny. Like I got a message, right? So let me know. I feel like that was a confirmation for sure. Let's see what else we've got here. This is the Moon and the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, with the Moon card, again, there's something about just being able to understand each other's minds and internal world the way that you guys are. And emphasis on the introspectiveness. Your person feels like they could be quite creative. Yeah, like I'm picking up on something, so give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to use a space example, which could be relevant for a couple of you, probably the minority, and for others, just take this as an example of the idea, okay? Or an example of the message. So it feels like your person likes to look into things, right? Like for example, they won't just look up at the sky and look at space and see the stars. They're going to be curious about the constellations, right? And they're going to want to be like, oh, I mean, look at the sky. Isn't it fascinating how our atmosphere creates the colors that we see and this and this? And, you know, there's like something like that. Like there was a little bit of research or some kind of knowledge, something of that element coming through. And then they'll be like, and look at that constellation is this, and this is the constellation for Virgo, and that one is for Gemini. And it's just fascinating how you can see them during this phase of the year because of how the earth rotates and whatever. And I feel like a lot of people in their life would be like, okay, we get it. Like some people think that it's fascinating. Sometimes like they'll think it's interesting at first, maybe like the first time they do it, but then they'll be like, okay, you're still talking about this. Just the first fact was enough to be interesting. Now it's like, okay, I'm not that into space. I'm not that into the sky, you know? So I feel like you guys are gonna have that camaraderie or like that kind of interest, you know, like your person is going to be giving you these fun facts and you're going to be like, oh wow, that's so fascinating, that's so cool, and they're going to feel seen and heard and excited, you know, because someone wants to actually listen to everything that they've got to say. And then you guys are going to be saying that to them too, you know, and they're going to be like, wow, so fast. So it's like that camaraderie again. It's just like once you come together, it just feels, it feels like it sticks. It just feels good, you know? I do feel like you are gonna travel together. Yeah, I am seeing travel. But again, it's like the way that you guys travel is not what people normally would associate with like a vacation or a trip, right? Maybe you guys travel and you go out, like if you're gone for 5 days, you'll spend 3 days exploring and then 1 day just chilling in the hotel or Airbnb or wherever you're staying, and then 1 day doing something else. And people are going to be like, you just wasted like a day of your vacation. If you're gonna just relax, why don't you go to a resort? And for you guys, it's like, that wasn't a waste. We did exactly what we wanted to do. It feels good. It just feels good to be able to explore and then take a moment to feel like we're living there. You know, there's something along those lines. I'm not saying it's exactly like that, but it's like the way that you enjoy travel or the things that you like about travel, they're going to like too. A lot of your lifestyle and way of going about just existing and living in the world and things that you, and your approach to the things that you want to do and like, is very compatible. It's very similar. Like you guys in general are just very compatible. Let me see if I'm getting anything else from this spread before I move on to the oracle cards. And you know what? Your person doesn't feel like they're restricted or anything, but something about, I feel like when they come into a connection with you guys, there's this sense of freedom that comes through for them. And again, it's not like they feel restricted. It's just, I feel like once they get that sense of security, knowing, okay, I have my person, I have my counterpart, I have my partner, I have like my partner in you know, the phrase is partner in crime, but we'll say partner in life or whatever, right? So that it doesn't have to necessarily be something so negatively connotated as crime. But yeah, like it's like I have this person, so now I can loosen up and just keep going. But it doesn't, again, even still, it doesn't feel like they were clenching or anything. I think it was maybe subconscious, like, oh, okay. Yeah, I just heard another lyric to another song. I think the song is called All I've Ever Known, from Hades Town. And the girl sings, I've been alone so long, I never really knew that I was lonely. Stuck in the cold so long, I never really knew that I was cold. So it's not that your person is like actively clenching, but clenching is what I meant to say. But it feels like if they were walking in the cold and they're just a little annoyed with this cold, you know, drizzly weather that would have been enjoyed so much more if it was from within the warmth of a home. It's like they've been walking around. They didn't realize that their toes were clenched. Like they're able to do everything, get everything done, live their life, you know, be themselves, whatever. But their toes were slightly clenched from the cold, or like their back was tensed because they were cold. You know, so when they go into the warmth and they kind of start to they start to warm up, and then after a moment they realize, oh, my back is clenched. Now that I feel warm, I realize my back is clenched. I didn't even realize my back was clenched. So it feels like that. Like once they come into connection with you, there's a sense of freedom, like a sense of relief, if you will. And again, one of the biggest things I'm picking up here is stability. It's kind of like stable, comfort. And I think that's another reason why it is safety. Like safety, that's what's big here too. Because comfort comes from feeling safe as well, right? If you don't feel safe, you're definitely most likely probably not going to be feeling comfortable. So and stability is a part of feeling safe, right? A sense of stableness in your situation so you can feel secure. So that's going to be a really big thing for you guys. I'm wondering if you have been in that same dynamic, like if you guys are experiencing the same thing with your, also it's like you're navigating in this foggy, humid, but cool weathered, like drizzly climate, and you're just kind of, you keep moving forward, you keep doing your thing, you're used to walking in it, but it would have been nice to feel some warmth. So I'm wondering if you guys are feeling the same way in that regard, because when you encounter each other, it's like, what I'm getting here is warmth. It's like, oh my gosh, warmth. It doesn't feel like an instant thing where the moment you encounter them, you're like, heat, I must run to this person. But it does feel more of a, like you're going to be intrigued by them and they will be intrigued. Like there's a call, there's an aspect of fate here. There's like a, you lock eyes, right? Or like you're intrigued by each other. There's something that feels good. You're like, oh, something feels good about this person. They've got a good vibe. I like their energy. And they're going to feel the same way about you. And then once you guys start talking and you get these little birds that come through here, and that conversation is just like, oh my gosh, our conversation matches. It's like the second, third encounter, you're going to start to feel that comfort, that warmth. Because this person is now being like, okay, this person gets me. Like your person is going to be like, this person gets me. And they're just going to come in with all of their warmth, and it's going to feel cozy for you. And you're going to feel cozy for them. It's really, yeah, it's nice. So remember I told you cozy is going to come up a lot. So I hope, I hope you guys aren't annoyed with the word already. And the Ace of Cups. Yeah, it's just, again, this is making me think of that relief, that like, at last, you know, what is that song by Etta James? I think, at last, my love has come along, something like that, right? So again, it's like, oh, finally a sigh of relief, a breath of relief, right? I can unclench. All right, let's get into the next portion of your cards. My love has come along. Oh yeah, speaking of warmth, on the bottom of the deck here we have the sun. Look at that, look at all that warmth. And you have two stargazer lilies, or two lilies that are kind of like you know, one is the masculine, one is the feminine, and they're like there and conversing. And again, birds, interesting. And it's like the sun is this red hot ball, and there are two hands feeling the warmth here. So birds could be significant for you guys, because birds have come up multiple times, it feels like, in your reading. Birds, and yeah, and something about heat. Okay. Oh, and again, bottom of the deck, Seven of Swords. But what do you see here? Crow, more birds. So birds again. Oh my gosh. And the bottom of this deck, Condor, another bird. Okay, so birds feel like they could be quite significant for your connection. And there are birds here too. Okay, we're gonna keep this here for now. Right, your next card is Mother Earth. Feel loved and comforted. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is literally your whole message. That's why I told you. I mean, I know I'm talking for a long time, so this is definitely past an hour already, but this is like the same message that keeps coming through. And that's why I was wondering if you can feel the energy of your person, if you can feel the coziness and the warmth kind of come over you, because I feel like there are a couple of you that are definitely going to feel like your person is hugging you or embracing you. Okay, Spirit Fox, trust your talents in changing times. Okay, then we have Archangel Shamuel, unconditional love, heart healing, and self-love. How beautiful. Okay. And then, wow. Okay. And so that's number 5. Then number 8, Archangel Raguel with relationship healing and calm harmony. Okay. Also, I just want to let you guys know, why I just remembered while I was shuffling your cards, your cards were easy. Your cards were just coming through. I was able to, normally I wait for a card to fall out, and some of them did fall out, but with your cards, I was shuffling and I was just picking out random because I was certain. I was like, this is the card for this group. This is the card, right? So I could just feel like this is the card. It's just certain. It's, again, it's like, it's easy. It's certain. There's no doubt, no question. It just clicks. Okay, then we have shadow aspects of Virgo, shadow aspects of Taurus. We have you deserve love. You are lovable. Free yourself. It's time to take back control of your life. It's funny how we were talking about it's like they feel freed once they come into union with you, right? Okay. Then we have trust. This situation is calling for you to have faith. Yeah, and then we had the Wheel of Fortune earlier, which is also, there's this element of faith. Give me one second. These 2 cards are a message directly from your person, and I'm going to reveal them at the end. Okay. So I want to address the message of faith first. I feel like this is a message for, honestly, you and your person. It's just kind of a, don't give up. I know it seems like you've kissed a lot of frogs, or like all the people that you've been interested in or have gone out with or who have tried to, express an interest in you, they're all the same. And all of the people in your life are kind of similar. And, maybe, just maybe, I'm never really going to encounter somebody who's just like me or exactly like me, or who completely gets all of me. Not just this version of me, not just that version of me, but completely gets all of me. And it's like these cards are saying that person is there. That person exists. Just continue to have faith. I know it's an annoying message to hear when you feel like you're trudging through the cold on your own again, but they're saying there is going to be warmth. There is a fireplace that's waiting for you, okay, for you to be able to warm up and heat up and all of this stuff, okay? I feel like this is your person and this is you guys. So it's funny because these are different cards. And another fascinating aspect is opposites. So we have that here too. Actually, yeah, we have that here too. Opposites, right, with the flowers. But they're such a good match. Same thing here, opposites. Long sleeves, short sleeves, their complexion, their hair, opposites. This person has longer hair. This person has more of like a buzz cut, right? This person, like I said, long sleeve, short sleeve. So they're opposites. But they're similar. Why? Because both of them have something on their shirt, like a spiritual symbol on their shirt. Both of them are wearing a necklace, okay? And both of them have this like kindness and peace, like evoking feelings of peace radiating from them. So you have that similar thing here with this, and then the heat, okay, and the birds. So yeah, so there's something about being different, but really it's the same. It's like the outside doesn't really matter. Like the external doesn't really matter, because the feeling of recognition that you're going to get with each other, like I said, it's like you're gonna look at that person and be like, I don't know why, but something feels good about them. I want to keep talking to them. I want to go talk to them, right? And they're gonna feel the same way, or I feel called to talk to them. And yeah, it's like the energy, the essence is not 100% the same, but it's very, very similar. Like it's almost like their goals or the things that they accomplish are the same, right? And it feels like your person is going to help you to feel loved. Look at that, unconditional love. I was gonna say your person is going to help you to feel loved unconditionally. And here with Mother Earth, it says feel loved and comforted, okay? And then I feel like there are some messages for you here with trust your talents in changing times. So this could be a message for those of you who, again, are maybe you've got something going on in your life too, like some kind of a career shift, or you're trying to change the trajectory of your life currently. You're trying to go for something new or something different, like to put yourself in a different situation now than what you were in for quite some time, right? It's like you're trying to change up the energy, and that's divine guidance for you guys. Just letting you know, for those of you who have been in that state, that is divine guidance for you to be doing that. And just give yourself grace, okay? Be kind to yourself in this time of change. Changing doesn't happen overnight, and it's not the easiest thing to do, right? Because you're actively saying, I am taking myself out of what is essentially my comfort zone, no matter how toxic it could be, right? A toxic place can be a comfort zone just because that's the thing that you're used to. Anything that you're used to becomes the comfort zone. So even if it's not comfortable, it's just, it's the comfort zone. So coming out of that into a clearer, more energy that is like, I feel like there's something about you guys shedding layers. Maybe some of you guys are cleaning out your closets or cleaning out your home. You're clearing things out. You're like, I don't want things that do not serve me. If I can let it go, if I can get rid of it, I'm going to, right? So I think decluttering could be helpful for some of you in this time if you're not already doing it. But something about change, it's like you're actively trying to create a change in your life. So whether you're doing it by changing your environment first, by letting go of things, or physically moving to a different space, or working from a different space, right? There's this change. And, so maybe something that you can do in this time, if it can feel very difficult for you guys to in the moment, right, to continue with this change, or to remember to be kind or gentle to yourself, you can set an affirmation as your screensaver or as your lock screen on your phone, or you can set a reminder at a certain time for a certain affirmation, like I'm entering into my best I'm entering into the best days of my life, or I'm living the best days of my life, or whatever else, whatever you feel you would like to affirm. You can set that as the reminder, or set it as your lock screen, just so you can constantly look at it. Maybe write it down at your table, right, and just have it there so that every day you have to see it, or put it on your mirror in the bathroom, something to give you that constant reminder and uplift your spirits and kind of keep you driven and going. Yeah, so that you can stay driven and continue to move forward on this new path, okay, for you guys, to create that shift, to keep you motivated and staying motivated, and pursue your gifts. Yeah, for those of you who needed to hear that, pursue your gifts. This is the time. You don't have to rush through the process. You don't have to force yourself to take 7 big steps every day, or that every day has to be a massive big step. That's not the case. You can take a massive big step and then take baby steps the other days until your next big step, right? Just remember, be kind and gentle to yourself. There's already so many critics that we all encounter in the world when it comes to ourselves, right? To us, we don't have to be one of those critics, right? We can be the person that is that safe place and comfort and cozy zone for ourselves, so that we can then more openly welcome in somebody else who's like that, or bring them in quicker, right? By being in that frequency so that they can recognize us. So, yeah. Okay, let's see. With the shadow aspects of Virgo and Taurus, I'm kind of feeling like this is feeling like a little bit of that frustration at the moment of having to go through the cold on your own. Like, oh, I have to come out of the cold and go buy socks because who else is going to get socks for me? I don't know why socks are so significant. Maybe you should wear socks. I don't know. Has it been cold? Have you been wearing your slippers without socks or walking barefoot? Maybe you should warm up your feet. I don't know. But yeah, so we'll just keep using socks as an example. It's fine. But yeah, it's like, you know, oh, my socks have a hole in them. Now I need to get new socks and I have to go out into the cold again. And because who else is going to do it for me? So there's this aspect of, instead of appreciating the act of self-service, self-care, getting able to do it for yourself, there's a little bit of frustration there. Okay, which is why I think I was mentioning also bringing it back to gratitude a bit. And then for your person, so I feel like normally this is supposed to be just your person, but it feels like this is coming through for you. And then this, so you actually have a message, you have more messages here than so far the other group that I have filmed. More messages directed specifically to you. So the Virgo shadow aspect feels like that could be your person though. And I feel like your person is, again, it feels like it's work related and it's isolation through work. Maybe they're used to, it's almost like they're feeling what they're feeling, right? This like loneliness that they mentioned. And so their version of distraction is, oh, okay, I guess I'll just keep working. I'll just keep going into work. Like their work has not become something that they are doing and then going to live their life. Now it's becoming like their life has become a little monotone in the moment as well. Like it's kind of like I'm doing it because I have to, I'm doing it because this is the whatever, or I'm doing it as a distraction from what I'm feeling. So it feels like, yeah, they're kind of but that's okay. These cards are temporary. This is not like a core shadow aspect. This just feels like this is the frustration that you guys are going through, and then this is the frustration that they're going through. And that's okay, because the way that can be shifted is to just come back to gratitude, right? For you guys, it would be to come back to gratitude. For your person, it feels like it would be also to kind of do things that invoke a sense of passion and excitement in them. Because you saw all the King of Wands fire energy in them, right? It's like they haven't gotten a chance to do those things, but in a while, maybe, again, because of their work, causes them to be more isolated or whatever, or they feel like the people in their life wouldn't be able to, like if they do it with the people in their life currently, it just wouldn't feel as fulfilling, right? But they can do certain little things on their own and find this cozy sensation of excitement through their hobbies and interests on their own. They can do that, you know. So I feel like that would be, if they were to be watching this reading, the advice that I would give to them. And for you guys, it would just be, I understand that it's frustrating to have to kind of keep doing everything for yourself and on your own, right? And it would be nice to have the support of somebody else in your life, just someone that you can go through and trudge through the dirt with, right? But in this moment, we're asking you to trust that that is coming for you. But think of it as, right now, it is the gift of being able to do this for yourself. It's a mindset shift, right? It's not that you have to do this, you get to do this. I have to take care of myself again and all this stuff and do it on my own because no one else will do it, right? That doesn't really feel good to be in that state of mind. And it's normal to fall into that state of mind. It's really completely normal. It's instinctual, right? Because people want to feel supported and comfortable and acknowledged and seen and heard and loved, right? And cherished and taken care of. Because we were born with that. We were born and had people taking care of us, our parents or whatever. And so, of course, we want to continue to have that. But if you can, for the moment, think of it as you get to take care of yourself. See yourself as two people, the adult you, or this version of you, and then the child. And you get to take care of this beautiful, precious child. You get to do that. This child is not out there going out there to get their needs met themselves. This child is now two people, the child and the version of you that's currently watching this video. And that version of you has the privilege of being able to give that child the love and support that they need, the encouragement that they need, right? It's like, I don't have to carry my, I'm the only one carrying groceries again, right? That doesn't have to be the case. Don't worry, little child within me. I will carry the groceries for you. It's technically still you carrying them, but you see how that shift makes a huge difference? Where it's no longer like the perspective of the child who's had to carry all those kinds of responsibilities. Now it's the adult version of you telling that child version of you, the child does not have to continue to carry out these responsibilities. I've got you covered. I will support you. I will take care of you. I will accompany you. Right? And in this way, in shifting the mindset that way, you are now healing your inner child, giving that inner child the support and care and love that they need, and showing up for them in the manner that they were looking for from somebody else for quite some time. So you are giving that which you are seeking to yourself, right? And you're meant to encounter each other, right? You just have to keep that faith, oh yeah, I can speak English. You just have to keep that faith, right? And just know that you're taken care of, and what you want will come to you, it will find you. But first, why don't you try seeing how much of that you can give to yourself, right? Because if you want it, it's yours, and it's going to come find you. Clearly, this is a future spouse reading. This is the group you guys chose. This is the person, okay? But when this person is coming into your life, only God knows, and your higher selves who have already signed up for when you're meant to encounter each other. But are you going to be in this upset, suffering state? Are you going to let that child within you keep suffering while you're trudging through the cold? Or are you going to become that blanket for that child? Right? That's something that, if you can, I know for some people that could be a little too sudden or a little too harsh, and I don't mean it to be, but maybe if you can see it in that perspective, that it's not just you living in your body, there's like at least two versions of you. And one of those versions of you can give that care and support to the other version of you. And then that child, once it feels nourished and loved and supported, can feed the adult version of you with that creativity and fun and all of this stuff too. Okay? So maybe just consider that. Maybe you can start with something simple like a gratitude journal. Or with all the birds that are coming through, maybe you can see the little birds that are around you when you go outside and see how cute they are. Or listen to their little songs. Or maybe they're screeching and it's kind of hilarious because you're like, that's quite the song, you know? Little things like that. Find the joy in life again, group one. Okay? You've got this. I have faith in you. I know you can do it. I know you can push past this part of your life. It's hard, but the beauty of life is that it gets to be a roller coaster. If everything was easy, it would not feel like anything, right? What would be the point? If you didn't struggle, how would you know what happiness and fulfillment feels like? Right? If there was always peace, you wouldn't even know what peace was. It would be monotone. It would be boring. We need the dark. We need the shadow. We need the hardship just as much as we need the light and the warmth and the blessings. Because without the other, there's no way of being able to observe the difference, right? The light would not know what it was if it had no shadow to show it. In contrast gives us perspective. So instead of being like, oh, but I've already had that suffering, I've already went through enough. Okay, well, we can't change the past experiences that you physically encountered and had, right? And the fact that you're currently experiencing it now, we can't physically take you out of there right this second, but this mindset shift is how you're going to create a new reality for yourself. Because if you look at a glass of water that is half full, if you see it as half empty instead of half full, nothing has changed apart from the perspective. So now you are going from, oh my gosh, I'm almost out of water, to, wow, thank goodness I still have half a cup of water. That's a relief. Imagine how drastically your life would change just from that mindset shift. You see, the environment, the reality, the physical situation has not changed because the water is the same, but how you perceive the amount of water, that's going to create all of the peace and ease and that shift that you're looking for in your life. You don't have to struggle until you come across your person, or the person who gets you or understands you or can help support you, right? That's a really unfortunate way to kind of go through life, is to feel like you need to struggle throughout the rest of it. But if you can find the joy, the peace, the relief for yourself, if you can create that for yourself, wouldn't that make things so much easier? And I, for one, believe that you deserve to have things be made easier for you. Right? Wouldn't you agree? You deserve that. Your inner child, that part of you, that little you, deserves that full-heartedly. You're worthy of it, you deserve it, and it's time. Okay, so take this as a sign for you guys. Okay, and for those of you who are interested, I always link an inner child meditation that I recommend to my clients. It's always linked in every one of my videos descriptions, because I personally really like that meditation a lot. So for those of you who feel so called, maybe you can check it out and see if there's something there that could be helpful to you. Okay? But yes, moving on to the bottom row and your messages. So you deserve love and free yourself. Okay. Yeah, with the you are lovable, you see, I kind of feel like that's just what I was mentioning. Like, you guys deserve this. You're worthy of this. I feel like this compassion that you would be giving to yourself by taking the actions that I was mentioning with this Shadow Taurus card is going to help you to start feeling like you actually deserve this. I think because you've experienced so much of having to go it on your own in life, it's kind of led you to believe on a subconscious level, okay, that you're always going to kind of be alone. And that's just not the case. So this is a message for you too, like, free yourself, liberate yourself from that. Take back control of your life. It doesn't have to be this subconscious thought based off of past experiences that gets to rule your life. You are a divine creator. And you're just remembering how to connect with your creation abilities. Okay? All right. Oh, look, a J again. So for those of you who that's significant, we have J and we have A. And for me, actually, I think this is fascinating because there is a message here that I'm picking up on with J and A. J and A, it's kind of like the fears. Yeah, the fears that you have regarding love and what your life is going to look like or turn out like, or maybe you would be like, oh, of course it's going to turn out like that. That's how it's always been for me, right? So that's that kind of mindset. And then A is opening your heart to actually truly receive the infinite possibilities without expectations, positive or negative, of how they're going to outcome. In fact, why don't I set this challenge out for you, right? And if you feel so called, you can take it on yourself. And let this challenge be, maybe in the past, you kept having the same results or the same kind of an outcome. Now, whenever you take action, instead of making it like downing the, like, for example, okay, say you apply for a dream job. And you've applied for it like 5 years ago in multiple companies and no one accepted you. You apply for this dream job now and you're like, oh, I'm not going to get it anyway, but whatever, right? And you're saying that to yourself specifically because you don't want to get yourself too excited, because it would hurt so much if you got excited at the potential of possibly getting it and then not getting it. And you would still get a little upset if you didn't get it, but at least you'll be like, well, you see, I was right. So now here's the challenge, okay? 5 years ago is 5 years ago. You are a different person now. We're constantly growing and evolving and changing. Even if you get a negative result, I challenge you to, when you apply for that job, think, what if I actually can get it? Could you imagine if I got this job? That would be so cool. And then drop it, okay? Think a positive thought, and then instead of overthinking it and then trying to kind of give yourself a safety net, just think, wow, I would be really excited. And it's okay. It's okay to experience a little bit of disappointment. Think of it as the universe is protecting you from something that wasn't right for you, even if you may not see it in the moment. But hold the possibility that the good outcome can happen. And then let it go. Shift your focus so that you don't think about it too much, right? So that you don't try to negate that now or over concentrate on getting too excited for it, right? It's not about getting yourself overly excited. It's just seeing the positive version of what could be and then shifting your focus before you can spiral, okay? So try that out, you guys. So that you can shift from that like lack or fear kind of consciousness or mindset mentality that you had experienced in the past. Let me see what else I'm getting with those two before we reveal your final two messages. I'm getting, let's see. Yeah, with lock, it kind of feels like this is locked in, because lock is right next to trust. So it feels like this is locked in. This person coming into your life is locked in. It's happening. It's a done deal. But, you know, if you guys are going to be thinking of it in a negative sense, how is that helping you? You're doing it out of a level of protection, but what you're really doing in the name of protection is hurting yourself by saying that it's not available to you, right? So that's what I was saying. If you can incorporate those affirmations, maybe like love is all around me. Unconditional love is all around me, and I welcome it openly with open arms into my life. Right? Something along those lines, right? Because we have heart and we have ring. So we have a commitment that is set in a time that you don't know. And all that it takes is for you to have the courage to have hope and faith again and to trust that it's coming into your life. And it's going to be something that's incredibly, wonderfully beautiful, okay? Now let's take a look at the messages from your person, and look, another bird. We have falcon, and it says, act on the opportunity that's before you and commit to it without equivocation. Wow, what a word. Okay, and then chameleon. Stay in the background and adapt to the situation rather than being conspicuous and attempting to direct the course of events. Right, okay. So I feel like the message from your person, or the advice, right, with chameleon, and they're saying staying in the back, and not trying to change the events. It's kind of like what I was mentioning with feeling like you need to be taking these big steps. It's like we want you to take action, to take opportunity, to, you know, follow your excitement. But we don't want you to approach it with the level of control or perfectionism or like a general, you know, kind of mindset. A general, not like a general worldly view, but general like a military kind of, like a militant kind of a strict, I've got to adhere to these rules. I've got to do it this way, or I need to keep pushing forward. I need to keep pushing forward, right? Give yourself compassion. Take the slower route. That's okay. You have all the time in the world. You know what I mean? It's wonderful to have a 5-year plan, but you have all the time in the world. As long as you know that you've taken some kind of a step, no matter how small it is, you've got time. That's the beauty of life. Life is not about destination to destination. Life is all of the parts in between the destinations. Otherwise, if you're waiting till you get to a destination and then another destination, you'll miss out on how many years of your life. It's like living paycheck to paycheck, right? I know everybody gets paid differently in different countries. A lot of countries do the paycheck thing where you get paid once a month, right? In the States, in the US, there are people who get paid weekly, but I would say the standard from my experience and the people that I've known is getting paid bi-weekly. So you get a paycheck every 2 weeks. Right? And if you're there living from paycheck to paycheck, waiting for that next paycheck so that you can do the things that you think bring you joy, as opposed to finding the things that could be free, but you're like, I could use the money for this, or maybe you have debt to pay, or whatever else you're waiting for that paycheck for. You're like, oh my goodness, 2 weeks until payday, and the weeks go by, it's payday, ha ha ha, woohoo, I've used the money, next day, 2 weeks until payday. Now you wait again, you get to the 2 weeks, a whole month of your life has just gone by, and all you did was wait for a paycheck, right? So what can you do in those 2 weeks to fill your life with living, with purpose, with the enjoyment of experiencing your life? It doesn't have to cost money, right? It doesn't have to be some grandiose thing, but maybe you like painting, maybe you like drawing, maybe you like playing card games, and you find a friend that you can play a card game with, or you can find an online community, or go to a board game cafe, something like that. You know what I mean? Find ways where you can take those steps, but like getting that check in 2 weeks, but you can also not be so in control, like not, again, with the, not having the chameleon, it's like, don't be so militant. It doesn't have to be so strict, right? It's okay to loosen up, right? Loosen up, group one. It's okay. You don't have to be so on top of it all of the time. Baby steps, be kind, be gentle to yourself, okay? Whew. All right, group one, that was your reading. I know it had a bit of an abrupt end, but I hope that you guys enjoyed. It was a pleasure to do this reading for you. Thank you so much for sticking around. I'm gonna, before I do my full outro, actually, let me read your letter one more time, okay? Give me 1 second, because that is what I said I would do. I almost forgot, to be honest with you. Okay, 1 second. All right. Let me clear my throat. Ow. It was a joke at first, but then it became a little too real. Okay. Dear beloved, honestly, I've been a bit lonely lately. I don't know if it's the changing weather or seasons, but it's got me in a reflective mode that's a bit nostalgic. I wonder if you're even really out there, if you truly do exist. I've been watching a lot of comfort shows and movies. Well, comfort for me, to help distract me from being too deep in thought. I've been working on not living in my thoughts all the time. I like to watch shows about detectives and crimes, things like Monk and Law and Order. I wonder at times if we'll have the same likes and interests. I have this thing about my socks. I like to wear them / store them a specific way. Do you have any quirks? I find it fascinating how people can be so similar and different, and how both things can be true at the same time. I think people assume I'm introverted because I'm more observant and like science / tech stuff. To be honest, it's partially true. Due to the nature of my job, I can be more self-guided at work, so I naturally am that way outside of work too. I'm just used to it. I like to stay home and to be cozy. But there's also a part of me that wants to see more and be grounded, and in the present, I want to explore. I just need to recover a bit after. I like that we can be cozy together and enjoy comfort, but we can also go out and see the world together, and then come back home and be cozy some more. In many ways, I see you as my equal, as my partner and friend, and as a we think the same kind of equal too. It feels great to not have to try to explain myself or the way my mind works for every little thing with you. You just get me, and I get you. Cozy. You're my comfort zone. I never thought I'd be able to feel this way with someone. I began to expect that I'll just have to settle with close enough. But then came you. What a relief. I'm looking forward to all of our cozy days. Blank. Or insert name. All right, group one. Now that is the end of your reading. Thank you guys for sticking around for the whole thing. And I really appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for clicking on the video. thank you for allowing yourself to hear the messages. And yeah, I hope you guys have a beautiful rest of your day. For those of you guys who are interested, I would appreciate if you gave this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments down below, okay? And for those of you who feel so called to do so, it's not a necessary, but it would be nice if you guys subscribe to the channel. That would be very kind of you to do. But even if you didn't do that, that doesn't define if you're kind or not. But yes, just if you're interested in the content that I make and you would like to be notified anytime I have another video, because you see, it's not always 100% consistent flow on schedule. So if you'd like to know when the next video comes out, I'd appreciate it if you subscribe. But again, not necessary. And yes, group 1, I hope you guys have a beautiful rest of your day. And I'm sending you guys so much love, so much light. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye, group 1. Hey, group 2. This is your group. If you chose this reddish, black, and gold, coppery seal. This seal, actually, when I was picking out the colors, it made me, the idea, right, made me kind of think of Mars, something about the color scheme. And you're gonna see when we get into your letter that the color of the ink goes quite well with this seal. Yeah, I'm sure I'm filming the group separately from the intro, so I'm sure in the intro I will probably mention that this time around the cards were done, everything was kind of done differently, right? Because I don't know, it's just different. Every time I do one of these readings, everything is done different. This time around it's done very different from how I've done it in the past. Whatever. Let's get into, let's not dawdle too long. I've already pre-shuffled your cards. I have them to the side here. We're going to be doing tarot and oracle cards. Yeah, something also that's unique about this future spouse video love letter message thing is that there are actually multiple songs for each group. Wow, I can speak. But yeah, there are multiple songs for each group. And for those of you who are new to my channel, just a heads up, the way that I get into the letter, I'm going to read it soon, I promise. There's a song and a letter in here, okay? And I kind of already know what the stuff is. I'll be honest with you. Like I said, everything is done differently from before. But for those of you who are new, I read the letter twice, okay, you guys? So I read it once in the beginning with interruptions, with messages, anything that may come through extra in addition to the notes that I got while I was channeling the letters. And then at the end of the reading, I read it through one more time without interruption. So if you wanted to hear the letter without any interruptions from messages or whatever, or my input, then you can hear it again at the end of the reading, okay? So that way it's a little bit more smooth and cohesive for you to hear. So let's get started. Your group is interesting, right? Because you guys have this little chaotic thing happening here. So we're gonna, if I remember, if we're meant to talk about it, we'll talk about it, but I do have something to say about it. But first, let me start with some of the messages that I got. Okay, so I'm looking at my notes. When I got tapped into your person, you guys, it's actually quite interesting because the two shorter letters, or like they're only one page is what I mean by shorter, both of them gave me vibes, okay? So like whenever I tapped into the person, it took me to an atmosphere. It took me to a place. And the moment that we tapped into your person, okay, I was taken into space, you guys, okay? Space. It was so fascinating. So my first note here is meteor in space. So I'm not entirely, I don't recall the terminology, if it would be considered a a meteor, a meteorite, or just an asteroid, you know, when it's in space and it's not like, you know, going to hit something. So I'm not sure what the difference between a meteor, a meteorite, and an asteroid are. I assume one of them is like when it's zooming past, and then another one has like possibly the presence of ice, and then one doesn't. Or I could just be making all this up. Okay, it's been a while since I've learned about this stuff. So, but basically, we'll say meteorite, or meteor, but it's kind of like an asteroid essentially. What I saw, it was like an asteroid in space, but the word meteor was the one that came to mind, and it was so cool, you guys. I was like, wow. Because I love space. So I was like, this is so fascinating. But I truly felt like I was in space, and there was a certain calm, right? Like there was a certain presence. It was like something is present, but not at the same time. Like there you could sense a little bit of the vastness. And yeah, so I think, oh, and I just remembered the contents of your letter. So, funnily enough, I think that it's gonna match with that. So yes, okay, space. So they could be interested in space. Something that I definitely got is they are not from here, okay? As in from Earth. They are one, like I'm getting starseed energy, okay? And I'm sure you guys are probably starseeds too if you're picking up on that. The majority of you could be. I mean, if I'm picking up on that, the majority of you could be. Oh, this is another interesting note. When I was writing the letter, like when I was channeling it through, at some point I smelled freshly cooked corn. So I don't know why. Okay, I don't know why, but I smelled corn. Oh, actually, I just thought of something which is kind of funny. But corn, right? You know how, I mean, you know when aliens, like whenever that stereotypical thing where aliens would come and get cows, you know, whatever, they beam up the cows, for example, right? I just realized too with corn, I know it's not the same, but like those, they're kind of like cornfields in my mind, crop circles, right? The corn kind of made me think of that just now, but when I was channeling it through and I smelled it, I did not make that connection at all. So I don't know, take it if you will. Another thing that I got from your person as well is, okay, so energy is energy, right? Anyone can be watching. I get multiple kinds of people that watch for different orientations when it comes to the type of people that they're interested, like, you know, if they're men, women, whatever, right? So don't take this literally, but the energy that I got from your person kind of was like a stocky, muscly guy. And I'm not saying that that's what they look like at all. It's just there's something about them that was kind of like stout, you know, like for a moment I got a flash of like Fantastic Four. You know those heroes, Fantastic Four? What is that one called? The one that's super muscular? Is it The Thing? That's a really cruel name, but hold on, let me see. Fantastic Four. Who is it? I'm trying to figure out what it's called. Sorry guys, I'm looking it. I know it would have made more sense to look it up beforehand, right? Okay, Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic is the stretchy guy. There's the Invisible Woman, the Human Torch. Oh yeah, it is Thing. It is just Thing, okay? Their grumpy but benevolent friend, a former college football star. Yeah, you see, like this kind of fits the vibe a little bit. Who is very strong and durable and has endurance due to his stone-like flesh. Stone-like flesh, interesting. Like I said, I saw like a space rock, okay? but yes, so we have that. So it kind of made me wonder, right, if they have like an earth ascendant, because something else that comes through for your person, right, the energy, another thing that came through is almost like a groundedness, but at the same time it doesn't feel super earthy, which makes me wonder like if they have earth placements like an ascendant, but then they also have like an air moon or something, right? Because it's like this weird in between. So it feels like they are like their energy is grounded, but it doesn't feel heavy grounded. It doesn't feel like it forces you to ground like deep into the earth, but more of a like your feet are just touching the earth or slightly hovering above it, right? Like, I hope that you guys are getting what I'm saying. I know it's a weird way of saying things, but yes. Another thing that I got during this letter is this kind of goes with like the stocky, muscly guy vibe and the Fantastic Four thing vibe, and the Earth Ascendant vibe, okay? But speaking of vibes, there was a construction worker vibe, okay? Because I kept hearing Wreck-It Ralph in my mind. But yeah, there was a construction worker vibe. So I just want to give the heads up for that too. You guys, you don't have to worry that, oh my goodness, some people may not, they'll be like, I don't want a construction worker. That's okay. I highly doubt that the majority of you are getting an actual construction worker. I think something that can come through is a little bit of like an architect as well. There's somebody that draws up blueprints, like they create structure. They create the foundations to create, that's kind of what the energy is. So that could be them creating things in their life, how they can help somebody create things in their life as well, like how they can help. Wow, I feel like I'm speaking so weird, but yeah, like the way the words are coming out of my mouth is a little odd, but that's okay, whatever. But yes, so yeah, it's not just an actual career choice construction worker, though for a few of you I suppose that could be possible, but for the majority of you I do feel that this is more of a like they're an architect of life, okay? So whatever it is that they do for work or how they help people, it helps it, like they do it through creating structure and foundations for people to be able to have success, and they do that constantly in their life. So I feel like this is a person who's got some great accomplishments under their belt or achievements under their belt, okay? Like I feel like they have built some incredible things in their life, whether it's actual, for the construction or architects, actual structured buildings or whatever, or just things in their life, foundations, career opportunities, stuff like that, okay? I'm gonna start reading your letter, but I do have more things that came through, but let's start with your letter. Oh my goodness. Okay, another thing, and we have your song here, so we'll reveal that afterwards, but another thing, also look at this ink. Isn't it so lovely? I really like this ink. Anytime, I feel like the inks also are significant because this is the first time where I really used different colored inks for each group, and you can see how this wax seal kind of fits this. I specifically chose colors that kind of work together, and then I shuffled the letters partial, whatever, that's not important. Okay, anyway, so what was fascinating about your letter too is automatically the first thing, like I said, I was taken to was into space and that meteor. And I didn't understand it fully at first when I was taken there. I was just like, this is cool. And then I started channeling your letter, and the first thing that it starts out with, you guys, is my star. That's what they call you. Isn't that so cute? But I also want to say that the ink that is used in this letter is an ink that I personally associate with root chakra work and shadow work, okay? So it gives you deep realizations in a way that helps you to be able to actually take them in. So it's almost like there's no defense mechanism here. Excuse me. Yeah, there's no defense mechanism here. It's almost like something is revealed to you and you're in a place of surrender where you're kind of like, okay, I can see that, or I get it. So this is what this ink kind of reminds me of. It's that vibe, because it does have the root chakra aspect, but in addition to giving you security, again, it's almost like this makes me think of the root chakra in a sense of healing and shadow work, unearthing certain aspects of yourself, or getting to the root cause of certain mindsets and trauma-based actions, okay? But yes, okay, let's start your reading. My star. The warmth of your light is something that is a gift for me to uncover. I feel like I get to discover you over and over again. What a privilege. Another thing that I just remembered, your person has a few lines in here, and I know, I'm sorry again, you guys, about the interruptions, but this is the portion of the letter reading with interruptions, okay? If you really want to hear the letter one more time, you can hear it again at the end. But your person, even though this is only a one-page letter, they're very concise with their words. Like it's very meaningful and impactful. Like I feel like your letter is very impactful. Like there are a couple of letters that have 2 pages, but your person, even though it's like they said less words, the words that they said are very significant. And there are some lines in your letter that are like really good one-liners, like they're really good one-liners. So that also makes me think, I have this note here too, I think. I feel like they are somebody who would be into cheesy pickup lines, like basic ones that everybody has heard of, kind of like what is it? Did it hurt? And or does it hurt? And they're like, what are you talking about? It's like, because you fell from heaven. I don't know, something cheesy like that. Like I feel like they would be the kind of person to kind of go for the cheesy pickup lines. And I can see you guys like in those moments kind of rolling your eyes and being like, oh my God. But you can't help but be intrigued by them. So I think that's something that came through with those one-liners. I also feel like they're really good at, this is something for the both of you. You guys are good at giving advice, but you guys are good at giving advice for different things. So say, for example, you could be good at giving like life advice or like emotional advice, and then they're good at giving material world advice. Like I said, there's something about structure and building for them, right? Like an architect, they can lay foundations down for people. Oh, another connection, right? Foundations. So even here with the root chakra, the red that I was saying, unearthing things, this all kind of correlates with that too. Yeah, okay. And the rest of the notes we'll look at after if they come up. So, okay, moving on. Where was I? Okay. I've been making a lot of wishes lately from the universe, and you are, of course, one of them. I'm not sure if now is a time for love in my life, but I've told myself to surrender to the possibilities. I used to be an avoidant type, but I've since learned what it really means to share your thoughts and feelings with others, to share yourself. Another thing that came through is your person is like a rock, okay? They're like, well, with all this root chakra foundation stuff and the meteor, right, or asteroid or whatever, I guess it's kind of a given. But I feel like a lot of people have leaned on them for support, and they have given support for a lot of people, like the sensation of support and stability and like almost like they act like a cover, a roof for a lot of people in their lives. Their family, I feel like, especially coming through here, and the people that they care about. And there was something else here. Yeah, so I think that's one of the reasons here why they were an avoidant type when it came to love, is because whenever they love, they feel this need to take on a certain kind of a responsibility over the person that they love, right? And it was, yeah, it's like they already had that with their family and the people that were dearest to them and closest to them. So I feel like in connections they had in the past, they're not like this anymore, but kind of a little bit of a toxic trait of looking for partners where they wouldn't have to be as responsible. Like it was like they were looking for lighthearted connections, but they never felt 100% satisfied. You know, like maybe when they were younger, it was fun for like a second, but it's not satisfying. It's not fulfilling for them. They were looking for lighthearted connections because of this, how serious they take connections, you know, and anytime they look for something lighthearted or easy, it was just, there was no depth to it. And they want to be able to feel this, like they're in a place now. They say that they're not ready for love, but that's not necessarily the case. That's why even here, right, they said like that they're open to surrendering to the possibilities. And it's not that they're not ready. They just said that maybe it's not the time for it. But I feel like it is something that they actually really, truly want. Yeah, I'll end that part there. But, and I've been making a lot of wishes lately from the universe, and you're, of course, one of them. That also, I remember making a note for this too. And it felt like there's somebody who is into manifestation and the law of attraction. But initially I wanted to write down The Secret, and I kind of heard like, The Secret is not 100% accurate. And for those of you who don't know, The Secret is a book. They turned it into a movie as well, where they talk about the law of attraction and manifestation. So it's kind of like they believe in the law of attraction and manifestation, but it doesn't feel like there's as much energy with The Secret, right? It's like they're not obsessed with The Secret. They're just into the tool that it has talked about. So, because there are some people who will be like, oh, The Secret is incredible, as opposed to just focusing on the fact that, yeah, this is just about manifestation, right? So, okay, moving on. I've had some heartaches in the past, but that was because I was so scared of love back then that I attracted in all the wrong kinds of people. Thankfully, I'm not like that anymore, and I can actually sit in a room all by myself and not judge myself for having human emotions. With this human emotions part, this is another thing that makes me feel, again, like they are star seeds, and you can see how you can start to sense how much pressure they put on themselves of what it is to have, like, because this is somebody who understands responsibility, okay? And this is somebody who, when it comes to physical needs and material needs, have put others before themselves. Like I said, there's a vibe of they could be taking care, they could take care of their family or whatever it may be, but their emotional needs were not necessarily met. And it was, again, something that, yeah, I feel like we're going to see more of this in the cards, but even here they mention, right, they've attracted the wrong kinds of people, and they were scared of love, and it was because this was going to be a big commitment, right? If they already take responsibility for people in their life that are family and friends, for having somebody who's supposed to be such a romantic partner, again, because they take these things so seriously, it was something that they were scared of, because they're like, well, now I'm going to be dedicating my life and committing to this person and protecting them at all costs and all of this stuff. And I think again, it's like they weren't necessarily ready for that, and they needed to learn how to put their emotional needs first as well before getting into a commitment like that, right? Because if you get into a commitment with someone where you prioritize their material security and needs before your emotional needs, then that's not really a healthy dynamic. And it leads to a lot of self-neglect. I mean, the dynamic itself is a dynamic of self-neglect, right? So that was one of the reasons why they were afraid of love in the past. Again, I feel like they've overcome this quite a lot. This is like past energy, and they mentioned that it's the past. And with the heartbreak, it also feels like it was somebody that actually somebody that it was meant to be a light relationship, right? Like they were looking for people like that, whether it was conscious or subconscious. I think at some point it became subconscious, but it started out as a conscious choice, and then it turned into a pattern. And so once they got into the mindset that they were looking to finally have something more serious, and they attracted in people that were, you know, similar to what they were doing to kind of avoid it, that's when that heartbreak happened. Yeah. There are so many lights on earth and so many stars in the sky, but you shine brightest. You're like a beacon of hope for me. I like how delicate and sensitive you are. I think it adds to your charm. To all those who don't get it, back off. Okay? I know there's a pause with every paragraph, you guys, and I apologize for that, but this is the portion with the reading. But yes, so the back off is in all caps here, and the energy that came through with that was so strong. Like, this person is going to be defending you. You're going to feel like this person is your security blanket. Like, they are always going to be covering your back. And I feel like this is going to be super important for you guys, because you were used to relying on your own sense of security or having to be that for yourself. So having someone come into your life and literally defend you, like, I feel like this person they are not okay with anyone talking poorly about you, even your family, okay? Like, you'll have to be there to be like, calm down, don't say anything. If like your grandma comes in and makes a judgment about you, right? And maybe that's just part of your culture or the dynamic of the family or whatever, right? This person is not going to sit for it. He's going to be like, well, I like this about group 2, you know, or whatever it may be. Like, they're polite and they know how to treat people with respect, and especially elders and all of that. But it feels like when it comes to you guys, there's no filter there of politeness. Okay. And that's another thing that came through for them too, is they're a little brash. Is that the word? Brash? Is that even a real word? Am I like, hold on, brash? 1 second. Brash. Self-assertive in a rude, noisy, or overbearing way. Okay, maybe not brash. Maybe not as intense as that, but there's another word for it. Like, they're a little, you know, like a Brillo pad. Okay, they're not like, when you take a Brillo pad and it's fresh, they don't feel very uncomfortable, right? Like, it's okay. It's not soft. It's not like cozy to hold in your hand, but it's even more prickly and stuff on the inside, right? Because it's like steel mesh to clean surface, like metals, like stainless steel and stuff. So yeah, they kind of make me think of that. Like, that's how they are when they speak. They're just kind of abrupt. They'll tell you how things are. You guys, again, are the exception. I feel like that's their way of speaking. It's kind of like to the point, right? They don't see, it doesn't make sense to kind of tiptoe around things. So they'll be very direct. And I think it's going to be refreshing for you guys as well by the time that you meet them, because you're just going to want somebody who tells it to you straight. Yeah, that's okay. That was the note there. Let me go back to my actual notes. Sorry, guys, I do have a lot of notes. That's why I keep going back and forth. There's so much I want to learn about you. What was your life like? Who was your first love? What did you look like as a child? Most people don't look at me and think that I'd be interested in things like these. Oh my goodness. I think I sometimes seem unapproachable though. I am a real softie inside. I know for a fact when we first met, you didn't know that I liked you back then. Okay, actually, they want me to rephrase that. I know for a fact that when we first met, you didn't know that I liked you back then. So, yes, okay. The whole unapproachable thing. That's what I'm saying. It's almost like, you know, people would be intimidated by the Thing character from Fantastic Four, okay? And they would be intimidated by like somebody who's like bulky and muscly and all of this stuff, right? So it feels like there's something about your person in their physical appearance that is kind of intimidating. I mean, they say it themselves, right? But there's something there, like this person is not your regular type. That being said, I don't feel like you guys are going to be unattracted to them. That's not the case at all. So the examples that I'm giving, don't take them as actual visuals, okay? Because it's just supposed to portray an essence of the energy of what is actually the case for them, okay? So like their actual dynamic, their actual looks and all of that. So they're not going to give me too much insight on actual physical appearances, and that's most likely because I'm not a big fan of doing physical appearances in such general pick a card readings, because then people are going to be searching for that, you know? So that's something that I'm personally not as big of a fan of doing, but sometimes something will come through very strongly and I'll mention it. So again, the stockiness is not a physical appearance thing, though I do feel like they could have a little bit more of a stronger build. Like I said, Earth sign ascendant came to mind. And when I say stronger, I genuinely mean stronger, right? Like there's something that comes through about your person that has to do with strength. So I don't know if they work out or if they have like a hobby that uses their hands. Like I just saw like a blacksmith, kind of like somebody that hammers at something. So maybe they like to do woodwork. Like there's something like that. Like they create with their hands. But yes, and here it says that you definitely didn't know that they liked you, and I agree with that, again, because they're not, I don't know, something about them, they're very good at not making people feel uncomfortable. So, and what I mean by that is it's like through communication, right? When someone is talking to them, like maybe their visuals, like the way that they appear physically can seem intimidating to people, but once you start talking to them, you know, they have a level of self-awareness, and once you start talking to them, you can feel this presence that they have, right? And it seems as though people start to get like more open up or comfortable around them the moment they talk to them. So, and not everyone is going to be intimidated by them. I think they may, like in business, whatever they have is great. In romance, unless, you know, it's somebody who's into money or like using people or whatever, you know, somebody who's just into fun or whatever, I think, I don't know, they're telling me not to talk too much about it, so that's okay. But yeah, there's something about their appearance that you're not going to know that they like you. at first, even though for them it's like instant, like instantly they're gonna fall for you guys. Like the moment they see you, they're like, that's my person, right? There's this recognition. But for you guys, and I actually think that this is refreshing, right? Because for you, maybe you were the type of person who in the past would really wonder, like, is this my person, or is this my person, with a lot of people that you've encountered, right? There's always like this hint of potential. So the fact that your actual person you just kind of dismiss is kind of hilarious. Yeah, you're just gonna be like, I don't know, I don't feel like I'm their type, you know. I think that's gonna be the thing that you're saying. It's not so much that you're worried that they're not your type. It's like, I mean, I don't think that they would be into somebody like me. So you just completely dismiss it. And like I said, the way that they talk, the way that they communicate, there's like this presence. There's, again, since they have this energy of security, or safety, right? Like they help people feel comfortable in that way. Once they start talking to people, I feel like because it comes across as friendly and just this is their regular way of speaking, and then on top of that you assume that they're not your type, that you're not their type, I think that's what's going to lead to you just being like not having any clue that they like you. But they do, you know. Okay, back to your letter. Some people look at our life like a movie. Exactly. Yeah, actually your life is kind of like, that's what I'm saying. The dynamic is kind of like something you'd see in a movie. It's kind of cute. So let me read that again. Some people look at our life like a movie, and honestly, I feel like a rom-com could be made about us. We're a very much opposites attract kind of love story. Maybe we should reach out to Lifetime. And for those of you guys who are not from the States, Lifetime is like a television channel, or broadcast, I don't know, they're a channel on TV. And they make these really sappy movies, okay? So, and they're always, no offense, Lifetime, but the quality is not that great. The script is not that great. Like, people know this to be like either Christmas, most of the time it's rom-coms, right? Like sappy stuff and a little poorly done, but they are a guilty pleasure for many people. So yes. Okay. I'm going to read that sentence again. Maybe we should reach out to Lifetime. You have a heart as deep and pure as the ocean, and I can't wait to dive into your tender, loving sea. Love, your rock. And let me tell you, you guys have such an original intro and outro to your letter. I had never started a letter with something like my star. And that got me giddy. I was like, oh my goodness, this is so cute. Wow. And then when they ended it with love, your rock, again, this just made me think of like a football player, you know, or like the Thing from Fantastic Four, or like that stocky, muscular construction worker, or like Wreck-It Ralph. Not Wreck-It Ralph, you know, Wreck-It Ralph was just something I heard. I didn't really visualize him. But, you know what I mean? Like, it's just funny to me. Like, it makes me think of this, like, bulky, muscular thing. Like, I'm your rock, you know? But it's also funny because, and I'm not saying that they look like this at all. It's just the vibe, okay? There's something about it in their energy. And I think that they could have this kind of like you know, maybe they walk with their chest out and like they are muscular, you know, like so there's something about it. Another thing that I thought was kind of funny with your rock is, remember, like I said, in the beginning, the first thing that I saw was like space and a meteor / asteroid / space rock. So I think that's interesting too. Let me read out the other notes that I did not mention. Oh yes, okay. So while I was channeling your letter, I was sighing / yawning a lot. And when that happens, it's kind of like releasing energy or trying to kind of clear energy, or the energy is heavy, and the energy did feel quite dense and heavy. So it made me think of, I feel like this person is going to trigger you guys to heal. So remember how I mentioned this ink color makes me think of healing as well, like shadow work and stuff. I feel like this person, their stability and their constant support for you and being in your corner is going to trigger you. And it's not in a bad way. It's just, it's going to show you where you have where you have neglected yourself, or where you have gotten used to being alone, and like the parts of you that kept you in that state. You know, like maybe you've gotten better at allowing people to support you and help you, because again, like I said, it's like a habit, right? Once you feel like once you start doing all this stuff for yourself, because maybe you don't rely on the people in your life to do it the right way, or to actually do it right, or have that consistency or follow through, and you just rely on yourself, and it adds this aspect of control as well, you know, it turns into a habit. So I feel like this person is going to be there, like, you don't have to do this all the time. You don't have to carry the groceries all the time. You don't have to do the laundry by yourself all the time, or be the person to do the laundry all the time. Or you don't have to worry about doing your laundry. You know, if I'm doing laundry, like I can do both of our laundry, that's fine. Or if I have no laundry and you're the only one who has laundry, I can still do your laundry. That's fine. You know, like this is the kind of person that your person is. They're like, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, let me help you. I can do it. You know, you don't have to be the one to do it all. Even if it's just something for you and not for our relationship, I can do it for you. That's fine. I'm hearing the bare minimum. You know, a lot of these things that your person considers the bare minimum, and that's because they're somebody who, when they show up for someone, it's like they cover them. I'm seeing like literally a roof that bends forward, or like a tarp on a tent, right? When you put a tarp on top of a tent so that it protects the tent from rain. It's like that. It's like you guys are the tent, and you're used to being the tent for the people inside. So your person is coming in, and they are now the tarp that is outside of the tent. So you guys are used to being the shelter or whatever. And it wasn't something that you always wanted to be. It's just, again, life situations, responsibilities, the way it happens. You care about people too, right? But now you have someone who literally kind of slips on top of you and acts like that protection for you. Right? So, yeah, I feel like in that sense, they will be triggering to you guys a little bit. And it's a good kind of triggering, because this is going to be leading to a lot of healing. And it's not like you guys are going to be having massive arguments. I feel like if anything, you guys can be a little bit like, okay, I just need my space. Can you just give me some space? And your person is like, okay, but it's like they keep coming up as a constant, and you are used to fickleness. So that fickleness gave you some independent, like there's a level of independence that you got from it, you know? So like loving to you enjoy your own company, right? Because you got used to your own company from the fickleness. So now that this person, when they say I'm here, they're actually there. Sometimes it gets a little annoying. You're kind of like, okay, thank you for being here, but can you be somewhere else? Oh, that sounds so bad. And then it's like the higher version of you is like, well, you know what, group 2, we want them to be here though. We deserve them to be here. We want them to be here. And it's not really kind to just tell them to, you know, go somewhere else. But then the ego part of you is like, I'm used to doing everything on my own. Why are you constantly here? Is the part that is a little triggered, you know? But I feel like you guys are going to manage it well. Your person is really caring and understanding. I think the key here is just going to be communication. Just like your person says it how it is and is kind of like abrupt when it comes to their messages and they're like no BS. I feel like they're expecting that level of communication from you guys, but you may not always be used to communicating your needs and wants and all of this, right? Like maybe you need some space right now because this is the best way for you to function and kind of get your creativity back or feel like yourself again, right? Because that's how you're used to connecting with yourself. But if you just say that to them, they'll be like, totally cool. Here you go for it, your space, you know? As opposed to just getting triggered. I feel like the people you've encountered in the past, they wouldn't understand you when you communicated anyway. Not really. Like they wouldn't fully get you, right? Because they're only seeing what you're saying from their perspective, from their capability of understanding that for themselves. So this person gets you. Your person gets you. They understand you. So that's why it's not going to be futile to communicate with them. It's not going to be like pointless to explain what's going on because they're going to get it. You don't have to over explain. Like they're going to understand, or they'll ask you one question or one to two questions to follow up to see that they got it clearly, so that they're like, okay, for the future I know that we can do this, you know. And I feel like for you guys it can just be that's the trigger essentially. Okay, that's the main part. Okay, let me see what else we've got here. Oh, another thing, your person has such a deep admiration for you. That was another thing that came through very strongly. It's like the sense of admiration. Yeah, they see you guys in a very, I mean, look at all the times that they've called you like a light and a star, right? And a gift. They see you in such a high light. They truly admire you. It's really like they are looking up at the sky, at the stars, and seeing you guys, you know? Let me see what else we've got here. Yeah, their presence. There's something about their energy that brings people into focus, that brings people into the present. Again, it's that grounding, stability kind of thing that we talked about earlier. Also, they're not as talkative at times, but they like to hear you talk, which I think is good for you guys, because something that's really important for you is being heard and seen, and this person gives you that. And also, yeah, like they've got space earth kind of energy. Oh, this also came through an idea. It's almost like something about them feels like they kind of observe you. It's the same thing with them being a little less talkative, but they like to hear you talk. Something about them feels very observant, and they like to observe you. They like to watch you. So they like to, like, for example, if you are the earth and they are that meteor in space, or kind of like the presence of space, something about it, it's like they like to observe you. Because the earth looks so beautiful and colorful and warm, you know, something about that. So they like to watch you guys. Okay. They just like to watch you. Yeah. Like you guys bring them joy and peace, so they like to watch you. Okay, and then a couple of songs came up. One of them is, and I know we haven't even gotten to your song, but hold on, let me see. Let me find the name of this song really quickly, 1 second. It's lyrics now. No. Okay, it's called Then by Brad Paisley. That's the name of the song, so you can look it up, see the full lyrics if you'd like to. But the line that kept coming through was, now you're my whole life, now you're my whole world. And then fast forward a little bit, and I thought I loved you then. And this song is really about, this person is talking about how they they thought that they loved you, and then time has gone by and it's like something new has happened, or you did something new, or there's this new milestone in your life, and they're like, wow, I thought that I loved you to the most extent that I could, but I love you even more now than before. And it's like every single time it's this like, I didn't think I could love more than this, but you just keep outdoing yourself, essentially. You know, I keep falling more and more in love with you. Like, I thought that I was at my max, and now I'm at this new high of being in love with you. So it's very sweet. And then the other song is called Universe. One second. Who's the artist? My Universe, is it? Sorry, guys. I I thought that I prepared well enough, but you know, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've done these, and I'm surprised actually at how much of your messages came through from just the letter. Yes, okay, the song is called Universe by Hudson Moore. Moore. Universe. Hudson. Yeah. And this is a really sweet song too. In this song, I would recommend like looking at the lyrics, you guys. In this song, this person talks about how it's also kind of a space song, actually. You know, they mention a lot of space things. Yeah, and I think it's cute. Like they just basically talk about how it's so magical that somebody so incredible, like whoever the song is about, just fell into their life when they're so great and there's so many possibilities in life and the world, and it's like, but you came to me somehow. I don't get it, but thank you, God, for that. Kind of like that. So it's a sweet song. Okay, now your actual song. So this song, when I was doing the shuffle and it came out, I knew that it was going to be for your group. I just knew it. And it, yeah. Okay. It's called Star by Seo In-guk and Jung So-min. So it's a Korean song. I have pulled up the translated lyrics, okay? I'm gonna... Oh, no! No! It disappeared. Okay, so just know, I'm gonna read you... Oh, man, that sucks. Okay. Because there are English translations, and I have 2 of them pulled up. It's just the English translations, they're not exact. They're like a little up to the interpreter. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna read you what it says here. But okay, I'll read you the English translations because I'm not gonna redo the translation again. Okay, 1 second. Let me pull it up. Okay, guys, I was gonna read you the translated version where it was pre-translated online, but I was not liking it, so I did it all again. Okay, I Google translated the actual lyrics. It's still gonna be a little choppy and weird because, you know, it's a direct translation kind of ish, so but it's about the essence, right? Okay. So again, the song is called Star, and these are the lyrics. Can I reach it? Can you see me? You look like a warm star to me in the cold. I know we're starting from one. It's a fate that started. You can't see the stars in the sky. Star, my star, living in me. It's good to have just 2 people in the dark night. Let's close eyes together. Star, we can feel it. It will make us breathe. Okay. This translation feels different from the first one. But basically, in this part of the song, essentially what they're saying is, you know, this is a star that you can't necessarily see in the night sky, but the star that's shining bright, it's like a star that's shining bright, but within your person, right? It's interesting because they mentioned something about your warmth here too, the warmth of your light. And in this song, they say, you look like a warm star to me in the cold. And can I reach it? They mean as in like, are you like, can I reach you, right? Can you see me? With the, you can't see the stars in the sky, again, I already mentioned that, I think. It's good to have just two people in the dark. Let's close our eyes together. And that's essentially, it's kind of like a, it's nice to be able to just be just the two of you in the whole night sky, you know? And something about being together helps you to feel like you can actually breathe. It's one love. It's like the two of us coming together. I feel like I can finally breathe now. You know, it's like I was one lung and you were the other, and I can function without you, but with you it's so much easier. Light, you are the light that shines warmly. Light, my light, makes me breathe. Okay, weird translation part again. It's not the same as the first time. I don't know what happened to that translation, but whatever. Light, you are the light that shines warmly. Light, my light, makes me breathe. You who will brighten up on a dark day. Let's close eyes together. Let's close our eyes together. Okay. Star, let's close. Okay, basically, again, it's just a reiteration, like you are this beautiful, warm light, and they feel like they can breathe. You know, like I said in the beginning, or not in the beginning, but I said it before we started getting into the songs. Your person feels like you bring them peace, you know, and warmth, and they love just watching you and observing you, right? So it's the same thing. It's like you brighten up their day just by being in their life. They love your energy. They love your presence. And let's close eyes together. It's kind of, it's essentially like, let's just kind of relax together, be together, entwine together. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry about the weird translation, you guys, but the concept is cute. Okay. Oh, actually, and there's one more song. So each group got 2 official songs. And your other official song was it's not this. Where be you? I had them all like pulled up, and oh, here it is. Okay. Your other song is Forest by Fancy Hagood. And the lyrics are, they don't see you the way I do. For them, it's black and white. For us, it's technicolor. Watching eyes on your every move. They'll tell you who to be because they don't know the other side. The wild in your eyes, that thing that only you can recognize. I'll meet you in the forest. I'll meet you where the wild things grow, and we can go exploring underneath the midnight glow. Let the darkest of nights ease your mind, free your soul. I'll meet you in the forest. Let's let this wild thing grow. In your eyes, I see evergreen and fields of marigolds like they go on forever. When we're there, you and I are kings. There's no one else to please, so darling, don't you ever go. Thinking no one cares. Just call my name and anytime you're scared. It's in your heart, in your mind. It's every day, it's every night, it's anywhere and everywhere you are, where you are. I'll meet you in the forest. I'll meet you where the wild things grow. And then it just keeps repeating that. And we can go exploring underneath the midnight glow. Let the darkest of nights ease your mind, free your soul. I'll meet you in the forest. Let's let this wild thing grow. Okay. So as I was reading that, I kind of also smelled ylang ylang essential oil too. Yeah, very pleasant. But in this song, you see they also mention the night and space is kind of dark, and the first song mentions the night, and even here it's like just the two of you. Same thing in this first song, they were mentioning the two of you, right, in the dark. The two of you, like it's like you face everything together, you know, and there's this essence of camaraderie, like you are my person. There is this essence to it. I know this is your person, but like you feel it. You feel you are my person. When the two of you are together, it's like you can do any, you have your own little ecosystem, your own little world. You just enjoy spending time with just the two of you. Triggers aside and whatever that I mentioned, you know, that's more like technical stuff. But when it comes to just being in each other's company, I feel like there's so much peace that comes to the both of you. Yeah. And again, they come through with letting you know like that they're going to be there to support you with this. And even in the beginning, they say they don't see you the way I do. For them, it's black and white. For us, it's technicolors. Watching eyes on your every move. They'll tell you who to be because they don't know the other side, right? So even here, it's like if somebody's got a problem with these parts of you, it's like your person is like, forget them. Like I actually heard the F word, you know, F them, you know, forget them, like screw them, whatever. Yeah. It's like they're like, you just continue to be the wonderful you, and I'm gonna be right here by your side, and we're gonna go off and do all of these fun things and just be happy to be together and experience and live life, you know. Forget them. Like again, I'm hearing F them. I don't give a shish kebab. They're not saying shish kebab. That's my filtering. But yes, okay. Well, the letter portion of your reading was so long. I'm really hoping that this is not going to turn into a 2-hour reading for each group. But I feel like what we're going to see in the cards is probably going to reiterate your letter a lot. So yeah, let me set your letter to the side. And like I said, you guys, I will read it once again at the end. Okay, so do not worry about that. I forgot to ring the singing bowl for you. Oh my goodness. Wow, it's been a while. The fact that I forgot to ring the singing bowl, that's a little sad. Okay, let's get into your cards. We've got, wow, starting off quite interestingly, we have the 9 of Swords. Okay. We have the King of Pentacles. Actually, this one came out first. We have the King of Pentacles, the 9 of Swords. I know it came out first because when it flew out of the deck, it flipped. So, okay. Oh, yes, the order is not. Okay, then we have the Hermit, another 9. So 2 9s so far. The Hermit, the 6 of Cups, the Empress. You see how we were talking about worlds and like the world is in her belly. Then we have the Hanged Man, the Ace of Cups, the 7 of Pentacles, the 4 of Swords. Interesting cards. Yeah, you can see that. I'm just checking to make sure you guys can see everything. Temperance. Right? 13 is death. Yeah, Temperance. Okay. We also have afterlife, which is the equivalence of the Fool. Oh, soulmates. Awakening, which is the equivalence of judgment. And I'll save the oracle cards for after. Okay, and then we've got the fox, fish, and silence. Okay. All right, you guys, give me a moment to see what I'm seeing. So first thing, right straight off the bat. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention, maybe I did, I don't recall, but your person, remember, energy is energy. It's not saying what gender they are or whatever, but your person has a very masculine energy. So your person of all the groups had the most masculine presence, and it feels like a divine masculine, healthy kind of presence. Not, yeah, it feels like a very healthy divine masculine presence. So there are different forms of a masculine energy, but theirs feels like a higher version of a masculine energy, just like there's higher versions of feminine. Yeah, so that's something I wanted to know. But yes, okay, the King of Pentacles coming out as the first card for introducing your person, I think goes perfectly with that letter. Again, it's like they've created something for themselves. We've already talked about this structure and how they build with their hands, right? They're holding with their hand in their lap this coin, and I feel like they've already kind of established themselves in their career, in their material world a little bit, and in their place in society. Yeah. Like I just heard materially, I'm good, you know, like I just heard that. So they've kind of established themselves in that regard. But we already knew that, right? Because a lot of the information about your person came through for the letter portion. Now, I'm actually very curious about the 9 of Swords, the 4 of Swords, the Hermit. There's a lot of the Hanged Man, even the 7 of Coins. There's this like a waiting energy and a lot of isolation that's coming through here. So give me another second, guys. I feel like your person is a little bit lonely. Yeah, your person seems to be a little bit lonely. I want to reference the letter again. There's something that they mentioned, and I just want to check on that. Yeah, they say, I've been making a lot of wishes lately from the universe, and you, of course, are one of them. So I feel like the Hermit is them kind of sitting with themselves and understanding what they want. Because like I said, when it came to romantic love and their emotional aspect, that was like, maybe you guys have a very rich emotional inner world. You know, because they mentioned the opposites attract. So, and you guys have been working on your material, and for them it's the opposite, right? So they have been working on their emotional, because if you see like the distress in these cards and the rest, the needing rest here, these are swords. This doesn't really know so much about emotions, but you have this new beginning with the Ace of Cups, this introduction to their emotions, right? The Hanged Man, it's also kind of feeling tied. So yeah, in the letter, again, I already read that part. I feel like even when they mentioned, I'm not sure if now is the time for love in my life, but I told myself to surrender to the possibilities. Now, this also kind of feels like it's clicking on another level, because it's making me feel as though, because they've been having this isolation and they've been going through this, I think they're thinking like, wow, I really have some stuff to work on within myself. So, I mean, I'm not going to go necessarily seeking out love, but if you appear in front of them, then it's because it's meant, you know. But yeah, it's like, I think there's this aspect of, I'm not going to go seeking it out right this second, because like I just realized how much I've neglected the inside me, you know. Yeah, it's like they're dealing with all the emotions that they had ignored or pushed back before. And I feel like you guys actually would have already gone through this. That's what I'm saying. It's like emotionally you guys are good. Oh, I should put the letter back. Let me respect your letter. Okay, I think the bird is throwing me off, so I'll put it over here. Let me respect your letter and put it back into the right place, the proper place. But yeah, I feel like they're kind of, even with this Four of Swords, you see, they're needing rest, but it's almost like, I want to sleep, but the sun is shining brightly. Okay, like it's like that. But meanwhile, at night, I can't sleep. So I'm not saying that they actually are having issues with sleeping properly. I just think that they start thinking more, and they want to give themselves rest, but there is a little bit of conflict here. I'm not gonna lie. They're going through a little bit of a rough patch. This isn't something that they would show to you, because like I said, for them, they take responsibility. Like they take on responsibility. And I feel like that you're no stranger to that, because I think that's an aspect of where you guys are very similar. It's you take on responsibility too. So they take on responsibility, and they wouldn't want you to see. It's not that they would want to hide this from you. It's just they wouldn't want to burden you with something that they feel they need to deal with inside, right? But I feel like you guys would feel that same way with other aspects where you wouldn't want to burden them. So this is where you guys can help each other. I almost feel like when you meet, they're not going to be 100% fully out of this stage. And that's because you're meant to help them deal with that. You're meant to help them see that their emotions are not a burden to the people who care about them. And if somebody truly cares about them, then they're definitely not going to be a burden. You know, that they don't have to always be this suit of armor, right? That's just hollow on the inside, because the inside is reserved for whoever it is that they're protecting. So they're saying, fill out your own suit of armor. That's not they're saying, you're saying that, right? You're like, you can fill out your own suit of armor. You guys, your connection is so sweet. I just want to say it is so sweet. It is based off of friendship and support. Your inner children, like the inner child within both of you, get along so well. There is this purity and innocence, and they mention in their letter as well that they are they're actually a softie on the inside, even though people may be intimidated by them, and sometimes initially they're actually quite soft on the inside. And it's like you guys also have this sensitive aspect, so it's two pure sensitive souls coming together, which is so sweet. There is a note that I forgot to mention that I made for your group as well. Your person, something that came through as well, is they want to make a change in the world. Like they want to make a difference in the world, a positive impact in the world. They are a light worker too. It's just their approach is from more of a divine masculine way of it, whereas you would be, more of, I guess you would, again, regardless of gender, be more of the divine feminine, because if they're playing into one side a little bit more, you're going to play into the other a little bit more naturally. And I think you're drawn to, like, it's just something that's already determined. It's not because they're this way, you're this way. Okay, we're gonna move on from that. But basically, yes, this relationship has a very strong foundation of soul family, soul friends, and actual friendship. It's like, yeah, they feel very loved, nourished, and taken care of by you. And they want to be, like, there's this essence of ride or die, but both of you guys are like that for each other. Yeah. It's like both of you are the man and both of you are the dog. And both of you are this little boy and both of you are the puppy. Like, it's that vibe. It's like they are the man and you are the puppy for them, but it's exactly the same for you. Like, they are the puppy for you and you are the man in this image, right? Same thing with the boy. It's like you guys are both of those things to each other, which is quite sweet. Again, with this Empress card, and remember I pointed out the whole world thing, they like watching you guys, okay? They get a certain peace from watching you. Like, it's almost like this moon in the distance watching like the earth, right? So they truly enjoy watching you. It brings peace to them. They like to see you get ready in the morning. I think there's something about it that just makes them feel like, wow, this person is in my life. I have this person. The amount of support that you feel in this connection is just absolutely beautiful. And it's tremendous. And it's for the both of you because they're strong, but you are also strong too. So they're not used to having somebody who will also have their back. Okay. But like I said, these cards kind of talk about the same image that we already talked about here. Oh, and the Temperance. The Temperance is that balance. So that's going into what I just mentioned as well. But I feel like your person is having a lot of alone time right now. Yeah. They're having a lot of alone time, which is not characteristic, like that's out of character for them. They're usually surrounded by people. But, oh, didn't they mention that in their letter? Sorry, let's get back into the letter. Let me see. I'm just skimming through it. 1 second. I had some heartbreak in the... Oh, hold on. I've been making a lot of wishes lately for you. Love what I told myself to strangers. I could have sworn they mentioned it. But I guess not. Yeah, I guess not. It almost feels like they mentioned being alone or having had spent time alone in their letter, but I couldn't find it just now. But yes, oh, something that I did skim through there, that reminded me of something was when they were asking you, like, what were you like as a kid, all of this stuff. Like, they want to know everything about you. Again, there's this deep sense of admiration, which it's actually quite sweet, you know. It's not suffocating. It doesn't, like, nothing about their energy is suffocating. It's almost like the only triggering thing that, like I said, that really comes through is them just always being, like, their energy stably being present. And because you guys are not used to that, that can sometimes be a little triggering. Because you're used to like a flame that flickers in and out, but they're like a constant fire, you know? And you're like, okay, yes, I can always see brightly, you know, this candle that flickered in and out, I couldn't see much. But now this flame is burning brightly and I can see everything. That's great and all, but like, sometimes I actually enjoy sometimes having it a little dark, you know? So because I got used to having to have it a little dark every once in a while. So yeah, that's kind of that. Let me see what else I'm getting here. So I'm glad the card portion is not too long because like I said, I had a feeling since we had so much channeling from your letter that the cards may not be too in depth. You guys are a unique group. Soulmates, right? This speaks for itself. Soul family, soulmates. What's interesting also is that you have afterlife and awakening. So I think that's a fascinating thing, and it's Uranus and Pluto. These are outer planets. So this is the Fool and Judgment. So Judgment, okay, I'm not going to take this as judgment. I'm taking it as the word awakening. And this is really about a new beginning or a fresh start. So okay, I got it. These are new cards, you guys. This is my first time using them. I bought them and then they were just sitting around since I haven't been doing videos for some time. So that's why I was like, we're working it together. But yes, I got it. This is you guys, the soulmates card, right? And one of you comes in with this energy and the other one comes in with this energy. It's like you are going to be, yeah, okay. I need another second. Hold on. It was there and then it was gone. What's interesting is that it's the same star here and here. This one is kind of like that pentacle, like that coin. And then this one is like in the higher chakras. And then it's that same star here and here too with the string attaching them. So I feel like the afterlife card is your person and the awakening card is you guys. And this is essentially like the Fool, right? So this is your person's new beginning. You guys are also, again, it's like parallels, mirroring, and all this stuff too. But you guys are also having a new beginning, but it feels like your person is really coming in with new beginning vibes. Or normally your person would be the new beginning vibes. Yeah, this is hard. This is hard because, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I feel like there could be cross-watching in this video because there's one other group where it felt like they were messages to each other, which is the first time that something like that happened in one of my soulmate reading videos. So it could be like you guys, maybe some of you are cross-watching where you chose a group that you felt was like a message to your person, and then a group that is actually the message from your person. And it's just your energies are hard to separate. And it's not to say that you guys are clinging to each other or anything like that. It's just there are certain similarities or parallels between you that it's a little hard, right? And I've never really experienced that to my recollection. But it's the same thing with how the Six of Cups, oh, this is actually also a soulmate card, so that's cute. But it's the same way as how this Six of Cups, I was saying, it's like both of you guys are the man and both of you guys are the golden retriever or the dog, and both of you are the kid and both of you are the puppy. It's like you are this for them and they are this for you. It's like you guys play the same role in each other's lives in both dynamics. So it's a little confusing, and I was having this issue with, like I said, the two letters as well. There were two letters. This is one of them, and then there was one other one, which I won't say because I don't want to preemptively guide you somewhere that maybe you weren't initially guided to. But yeah, it was very confusing and hard for me to differentiate. And I was like, Milka, what's wrong? Why is it so hard for you to just choose? And then I understood afterward, it's like, oh, because they're so intertwined that, like, energetically. And I feel like you guys are energetically, you guys are together already. In the 5D, you guys have been together. So it's only gotten stronger. So it's a little hard to differentiate. So it's the same thing here. It's like both of you are the afterlife card and both of you are the awakening. And your person normally has this, the afterlife card is actually making me think of the King of Pentacles. Right? It's making me think of like it's making me think of the Ace of Pentacles. And the awakening card is making me think of somebody who is in their higher chakras. So it's like normally your person would be this like material world stability with the Ace of Pentacles, and then you would be the person who has this like higher knowledge and wisdom, more spiritually inclined, right? More intuitive, in the stereotypical sense of the manner, right? And again, like if you look at this soulmates card, there's like a figure 8 here, the way this string entwines them, and it's like you guys switch when you encounter each other. You're gonna be having a little bit more structure and foundation in your material world, and they're going to be coming from a little bit more of a higher higher knowledge kind of a thing. They're a little bit more detached because they've been in this like hermit mode, this ascension mode. And your ascension had to do with like a physical, material world upgrade. So it's like you guys kind of put on each other's shoes when you encounter each other. It's not to say that, again, like I said, they're not going to be completely in the clear when they encounter you. And you're going to, this doesn't mean that you're going to have everything mastered. It's just like in the material world, you guys just start kind of, I don't know, somewhere in the beginning parts where you started this chapter. After you kind of settled in it a little bit with yourselves, this new chapter, that's kind of when you encounter each other, it feels like. Yeah, and then we've got Fox, Fish, and Silence. I feel like I need to leave these cards here and then put out the oracle cards, so I'm going to do that really quickly. I feel like these need to stick around for now. Where did I put this? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. And all this stuff that I was saying, by the way, about you guys with the mirroring, but also like being each other. I just looked on the bottom of the deck, and the card that you guys have here is the Self. And there's a mirror, and it's like, that's both of you guys for each other. But yes, okay. Give me 1 second. Let me just bring out the other cards really quickly. Oh, you also, oh my goodness, that freaked me out. The world. There was a dust that moved. Oh, that's something I want to mention too. I feel like when they come across, oh, and then you have the 10 of Cups on the bottom. That's cute. But I feel like when you guys encounter each other, I feel like that's something that you may have a little bit of fear about. Not about coming into union with them, but like something about it kind of scares you, like a jump scare. So I don't know if like, okay, hear me out, okay? So in Sleeping Beauty, like the Disney cartoon Sleeping Beauty, Aurora is singing Once Upon a Dream, right? Which, by the way, you have Daydream on the bottom of this deck. But Aurora is singing Once Upon a Dream while she is in her Briar Rose form. And, oh, funnily enough, those are also, like, when they encounter each other, they are considered opposites because he assumes that she's a peasant and she doesn't know that she's royalty and he is a prince and whatever. But yes, so Once Upon a Dream. She's singing it on her own, having fun with her animal friends. And then Prince Philip appears out of nowhere, grabs her wrists, which she doesn't notice for some reason in the moment, and like he joins in on the song and the dance and whatever. And then she's like, wait, hold on a second, what the heck? And he comes in from behind her. So she didn't see him. He just kind of took over for her animal companions, right? So he came from behind. And it's the same thing. It's like your person observes you. So I feel like they're possibly going to become aware of you before you are aware of them. And they're not going to come towards you right away. But I feel like when they kind of appear in your life, it's almost like a little bit of a jump scare. It feels like somebody shows up and they've been present and you're used to their energy, and then you turn around and they're actually there and you're like, oh, holy shish kebabs, you know, like, so something about that. I don't know the full extent of it, but yeah. Okay, let's look at your your oracle cards. So you have Trader, exchange energy to create abundance. Animal Guardian. This card came out twice. At first I wasn't 100% sure if I should keep it, but it came out twice. And so it says trust your instincts. And then also on the bottom of this deck you have Saint Francis, and it says animal communication, activism, and service. So I feel like, oh, and then you also have Shapeshifter on the bottom with all of these animals. I feel like your person, gonna go on a wild limb here, and say I feel like your person likes animals, okay? There was something significant about the dog in the Six of Cups as well. So yeah, I feel like your person either has a dog, or maybe you guys do. Something about animals. They love animals. Animals really like them. Like if you have a dog or a cat, I feel like they're going to really like your person too. Your person is going to pass the vibe check, okay? Oh, what am I doing? Hold on. Okay. Then we have Archangel Raguel with relationship healing and calm harmony. And Lord Ganesha with removal of obstacles and clear path ahead. And then we have, this is, you see, okay. It's been, like I said, it's been a while since I've done these, so I placed all of the cards where, like, this is supposed to be the top, but it's on the bottom, so that's a little confusing for me. We have the light attributes of Capricorn, dark shadow attributes of Aquarius, shadow attributes of Pisces, which is funny because, oh, it goes over the fish. Yep. And then we have new love. A new person has stirred your romantic feelings. Worth waiting for. Divine timing is at work in your love life. Very soon. Clearly decide what you want so that it comes to you now. Also, on the bottom of this deck, you actually have release your ex, which I think is, and it says the time has come to clear your energy. I think this is interesting. It's release your ex and new love, right? But this is not necessarily coming through as an actual release your ex. I'm going to pull it out and keep it out because I want to talk about this card too. And then we have, actually, we'll save these two for last. These are messages from your person. 2 cards, message from your person. Okay. So, this is a little bit, excuse me. Oh my, I'm not used to, I got out of the habit of talking for so long. Okay. 1 second. So I feel like there is this aspect of your, something about your person. They have a very compassionate heart, and this gesture of having the hand on the heart, like, they're very genuine and warm as well. And I'm getting the word kind, like they're very kind. So, and very compassionate. And I feel like you guys are also very compassionate. You guys are basically cut from the same cloth. I know I didn't say it in the first portion, but I was thinking it then. And I'm just going to straight out say it. Like, you guys are cut from the same cloth. Hold on one second. And again, animal guardian kind of makes me think of like a protector of the forest. So your person is a natural protector. You guys are too, but like it's coming through here. And trader with exchange energy to create abundance. It's like your person is very giving. Okay, your person is, we already kind of touched on that, right? With how they didn't give to themselves, and you guys struggled with that too. Like that's where, even though on the outside you are opposites, really at the core, you guys are the same. Like for example, how I use Sleeping Beauty as an example, right? Like the movie. Aurora in that moment, so if you take it symbolically, okay, that whole movie, their marriage, Aurora and Prince Philip, was arranged from literally her birth, okay? It was basically arranged from her birth. So you can say, essentially, this is like her, like the souls having that agreement to come together, right? Being meant for each other. And then she goes through her trials based off of the things that she experienced, like the fairies gave her blessings, right? And then Maleficent gave her like a curse. But you can say this is like the ancestors, your guides, and your spiritual team, and God giving you certain gifts, and your higher self, like your soul coming in with certain gifts. And then whatever Maleficent's curse was ancestral trauma or the obstacles that you have to overcome to become your fully realized self, right? Because only after Aurora overcomes the sleeping curse does she get to live her life now as the true form of who she is, which is a princess. But before that, she was living in disguise, not in her truest form, as a peasant, right? And she still had all of those gifts that she was blessed with, like her beauty, her voice, whatever else. But yes, so that is Aurora, okay? And then Prince Philip, on the other hand, it's different. He got to live his life as the prince. He was beloved by the people. His reality was very much outward focused. So when they encountered each other, they seemed different, right? They were on different social standings and all of this stuff. He was a prince and she was also, like, again, it's social standing. Their realities are a little different. But the truth is, Aurora was technically always meant, so they were always meant for each other. But also, Aurora was, I only know so much in detail, you guys, because I recently rewatched it and I was looking at how symbolic a lot of things could be used. Or how a lot of symbolism could be, like you can find symbolism in it or try to apply it in a symbolic way, which I thought was interesting. But yes, that's the only reason I know so much detail about it, because I recently rewatched the movie. But, right, like at the end, in her core, who she truly is and always was also royalty, right? So it's like they actually are the same, but on first impression, they look different because, again, he encountered her in her peasant form. So I feel like that's the kind of relationship dynamic that you guys have. And your core, you're the same. That's why, remember, I was saying it was hard to distinguish who is who a little bit, because it's like the energies are so interwoven, like a DNA strand, you know? So it's like, who started it? Which one was the left? Which one was the right? Like it's, you guys are your own individual people and beings, but there's something about your energies and stuff. It's just kind of so similar, or so intertwined. And it's not like it's not a toxic thing. It's not a codependent thing. It's actually a beautiful thing. It's like you guys like to function that way. You don't need to, but you like to. So yes, I feel like your person is very kind, very considerate, and this energy exchange thing is real, okay? Like they believe in putting in in order to get back, right? Putting in the effort to get something in return. And I feel like they're going to be putting in the effort for you guys, and you guys are just going to be there like, okay, I'll receive for now. Yeah. And it's kind of funny because these are both meant to be about them, but another message is coming through. It's like, this is your person coming in, like giving you something. And then this is you guys just chilling with all of these other gifts and things that you already have. And even when we were looking at that Empress card, right? It's like, this woman is decked out. Like, she's putting in another hair piece. She's got this like fur thing, right? Like some jewelry here, some accessories. So I'm thinking gift giving could be a love language for your person, because here he is presenting a gift from his heart, and here she is like, oh, thanks, another thing to add to my collection. You're just compiling gifts. Yeah. Oh, speaking of light attributes of Capricorn, right? There, like I mentioned, there is a masculine. I know Capricorn is technically considered a feminine thing because it's the earth, and earth is astrologically a feminine element. But Capricorn is also the father of the zodiac. So there is this aspect of like a provider. They are one of the ultimate providers, Capricorns. So yeah, like you see that's like their highest form. They truly are like that. This is your person's gift in this lifetime. It's like one of their higher forms, and they love to be in that provider energy. That's why it's such a masculine energy was coming through. And I think that's why they like to give you guys gifts. And you guys being in the feminine are going to enjoy receiving them, okay? But yes, they like to give you gifts because this is their way of showing up as the provider, and they really enjoy that role, and they're meant to play that role in this lifetime, actually. With the shadow attributes of Aquarius and Pisces, this is interesting because these are the outer planets again, right? Uranus, Neptune. But the shadow attributes here would be isolation, or like going, this is something that they're coming out of though. And this is something that they're currently experiencing. So coming out of in the sense of them ignoring their emotion or emotional needs. That was the past version of the shadow aspect of Aquarius. But now it's the isolation that they're currently in. And the shadow aspect of Pisces, this also feels temporary. This just feels like they're looking for you guys, but not at the same time, because they feel like they need to spend this time on their own. Again, it's like this aspect of loneliness, and they're in unfamiliar waters with their diving into their emotional world and all of that, like the work that they're currently doing on themselves. 1 second. Okay. I'm a little confused with these two because one of these was supposed to be your person and one of them was supposed to be how they view you. But then remember I mentioned I put the cards in a weird way and I forgot which order it was. But I think that your person is Lord Ganesha, with the removal of obstacles and clear path ahead. I feel like this is the energy that you guys are gonna feel like you're in when you encounter them, but this is ultimately your person. Like you guys are gonna feel kind of in this energy when you encounter, like remember I mentioned there was like a switch, you know, when we were looking at like these cards, right? There was like a switch. I feel like it's the same thing here. It's like this is the ultimate foundation based kind of energy of your person, and this is the ultimate foundation based kind of you energy, which is relationship harmony, relationship healing, calm harmony, this like cool, soothing, yin yang kind of thing, right? But you guys have a little flip, like you have a little Like they're now in this more introspective, peaceful, quiet phase, and you are now going to be in a more louder and extroverted phase, right? So yeah, this is kind of talking about that again. So yeah. And then with the new love worth waiting for and very soon, I feel like this kind of speaks for itself, to be completely honest with you guys, but worth waiting for. Divine timing is at work in your love life. Yes, this is very much, your connection is divine. I'm sure you've heard it a lot of times. I'm sure this is going to be annoying to hear again, but this is literally operating on divine timing. In a way, I guess there's a bit of a relief, right? Because now you can just take your hands off it and keep doing your own thing. Nothing you do will stop the flow of time of when you guys are supposed to encounter each other. There's a specific time frame in which you're supposed to encounter each other, and it's going to happen regardless of what you do. So you don't have to have any aspect of control in that. Just keep doing your own thing. New love, this is indicating that this is a new person. It's not somebody coming in from your past. And also, this is a new kind of relationship dynamic that you're not used to. Maybe in the past, people were kind of unavailable, the people that you were attracting, or they were giving the bare minimum. Like you guys were always the giver, or you, again, the provider, the protector. You had to play, even though your soul in this lifetime is balanced, but it enjoys kind of playing a little bit more into the feminine energy in this incarnation, right? You had to act out from like a little bit more of a masculine place within you. So now it's like you guys are getting to be in that feminine and receive, right? Here, again, it's like you guys have the balance, but you kind of prefer a little bit, maybe because you have such a healing energy and presence, you prefer a little bit more of the feminine. So you get to encounter that with this relationship. Like your person is going to come in and court you, and you're just going to expect it. You see, like your person has come in. We were talking about a night, right? So here it is, like this night. Oh, and Prince Philip has whatever. Like there's this kind of thing that's coming through. But you see, they're presenting a flower to this girl. He's presenting a flower to this girl. It's like your person is going to be presenting, and she's already got like a basket here, and there's a basket there. There's a whole chicken there and something else in that other basket. But this person keeps coming in with more gifts, and she's just like, oh, another thing? Okay, yeah, just add it to the basket. Like she's so unfazed by it now. And I think like this person is going to train you to be a little spoiled. They're going to train you to be a little spoiled, but they like that. They like seeing you guys and living in a life of luxury. So they're going to want to spoil you, okay? Like maybe they'll buy you jewelry, accessories, watches, whatever the case may be, or they'll buy you your favorite foods, so that you can just enjoy eating the things that you like, and you can be like, babe, please, I'm gaining weight, like stop. And they'll be like, that's okay. This is extra more of you to love, and they're going to keep feeding you. Like it's that kind of vibe. There is the sense of they just want to pour into you. And again, it's because they know that you would do the same for them. Like they know that you are valuable and that you are going to give to them and all of this stuff. So like it says here, exchange energy to create abundance. It's like they just want to give to you because they know that they're gonna get some, that sounds kind of weird, like they know they're gonna get something in return. I don't mean it in like a sleazy way. It's like they know that you're going to give to them, and like it's gonna happen. This is the kind of person you are, so it makes that, and this is the kind of person they are, so it makes them want to lean into that even more so than with anybody else. Okay, and let's touch on the last cards here before we reveal their final message and I read your letter one more time. But, okay, the last cards, Fox, Fish, and Silence. I feel like your person is like, they're a little sneaky, okay? they're a little sneaky. I feel like they love your eyes, okay? They think you're extremely attractive, like extremely attractive. In their eyes, you are the most attractive person on the face of the planet. They feel like you are also somebody who's a little standoffish, and I think this is because you don't come across as someone who, like, you don't seem like you like them initially, but you don't like them because you've written them off as even a potential aspect. You know what I mean? Like I mentioned in the beginning, you don't even think that they are your person, that they would be interested in you, so you write them off. You're like, there's no point in, you know what I mean? It's kind of like you know, when you see somebody and you're like, oh, this person is attractive, and then you notice that they have a wedding ring, and you're like, okay, well, off the limits, so I'm not going to think about that anymore. Now you're just a regular human walking around, you know? So it's like that. It's like you write them off. So they're going to be like, oh my goodness, this little minx of a person has written, like, you know, they're not interested in me, and they're like, I don't know, they're going to find you very alluring. It's almost like you guys are intriguing, like you call them in, but at the same time, like there's a little bit of holding back, or I don't know, there's like a push and pull dynamic that's happening here, and it's just happening naturally. It's not like you guys are playing games or whatever, but yeah, it's something that happens naturally, and they're getting a kick out of it. I think they like how even if you guys do it as a joke, like if you can be a little bratty, they like that. Like I said, it's like they spoil you, so they like every aspect of you. And this sounds so cheesy to say, but like it's true. Like that's how I'm seeing it, you know? They just kind of accept every aspect of you, and they like it because it's you and they love you. So the same thing with this bratty, they love seeing you be a little spoiled and a little like entitled, you know? It's almost like when you see a child who's a little spoiled and they're acting a little bratty, like it can be annoying to some people, but ultimately, in a way, it means that this child grew up with, I'm not talking about like the severe cases, okay? I'm talking about like a little bit, you know? That means that this child grew up with love and getting things that they wanted and all this stuff, right? As opposed to a child who is overly mature and emotionally intelligent and stuff. Not always, but sometimes, like quite a few times you can see cases where when a child is like that, it's because they had to grow up quickly, right? So in a way, they like to keep you, they like seeing you in that state where you're a little spoiled and all of this stuff, and a little snappy and maybe a little bratty, just because they're like, I know that this person is getting the things that they need and want, and they get a kick of being the person who gets to provide that for you, but also the fact that you are now starting to feel like you're entitled to that kind of treatment and behavior. They like that. They're like, yes, that's true, baby. You are entitled to that, you know? So they're happy to see you kind of loosen up from that seriousness of responsibility to like being able to just receive and kind of live a little bit in a life of leisure. Fish. I feel like you guys are going to have a lot to talk about as well. Like, and again, they ask, they're like, I want to know about this, I want to know about that. They mention it in the letter. There's going to be a lot to talk about, but it's funny because we also have silence. So we have a card that's making me think of like chatterboxes, but at the same time you get silence. I feel like you guys are very telepathically connected too, and it's only going to get stronger once you guys are in union, physical union. And I feel like on some level, again, this would be another trigger for you because their energy is going to always be present. You're going to be like, I want boundaries in my mind, please. And it's not like they're invading your mind or they're trying to read your mind. It's just like, again, like your energies are so like this. So yeah, it's I feel like initially it's going to be a little annoying because you're going to be like, hey, personal space, please. But it's like they're not breathing down your neck. They're not right next to you. It's just their energy is now present in your life, and it's constant. because you feel that they're constant in your life. So that's going to be a little bit of an adjustment period for you guys. And with silence, yeah, with it kind of makes me think of the telepathic communication again. It's like you guys don't need words, you just get each other. Oh, and I mentioned that, I think, during the song portion too, right? It's like you don't need words, you just get each other. Yeah. Okay, now I want to talk about release your ex really quickly before we get into those final cards. Release your ex, the time has come to clear your energy. I feel like this expression is what you guys are both currently in, as you're in this, you're not even transitioning, you are now in this new phase in your life and you're adjusting to it. So it could be for some of you guys that you guys are actually going to meet your person kind of soon. Okay, that is a possibility. But since this is a general reading, something I will say is that some kind of a dynamic shift is going to happen in your connection, whether it's energetic, you know, or actual physical union or encountering. I wouldn't say union, I'll say encountering, okay? There's some kind of a shift happening here. But yeah, I feel like this is like both of you guys right now. Like with you guys in the material world, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. I need to focus on this and whatever, and I've got to sort this out, and like now I'm taking charge of that. Like there's some kind of like a, oh, okay, fine, you know, and this is them in regards to their emotions, and they're like, oh, I have to deal with this and that and like this aspect of myself, and it's so hard. And it's like, I don't mean to make it sound whiny or like I'm not taking seriously what you guys are experiencing, because that's not the case. It's just, this is the vibe. I feel like that you guys are still clearing out debris from the past, but you guys are basically almost completely clear, to be completely honest with you. And they're getting in that place too. So I don't know. This is just, it feels like this is where you guys are currently at a little bit. Okay, and then their message to you. So you have cat, domestic. It's time to strike out your own. Oh, it's time to strike out on your own and relinquish your over-dependency on others. And tortoise, you're too fragmented, so do whatever it takes to get grounded. Give me one sec. Okay, guys, so it feels like with the tortoise, this is quite literal, and they're giving you advice to sort of ground right now. In this point in your life, they're like, it would be helpful for you to ground a little bit more regularly. It will help you to navigate all of these things that you are doing in your material world where you're taking charge, right? Because the cat here is talking about independence, striking out on your own, relinquish your over dependency on others. This is more so like you guys are paving your own path right now in the material. Like, remember I was mentioning, it's like you guys are now going to be focusing a little bit more on your material world. And that can be like, again, it's kind of like, oh, this is annoying, this is a little hard or whatever. Like, oh, it's just like, can't I take a break? Or can't just for one day, can someone take the wheel and then I'll pick it back up again tomorrow, like that. So I feel like this is advice in regards to this phase that you're going through right now. So your person is basically saying, grounding is going to be essential for you to help you to refocus and get back on track with the things that, you know, with the tasks that you want to do, because your person knows how to build foundations in the material, right? And to create structures and whatever else. So they're giving you that advice right now. You know, they're like, yeah, this is the best way to do it right now. Focus on grounding and take it one step at a time. And whenever you start having this kind of like existential, what is the word? Oh my gosh, I can't even say it. What is the existential, hold on. Existential. Okay, thank you, Google. Existential. Okay, when you're having a little bit of an existential crisis, they're saying like just ground, refocus. Anytime it starts to feel overwhelming, anytime that you want to just, because the reason that you would want to delegate it to someone else is because you feel like it's overwhelming, it's uncomfortable, like you're like, oh, like another day I have to wake up and do this again or whatever, right? So in those moments, ground and refocus on your plan. Refocus on the core of why you're doing this, and then take a step. It doesn't have to be 5 steps in a day. It can just be, I took another step, or I took a half step today. I did good, right? The most important thing is that there was some kind of progression, even if it was the most minor thing, right? Like say you want to apply for something online, but you've been wanting to do it, but you've been pushing it off for a while. So you're like, okay, I'm going to Google the application, right? Or so, whatever, I'm going to internet search the application, right? So you look up whatever it is that you want to apply to, and you don't even click on the actual websites. You just Google searched it. That was the goal that you accomplished today. Tomorrow or the day after, you can, tomorrow maybe you'll have a different task, but then the day after you can come back to that Google search or whatever else you're using as a search engine, and now look through the links of the websites. Be like, okay, that was the other task. Or you actually find a website and you click on it. That was the whole task, right? Look through the links, find a website that you're going to go with, and click on it. You don't have to apply just yet, right? You've taken steps. You've done the search. You've clicked on the website. You're going to read the materials the next time, right? It's like, it may be slow progress, but there is some kind of progress moving forward, and you're going to start building momentum. And so your person is saying, so anytime that you start to feel overwhelmed, just come back to center. Remember, it's the tiny steps, it's the tiny things. And yeah, don't look at a full vision. Don't look at 7 full visions that you are meant to be completed in the future or near future. Focus on one thing at a time. Yeah. Okay, that was your message from your future spouse, you guys. So I'm gonna read your letter now. Let me just clear the table. Clear the table. I do. It's black and white. The song, the second song that I read to you guys is kind of caught in my head a little bit. So it's been let's see. Okay. Oh, the letter. I'm like, what am I doing? Okay. All right. Let's get into your letter one final time. My star, the warmth of your light is something that is a gift for me to uncover. I feel like I get to discover you over and over again. What a privilege. I've been making a lot of wishes lately from the universe, and you are, of course, one of them. I'm not sure if now is a time for love in my life, but I've told myself to surrender to the possibilities. I used to be an avoidant type, but I've since learned what it really means to share your thoughts and feelings with others, to share yourself. I've had some heartbreak in the past, but that was because I was so scared of love back then. I attracted in all the wrong kinds of people. Thankfully, I'm not like that anymore, and I actually sit in a room all by myself and not judge myself for having human emotions. There are so many lights on earth and so many stars in the sky, but you shine brightest. You're like a beacon of hope for me. I like how delicate and sensitive you are. I think it adds to your charm. To all those who don't get it, back off. There's so much I want to learn about you. What was your life like? Who was your first love? What did you look like as a child? Most people don't look at me and think that I'd be interested in things like that. I think I sometimes seem unapproachable, though I'm a real softie inside. I know for a fact when we first met, you didn't know that I liked you back then. Some people look at our life like a movie, and honestly, I feel like a rom-com could be made about us. We're a very much opposites attract kind of love story. Maybe we should reach out to Lifetime. You have a heart as deep and pure as the ocean, and I can't wait to dive into your tender, loving sea. Love, your rock. Alrighty, group 2. That was your group. I'm gonna show you your wax seal one more time. Okay, a little rough around the edges. That's the vibe. But thank you guys so much for tuning in, for sticking around for, I guess this turned into another 2-hour reading. I don't know how to bring myself back to just doing 1 hour. I have to figure something out. I can't be doing 2-hour groups every single time I do one of these now. But thank you for sticking around and for your patience with how choppy maybe some things could have been in the beginning, as I am getting back into the habit of, doing these readings for you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here. For those of you who have been subscribed to me for some time, thank you for sticking around even through my absence. And I'm really grateful for you guys, and I hope that you enjoyed this video. If you did, I would appreciate if you gave it a thumbs up. I'd also love to hear from you guys in the comments down below. Do you guys like space? Since so much space energy came in for your person in the beginning, do you guys like space? What did you think of being called a star? You're rightfully named so, correct? But yes, I'd love to just hear from you guys in the comments. Yeah, for those of you who are interested in getting updates on when the next video is coming out, or who want to show a little bit of support to the channel, I'd appreciate if you subscribed. Not a necessary thing, but if you feel so called, that would be nice. And yeah, I hope you guys have a beautiful rest of your day. I'm sending you so much love, so much light, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye, group 2. Hey, group 3. This is your group if you chose this lovely, beautiful green and black and gold swirl wax seal. So there you go. Another close-up. You know what your seal actually makes me think of, you guys? Have you ever seen Wicked? It's a musical that's based off of The Wizard of Oz. But it's a spin. It's like based off of the Wicked Witch from The Wizard of Oz. And this is kind of giving like the color scheme of that, like Elphaba, the Emerald City from Wicked, like the Wicked version. I don't know. I'm not as familiar with The Wizard of Oz, but the steampunk aspect of how Wicked was, like the Wicked's designs are in the musical, like the stage, the set, is a little steampunk, and something about this is giving off that vibe. But yes, I wanted to let you guys know off the bat. Well, actually, let me ring the singing bowl for you, my friends. One moment. Okay. I've already shuffled your cards. So I'm excited to see what's going on there. And I wanted to let you guys know also, before we start getting into the messages, for those of you guys who are new to my future spouse love letter readings, I actually read your letter twice. Okay, you guys? I read the letter the first time. Yes, I read the letter. Sorry, I'm just like itching something. But yes, yeah, my foot was itchy. But I read the letter twice, okay? The first time I read it is going to be now, and that first time includes interruptions, okay, you guys? So it's meant to. Any additional channeled messages that need to come through, anything that comes up while I'm reading it, or sections that I get to, if that's where something that came through that I took a note on when I was channeling the letter, that all happens during this initial read, okay? And the second read through happens at the end of the reading, and it's going to be completely uninterrupted, okay? So that you can get your fill of just the message or just the letter. We also have 2 songs this time around for each group, 2 official songs. So I'll be reading the lyrics for 2 songs, okay? Also, each group got like an extra song or 2 that came through while the letter was being channeled. I won't be reading the lyrics to those, but I'll give you the name for those, okay? And yeah, all right, so let's get into the messages now that kind of came through for your group. Okay, first of all, your group. It's funny that we mentioned the musical or Broadway show, okay, Wicked, because let me tell you, you guys, your group, your person is so musically inclined. Essentially, I was hearing music, different songs constantly throughout the channeling of your whole letter, okay? And there is this theater kid energy to your person, like this Broadway-esque theater kid energy. And I don't remember which future spouse reading videos that I've done in the past that this energy came through, but I think that there are definitely some of you that have watched a few of those readings coming through here, and your future spouse is the one that is like so like you can't mistake them, okay? They're so memorable. They're very loud, very big and bold with their energy and their presence. And oh my goodness, your future spouse is so funny, okay? Your person is so funny, you guys. Almost throughout the whole channeling of this letter, I was laughing. I was laughing so much. It was so nice to just laugh, and I was laughing so much. The tone was so different compared to the other spouses. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up my notes as well. You guys also got the most notes, okay? Your person is chatty. Yeah, you see one of my notes here. So funny in all caps. Hilarious, okay? But let's start with your letter, and then we'll get into some of the messages, some more of the messages. And you guys got one of the letters that are 2 pages, okay? Also, I want to talk about... Oh, and here's one of your songs. We'll set this to the side for now. I want to talk about the ink that is used in your letter, because the ink for every letter is different, and they all somewhat correlate with the seal on some level. So you guys have this very beautiful green ink that anytime that I use this ink, it always makes me think of the heart chakra. And I feel like your person is so open-hearted and so kind and so caring and compassionate, and they're so inclusive. They make people feel included, okay, and part of the fun, and they're just a joy. Like, their presence instantly, like the first thing I heard, I think, when I started channeling them, let me look at my notes, because there was a song that came through the first thing I heard when I started channeling them, or when they first came through, was Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Okay, like what the fairy godmother in Disney's version of Cinderella says, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, when she makes the, grants the wishes or whatever, grants the spells. And your person is such, like, they have this Disney vibe, okay? So there's a lot of Disney references, a lot of Disney cartoons from like the golden age of Disney. So that's like the 90s / early 2000s were coming through. Also a lot, like, again, like I said, they're like a burst of energy, you guys. I was feeling tired, but your person, I was just awake channeling their letter. They were a burst of energy. And something that I also got from them, like energetically, like their vibe is like this party disco, but it's not, it's, yeah, like we'll get into it, but yeah, it's like a party disco. Okay. And then the song I Drove All Night, I think it's Celine Dion, came on. I mean, it could be a cover, but I have it in my Spotify as Celine Dion singing it, and it's I Drove All Night, and literally just the chorus, I drove all night to get to you, like that is literally what I was hearing in the beginning of the channeling session. But yes, okay. And they just have the most wonderful heart. Kid at heart, like, and you can feel that it just comes through so much, like a child at heart. It's beautiful and such a fun presence, and they bring the fun and they bring the joy. And I feel like you guys can at times do that with your relatives and people who are close to you, and this person does that with the world. Okay, but yes, let's get into your letter. Hello, my special baby. Also, a lot of the way that they speak is it's like an accents and funny voices, and I'm gonna try my best. It's been like, I channeled these letters on Sunday. It's now Monday. I mean, it's now Friday. Oh my gosh. It's now Friday. So I'm not gonna remember all the accents, but what comes through will come through, okay? But yes, hello, my special baby. How have you been doing? Are you sleeping well? Shouldn't you be in bed? Come on, baby. We've talked about this. Rest is good. But that's okay. My little munchkin can do whatever they like, and don't let nobody question it. Oh yes, this is another note. They speak in exclamation marks, okay? Almost every sentence ends in exclamation marks. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're very energetic. They're very like, like fun. Yes. Baby, I can't wait to see you smile. Hold on now. Wait a minute. I'll be right over. I'm on my way to see those pearly teeths. I'm almost there. I'll be there soon. And that is something that you're going to see throughout the duration of the letter. That's something I remember. They keep talking about coming soon. For some of you guys, it could be that they are actually coming into your life soon. But I feel greatly for the majority of you. I feel like they're almost like speaking it into an existence. You know, kind of like, okay, like somebody who is going to be like, oh my gosh, or okay, they get invited, right? They get invited to a party, and then the person, yeah, okay, somebody's like, oh, I'm having a wedding, will you come? And they're like, okay, but I'm gonna need seats for 2. And they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, did you finally get like a girlfriend, a boyfriend, whatever? And they're gonna be like, oh yeah, what are you talking about? I've been off the market for a while. But you know, then they correct themselves. Then they'll be like, no, okay, it's just me. But you know, one day it'll be 2, like that. Like, I feel like they speak it into existence. They're on some level, they're kind of manifesting you guys, but it feels like they're speaking it into existence by constantly being like, oh yeah, I've got somebody, like, or what are you talking about? I already know who they are. I'm going to their house right now. Like, I'm gonna be there soon. So when you see that throughout this letter, the majority of you, I feel like that's kind of the case. Like, it's like they're manifesting you guys into existence by saying things like that. But yes, let me pull up my notes one more time. Oh yeah, another note, which is kind of obvious at this point, but your person, dramatic, okay? Like I said, theater kid energy, very dramatic. They're like a burst of positivity and fun, yes. And I'm also getting that they're quick-witted and they speak fast. Okay, they speak kind of fast. Again, they're like a burst of energy. So they're like, move, forward, la la la. Like, you know, there's something about it. Like, they're very excitable and they're very exciting. So they excite other people. And like I said, they were quick-witted, but they're also witty in general. Like, they're very clever. And I think some people kind of undermine that, the people who don't know it initially, or they don't expect it. The people who don't know them more intimately, I mean. They don't expect your person to be clever or as clever as they are, because they just know them as like, oh my goodness, this person's like the party, like they bring the fun, they bring the joy, the lightheartedness. But it's like, yeah, but they also have some depth to them too, okay? Okay, back to your letter. You know, baby, waiting doesn't have to be a hard thing to do. There's plenty of ways to pass the time. You could sing one of your lovely tunes. You could harvest fruit. The world is your oyster, really. If you're harvesting fruit, though, save some for me because I'll be over soon. Here I come, knocking on your door now. Baby, who am I? You've got mail. Ha 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 ha. I'm the old messenger application, babe. Check your mail or email, you know. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me read that over. Okay. Baby, okay. Who am I? You've got mail. Ha 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 ha. I'm the old messenger application, babe. Check your mail or email. You know, we're modern up in here. Okay. I need a moment to catch up with the sass. Yeah, that's another thing. Your person, sassy. They're sassy, okay? Like I said, larger than life personality. They've got like a certain, almost like a star quality to them. They magnetize people to them by how like their energy just brings in like gratitude, abundance, and positivity for everyone that surrounds them. They could have a couple of haters, but that's only people who are so disconnected from their sense of like their inner child and their sense of inner joy and happiness, and they kind of blame your, like they project that discontent with themselves from that they have because they've disconnected to their inner child onto your person. But most people absolutely love your person. They're like a star, okay? They're like the star of the show. But yes, okay. We're modern, okay. Lighten up, my love. I'll be there soon. We'll watch a movie, drink a beverage, and play Mario Kart all night. Or card games. Card games are cool too. Teach me about your world. I want to know. Can you show me? I want to know about the strangers like me. Oh, but we're not strangers. We've met before. Once upon a dream. So this is the Disney references, okay? You've got the song from Tarzan, and then this is like almost a direct quote for when the prince came in Sleeping Beauty during Once Upon a Dream, the song, when she's singing it. And she's like, but you're a, and he's like, what, a stranger? And she's like, and he's like, but we're not strangers. She's like, we're not? He's like, we've met no, he's like, but we're not strangers. We've met before. And she's like, we have? He's like, you said so yourself. Once upon a dream. So that's kind of the vibe here. But yes, not a day goes by that I don't thank God for my beautiful and wonderful baby. I say, God, thank you. Thank you for my wonderful baby, my sweet honey cakes, my bunches of oats, my melatonin at night, and my energy pill in the day, my precious babe. And God tells me, babe, I got you, babe. And I say, oh, thank the Lord Jesus. Again, your person is so dramatic. You guys, when I was channeling this part, you have no idea, you guys, how much I was laughing while channeling your reading. It's like the next phrase that would come to mind, I'd be like, oh my gosh, you're so dramatic. So it was so funny. And you know what? while I was shuffling your cards, one of the cards that came out was a spirit. There were actually a couple of spiritual cards that came through, one of them saying religious factors. So them mentioning the prayer and God, I do feel like they are spiritual, and there is a certain spirituality. We're going to find out more about it in the cards though. So they do connect with God, and like, you know what I mean? I think that's another thing. They do have some kind of a faith. Yeah, there's a sort of faith with your person. Religion is not something that I'm picking up. Again, this is a general reading, so I'm sure there are different types of religious factors that go into it, but whatever it is, regardless of the religion, there's a strong faith, and it is pure. And it's not like just coming together with God, unlike like all the different monotheistic religions, right, have their version of God or what God is supposed to be. And it doesn't feel like, even if your person is part of a religious group, it doesn't feel like radical at all. It just feels like I'm not worshiping some random God. It's like the God, the source of everything that ever was and ever will be, all of creation. Like that, like there's a purity to it. It doesn't feel tainted by certain religious factors, and there's no ego involved. No ego, like my version of what I pray to is different from what you guys normally pray to or whatever. There's no ego there. It's just like just a pure, strong faith in source of all creation, regardless of the name that is used to refer to God or the versions of God. It's like all of that doesn't matter or is irrelevant, you know. And I don't believe that they would be questioning anybody else's faith as well. Like they wouldn't be trying to convert other people into their version of God, unless, you know, they're in a dark place and they're not sure, you know, like your person is such a light, like they provide guidance. But yeah. Okay. Anywho, you're very lucky to have me now, babe, because I just won the lotto. I met you. Have I mentioned that we've met yet? Hi, how are you doing? It's me. Hello, it's me. I've been wondering if after all these, at this time you'd like to speak. Check your messages. Otherwise, I'll be saying hello from the outside. By the way, when I channeled that line, I was like, wow, that's clever. That is so clever. Literally, I was in admiration. I was like, oh my gosh, that was legit clever. It went into the Adele hello, it's me part, and whatever the introduction to that, and then check your messages, and then otherwise I'll be saying hello. I was like, wow, you're clever. But I already told you guys, your person's clever. No, but really, I can be serious, don't worry. This is my serious face. Insert this little tiny face. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on camera. Insert handsome Squidward if you can't see the distinguished detail from afar. I also want to let you know, one second. I am a dance machine. And I mean, let's face it, baby. I've got star quality. I mean, have you seen my serious face? That's it. Look up handsome Squidward right now. I mean, I'm immaculate. Let me pull up my notes. One second. Yes, also, obviously, as you can see, your person, a jokester, very much into music, a lot of music coming through. Oh, okay, you know who this person also reminds me of? There's like, I think her name is Jalen Sue, S-U-I, Sue, on YouTube, and I think they're on TikTok and Instagram and stuff, and she does videos of her and her 3 siblings and their daily lives, and they have the oldest sibling, the brother, his name is RJ, and I've come across some of their videos, and RJ's personality is kind of like your person. So for any of you guys who know who RJ is, if that's a synchronicity for you, great. But like that is the persona kind of your person. Very similar. Yeah, I already mentioned they speak into existence, that they already met you. Laughing so much. Yes, they're super... Oh, okay, we'll get to that in a moment. We'll say that at the end. Something else that I'll just say off the bat while I'm in this section of the notes. The energy of your person. So there are some groups that the energy is super feminine, some masculine. There's one that's neutral. Your person is also a little bit more neutral energy-wise. They're not too masculine and too feminine leaning. So they're a little bit more balanced. They're a little bit more neutral. I do feel like they are slightly masculine leaning, but we'll see more in the cards, but mainly they're neutral. But yeah, the note that I have here is that they're just more equal in masculine and feminine energy inside. Like they're not disconnected from their feminine energy. They're very creative as well. Oh, and one of the songs that came through is Positivity from The Little Mermaid on Broadway. So you see another Broadway reference. So very much theater kid energy. They mentioned that they're a star and they were joking, but at the same time, I feel like they know the quality that they have, and it's not a joke. Like it's legit. Like they actually are kind of like a star. They have the star quality. I mentioned it earlier. Also, there's a certain vibe to them that was very reminiscent of Genie from Aladdin. Yeah. Oh, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. Okay. But yeah, there's something that was very reminiscent of Genie from Aladdin. Okay. Back to your letter. Baby, you light up my world like no... Sorry. Okay. I just remembered what this was. Okay. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. It's a direct quote from the greatest boy band of all time. Insert Valley Girl accent. But it's also true. You're so out of this world that it makes me wonder what I did in this life to deserve you. In all seriousness, you truly are my greatest gift. And I love my family, but I'm excited to start a family of my own with you. You are my people, you know? And in this part of the letter, they actually, like the vibe changed drastically. You could tell they became more serious. Like they were silly before and having fun and laughs, but then they actually became serious. Oh, here, literally I stopped right before they mentioned it. I may be silly and goofy at times, and that can be all others see, but you see the real me, the full me, and you love me for it. To have a love like that, who wouldn't be thanking God every day? With you, I feel seen, heard, and safe to show my deepest, truest parts. I try not to take life too seriously because it's all just a big game, and I like to be the lighthearted joy in people's lives because we've all got our own darkness to fight. But it was hard for me to find a partner who I could let my bubbly persona down with. It's still very large and a real part of me. But there's also so much more to me than that. I'm very ambitious and driven, and I've got dreams I'm very ambitious and driven, and I've got dreams as far as the eye can see. Oh, this is something that actually I felt right before I started your letter, like before I started filming your group. I could tell like there was a sense of I'm a little tired from work. And I feel like your person is a little bit of a workaholic. They really like what they do. And I feel like for work, whatever it is that they're doing, their personality and their persona has a big part in that. Like their energy, their magnetism has a big part in that. So, and they're like talking, their ability to talk. So I don't know if they sell things. or if they're like the equivalence of it kind of makes me think of like a talk show host, or like I was mentioning, like RJ, he's considered one of the things that he does is considered like an online personality, right? So there's something there. There's something involved with that, some kind of extroverted profession that they love that involves their personality and being larger than life, and them talking a lot. But yes, it's almost like there's a little bit of a tiredness. So like when they come back home and they're tired, you know, it's not that this isn't part of their personality, because it's a big part of their personality, but that part comes down and now they're just like that serious version of themselves, the more quiet version. I think if anybody were to, just any random person were to see who's encountered your person maybe once or twice, were to see them the way that they would be at home once they come back from work, they'd be like, are you okay? Are you down? Just because they're not so hyper, they're not so over the top. They've become a little bit more like a regular person. So you hear their voice sounding different. It sounds normal, but like after hearing them speak an exclamation mark for everything, you're like, are you sad? Are you okay? You know? But it's like they've got to have a time off, you know? Okay. Let me see, where was I? Okay. I like that you take your time to get things done. No rush, baby. Life is a journey, and I appreciate you for reminding me that whether through your words or your actions. Oh, sorry. Let me read that paragraph from the beginning. Okay. I'm very ambitious and driven, and I've got dreams as far as the eye can see. I like that you take your time to get things done. No rush, baby. Life is a journey, and I appreciate you for reminding me that, whether through your words or your actions. I'm a very grateful person, and I promise to cherish you for all my days, and some, because the soul be loving in every plane of existence. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking forward to growing old with you. And check your emails, because I'm coming home soon. From your sassy love. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this. Okay, there's a heart here. And I just heard, again, it's like this jokiness. I think that's the whole essence. But I just heard, okay, in like Korean, in Hangul, in Korean, 사랑해 means I love you, right? But there's a jokey way of saying it. And so it'll be like 사랑해, like something like that. And so I feel like your person literally said that. So that was funny. When they ended it on that note, I was laughing so much. Okay, so that was your letter, you guys. Let me finish giving you the messages about your person that I have. Okay. One of the songs that came through for your person is Lips of an Angel. Let me see. Okay, who that's by again? Lips by Hinder. Something about like lips. Something about lips was coming through a few times, I think, during your. And again, they talk a lot, but yeah. Oh, speaking of talk a lot, it's kind of hard to talk right now. Yeah. So, Lips of an Angel by Hinder came through. Specifically the part where, one second. Okay. And I never want to say goodbye, but girl, you make it hard to be faithful with the lips of an angel. Yeah, and like, it's really good to hear your voice saying my name. It sounds so sweet. Coming from the lips of an angel, hearing those words, it makes me weak. And then another song that came through... it's called Hey Baby, but I'm trying to find who it's by. One second. And this is a really sweet song. Okay. It's called Hey Baby by Dylan Wheeler. Oh, you know what's interesting? So in that first song, Lips of an Angel, they mention about something about faith. You're making it hard to stay faithful. But, you know, he's talking about cheating. But the part that of the song that came through for me was not about the cheating part. It was other parts. And they mentioned faithful. And it makes me think of faith, since we saw that there's this religious aspect. Your person mentioned God. And like I said, there's a strong faith. This person also, this song also has it. So I'm going to read a few of the lines for you guys, okay? You can have your house on the hill, and I'll build your little windmill, and we can pray for time to stand still. God, I love your soul. And we can fill that home with kids. Sit back and rock and chair, reminisce. This ain't no temporary bliss. Baby, let me know. Then we can grow old. Yeah. So with this song, the way it was coming through, it's like, this is the more serious. This song also let me know how they were definitely, there is this more serious part of them. And they truly do want to start a family with you guys. So whether that's you guys actually having children or adopting children, or just you guys together being your small, tight-knit family, though I do see that your person, for the majority of you, there's a really good chance that they're going to want to have kids. And it doesn't have to be right away. Like, they mention it in their letter, like, we can take our time. And it feels like that. They want to just be able to enjoy your company. But you guys just coming together is like creating your own family. Oh, and they're very close with their family. And it feels like they're very close with the females in their family. Like, maybe they have female sisters, or they're very close with their mother, regardless of their gender. So that's another reason why they have this more balanced energy. Where they can be expressive in both the masculine and feminine, regardless of gender. Is because I feel like they have had a lot of feminine presence in their life in the form of actual females. But yes, in this song, like, this is almost like them saying what they want. And the intro to that chorus, it's like they want to build this world with you. They want to build this life with you. They want to give you the things that you want. They want to have this little nook of the world that's just the two of you guys and your family, your unit, just you guys. And even here, you see, we can pray for time to stand still. God, I love your soul. So it's like, again, there's this aspect of gratitude towards God for you, and just in general, like, that this faith is coming through. Okay, back to the notes. Looking through the notes. Oh, yes. Okay. While I was shuffling your cards, I got that they were super talkative. Okay, so many cards were flying out when I said, like, I was shuffling for one deck, and I was like, okay, only 2 or 3 cards, and so many cards came out. I was like, okay, fine, I'll take them. And then I was shuffling the next deck, only 2 or 3 cards, and again, multiple cards came out, and I was like, oh my gosh, I said only 2 or 3 cards. So for the next deck, I said it again, and I felt your person shrink back a little. And I felt bad, okay? I didn't say it in a super aggressive way or anything. I was just like, come on, only 2 or 3 cards. Like, there's only so much room on the table. But I felt so bad, you guys, because your person, it felt like they shrunk back a little, and they were like, oh, okay, sorry. I didn't mean to make it hard for you. And I was like, no, you're not making it hard. I explained, I'm like, there's only a certain amount of room. And your person, like, came through very prominently. Like I said, they have a very larger than life presence, energy. So we were having a full-fledged conversation, it felt like. you know, I was comforting them. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I didn't mean to make you feel like you needed to back up or back down. That was not my intention. Okay, we needed to set this little just to keep it focused, like a little boundary, something, you know. And so the next time I was shuffling on the next deck, and I was like, okay, 2 or 3 cards. If you really feel like, I was hoping for only 2 cards here, but we could do a 3rd card if you really feel like there's an extra thing in this deck you want to say. Instantly, 2 cards flew out at the same time. And I was like, okay, 1 final card, and nothing was coming out. I'm like, are you sure? Like, it's okay, really? And they're like, yeah, just the 2 cards. And that happened with multiple decks, too. It's like, okay, just the 2 cards. Maybe I was like, with this deck, we'll do 3. And I was like, well, and I'm thinking in my head, you know, there's a lot of cards here. Maybe 2 would have been better, but we'll do 3. And I'm shuffling. Again, they're only giving me 2 cards from this deck. And I'm like, you don't have to restrict yourself. Like, they're very big on boundary. Like, they're very big on respecting people and respecting people's boundaries. And I think they just got so excited to come through. And so I felt so bad. I was literally there like, it's okay. Like, you're fine. And I even made a note of that because I really wanted to mention that to you guys. Yeah, I was like, okay, maybe I should do 2, but every other group has gotten 3, so that's fine. I'll do 3. And they only gave me 2 because they're like, okay, we know we gave you too many cards. Like, thank you for accommodating us. It's only 2 now. And yeah, again, like, that vibe is like, okay, I'm sorry about that. You know, I didn't mean to inconvenience you. And I'm like, you didn't inconvenience me. It's okay. Poor baby, you're okay. Yeah, here, I wrote it. I felt like I had to comfort them after being so stern because they really felt bad, like they did something wrong. You know, it's almost like you scolded a child. I'm like, I'm so sorry. But yes, okay. Now let's get into your actual love song. So you guys got, oh yes, okay. But Now I'm Back by Pink Martini. So let me Google, give me a second to pull up the lyrics. I already have them Googled. Google it. And by the way, when this song came out for your person, I thought it was perfect. The moment that song came out, I was like, this is such a group 3 song. Because there's like a jazziness to it, and the lyrics, yeah, okay, I'll read them to you and we'll get into it. Okay. My dear Maria, I'm here to see ya. Won't you please open the door? Actually, your person in their letter mentions opening the door, right? Like, I'm knocking on the door soon. Open the door. I brought you flowers. Been waiting hours. Can't stand it anymore. So here's what happened. While you were napping, I just went out for a snack. I was feeling famished and then I vanished, but now I'm back. And then the background people, because this is such a jazzy, like, almost like a musical number. And so in the background, they're like, now he's back, had a snack, now he's back. My heart is burning for that love of ours, yearning for the sea of stars. Let me in so I can prove to you that no one else can love you, girl, the way that I do. Oh, how I miss ya. I want to kiss ya and hold you close from dusk to dawn. So let's just make up, and when you wake up, I promise not to be gone. You know I love you, dream only of you, so please cut me some slack. I went away just a couple of days, but now I'm back. Then the background people sing the same thing. And then, Maria, baby, I guess that maybe you're still a little angry with me, but it's getting late and the boys are waiting, gotta get something to eat. I better go now. I hope you know now. I love you, that's a fact. Gotta hurry, but don't you worry, babe, because I'll be back. And then they say, he'll be back. It's a fact. He'll be back. Don't attack. I didn't even notice that at the bottom. Don't attack. Okay. So I feel like your person can get quite busy with whatever it is that they're doing. And so there are going to be times where they will always try to make time for you and be available for you because you guys are very special to them. You guys make their home feel like a home. Okay, like I said, they want a family with you. They want to be a family unit with you. But it seems like sometimes with their career, like they mentioned it themselves, they're very driven. And it almost feels like people in the past like they've prioritized their career over love because they're very driven. They've got these big goals and dreams and they want to pursue them. Now they're ready for love and they want love, but it doesn't mean that they're gonna stop their career. What it is they're gonna be carving out time and making sure that there's time for you. But I feel like in some way this is actually going to work for you guys because you don't want a relationship where there's a lot of codependency. So I think it's like you guys have things that you want to accomplish too. So in the in-between moments where they can get a little busy or it can get hectic with work, you guys are going to be doing your own thing, whatever it is. Maybe you wanted to start a business or you want to do your own creative little endeavor. And they love that. They love you guys having a creative endeavor. They love you being able to do your own thing. They love that about you because most of the people that they were with before would say that they like, I feel like I'm saying, is this like, did I mention this in another group? There's something deja vu about this. Like, I feel like I have said this before and I don't remember where. So this is like legitimate deja vu. But yeah, it's like your person has heard it before, like, oh no, I love how driven you are, I love how ambitious you are, you're so funny. But then once people have to be in an actual relationship with them, they don't actually know how to handle that, right? Because they're like, oh, it's like you're always talking about your work or you're busy or whatever, but they love what they do. Yeah, wow, such deja vu. Was this another group? Like, was it another reading? Wow, I feel like I've said this before. But yes, but they love that you guys will actually be okay with that. You're going to be okay because you're somebody who sometimes you need a little bit of you time. Okay? You need some downtime. You guys are used to doing you and you enjoy it. Okay? So maybe you guys are a group that maybe you've been single for a long time, but there's this sense of independence with you guys, and this kind of a relationship dynamic works very well for you to feel like you get to keep your independence and you get to keep reconnecting with yourself. I feel like you guys are also spiritual. Like you guys also have a faith, you know, and your practice, you need that individual time, that alone time. And your person is going to be great. They're going to love this about you, but they're also going to be really grateful that you have this practice and that you completely get about their ambitions and their goals and that you support that. So you would be the type of person that when you guys come into union with your person, you would say, it doesn't bother me. I think it's wonderful. I mean, I expect you, like you're going to say it, I expect you to make time for me. Like, don't expect me to have a relationship with an empty pillow. But I love that you love what you do. And yeah, you know, and your person is going to be so grateful for that. And they're going to cherish you and they're going to love you and you're going to feel that love and gratitude. And it's not that they're going to be absent all the time. Like I realize as I'm saying that, it makes it seem like they're going to be gone out of your life all the time, but that's not the case. It just seems like every once in a while they're going to need to do a business trip or something, but they try to do this so that they're there for all the major holidays, special events, and they spend a lot of time with you. It's like on some level, you guys need that time apart because you get to continue to connect with yourself, because for you, it's like, I don't want to lose myself just because I'm in a relationship. I don't want to lose myself in love. And for them, it's like, I need to be able to go out and do this, to do my job, to do my work. So it works out because when they go, you get to come into yourself, do the things that you love, do self-care, you know, connect with your higher self without distraction, because when they're with you, you just want to be all up in together all the time. And sometimes, like if they're traveling for work, they'll be like, maybe you can come with me this time, you know, so you guys can go on little trips together. Or sometimes if you guys are traveling for work or some kind of a thing, you know, and they're like, I missed you. And you're like, well, come here. And they'll come to you. Like there's something like that. It's not that it's necessarily a long distance connection, but there are a kind of elements that are present here that indicate, again, it's like maybe they have to travel for work sometimes, or you have to travel for work sometimes. There's some kind of, sometimes you guys have a little bit of distance between the two of you, but it's not going to be for long periods of time. and it makes you guys coming together feel so much more special. Oh, you know what it's making me think of? Not to the same extent as how it's like this, but there's this Chinese drama called You Are My Glory. And it's a really nice drama because it's a very rare drama where you actually see a kind of healthy relationship dynamic, which is rare in these kinds of dramas. Sometimes it's a little much, but with them, it's like there's a very beautiful, healthy relationship dynamic, and you see the relationship grow, and it feels so real, the dynamics of it, and they have this compassion and love for each other, and both of them are quite busy. And the male in the connection, at first he turned the girl down because he was worried that he was like, with the kind of life that I live, with the job that I have, I won't be able to be there for you whenever, all the times that you need me. I've seen how it's hurt other people in my profession with their families. And the girl, she's like, he worked for like the Chinese version of NASA. And so, you know, there was a lot of overtime and like field work and all this stuff. And she was a celebrity. Like, she was an actual celebrity. Like, she was an actress. So she did a lot of like events and movie shoots and TV shoots and all of this stuff. And so when he told her that, when he confessed to her, she's like, I'm away more than you for my job. And he was like, yeah, I realize that now, that you are actually away more than me. So I'm sorry, I was just afraid. Like, can we please try to make it work? And so it's like their connection, it stood the test of time. They ended up getting together. It was a beautiful show. And you see, like, whenever they finally get to see each other from their like long work trips, it's just only love, only compassion, you know. It was so beautiful. And like anybody else who tried to show off their relationship, it didn't work. They kept their relationship quiet, and they were like, it's just about us. It's not about sharing each other with the world, being open and loud about our relationship. It's just, when I'm with you, I'm just with you, and I love you. And that love is something that people take notice of and respect. Like, normally people cause drama when they see celebrity relationships and all of this stuff, but people respected their relationship, and they tried to keep it private and all of this stuff as much as possible, and respect that, like, that they need their space and stuff. So there's like some reminiscence of that, but you guys are definitely not going to be spending that much time apart like the couple in that show. I think it's just to mention that dynamic. So yeah, so don't be scared by that. Don't be scared by my saying that there's time apart, because it's not like you guys are spending half a year apart from each other. Maybe for some of you, the connection starts out long distance, and then you guys come together when you move to, like, you live together. But there is an aspect of like, there is some time away from each other. There could be times away from each other at parts or moments. And then the second song that came up for you guys, okay, it is the Broadway version. So this is why, so remember I mentioned your person gave off a genie vibe? So, for a genie from Aladdin. So when this happened, when I was shuffling the songs on Spotify, and this song came out for your person, I was like, oh my gosh, of course. It's Prince Ali from Aladdin, the genie version. I mean, the Broadway version. So this song is so dramatic. I feel like your spirit guides would even bring about like this person to you. Like, this song is so dramatic. So I'm going to read the lyrics. I may skip some parts of it, but yeah, okay. Hail, your attention I crave, O ye people of Agrabah, this is your lucky day. Hail, high and low, great and small, lucky people of Agrabah, someone is coming to call. Take it away, Babkak. Someone who tamed the Cyclops, then fought 40 thieves single hand. He's richer than Croesus. He goes where he's richer than Croesus. He goes where he pleases, and this time he's chosen your land. So here he is now with his band. Like, I feel like your guides are even going to introduce your person to you. Like, they're presenting it. Like, it just feels like your person actually comes in how Prince Ali came, or how Aladdin came to meet Jasmine the first time. It's like you guys are like, I'm looking for a real connection. Somebody that's like my true person. I just want a true, real love. I want it to be authentic. I want it to be deep. And then your person comes in on an elephant. With a huge, like, all of your spirit guides and this whole band of people, like, presenting them to you, like, and he's there in, like, the prince's clothes, you know, and he's so, like, his chin is up, the chest is out, like, I say he because I'm talking about, like, Aladdin in that moment, but your person is coming through like that, you know, and they're, like, coming in with their arms crossed, like, haha, look at me, I am approaching, and welcome me into your life, I am here for you, I've come for you. My future spouse, I've come for you, you know? And you're just like, this is so extra. Like, this is too much. Like, I think initially you guys may not take them seriously. Let's get back. Okay. Make way for Prince Ali. Say, hey, hey, hey for Prince Ali. Hey, clear the way in the old bazaar. Hey, you, let us through. It's a bright new star. Oh, come be the first on your block to meet his eye. Make way, here he comes, rings bells, bang the drums. Are you gonna love this guy? Again, it feels like this is almost like your spirit guides introducing your person, okay? It's like your spirit guides are like, oh my gosh, look who's here. Get excited. Look, it's your person. I mean, come on, bang the drums. It's like, look at this person. They're literally on an elephant. Like, amazing. Make way, Prince Ali, fabulous he, Ali Ababwa. Genuflect, show some respect, down on one knee. Now try your best to stay calm, brush up your Sunday salam, then come and meet his spectacular coterie. Prince Ali, mighty as he, Ali Ababwa, strong as 10 regular men, definitely. He once slew 70 Turks, mustaches, sabers, real jerks, who gave those bad guys the works. Why, Prince Ali. So it almost feels like you guys may... like when you first encounter your person, you may hear a lot about them, or somehow they're in your circle. Like, you become aware of them maybe through gossip or through talk, or like maybe for some of you, like for a rare few of you, if it is like an internet persona, something along those lines, it's, or like you, or they're prominent in their field of career. So like there is some buzz, like you hear about them and then you think nothing of it. You know, or like this person comes into your life briefly, or like maybe you're in a convention and you're like in the same place as each other. Oh. Wow. Okay. Another deja vu thing. I think I forgot to mention something in one of the other groups. Am I meant to, hold on. Am I meant to mention it in this group? Okay, yeah, not this group. Okay, yeah, I mentioned in one of the other groups that I feel like could be some cross-watching. So I don't know if maybe you guys felt drawn to two groups, or if you, like this could be like maybe you had two messages or two letters from your person, or yeah, if you're I don't know, there's something like that. Okay, but yeah, I feel like, say for example, you see your person could be a speaker in the room, okay? Or like your person could be, okay, you're at an event and there are multiple people who are going to be presenting, and you just so happen to be at the event, and your person is like presenting their work idea or their business or whatever it is that they're doing. They're one of the presenters. And so you've never heard of them. You came to see like presenter A. Okay, but your person is presenter C. So you only know about presenter A, and then there are people like you hear gossip. Can you believe presenter C is here? Oh my gosh, yeah, presenter C is so cool, and they're so attractive, and they're blah, 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 right? So it's like you almost hear, like there's some aspect of like gossip or something, like you hear something about your person before you really encounter them. Like you hear that and then you brush it off. I'm not saying this is exactly how it's happening. This is just an example, a scenario, but yeah, it's kind of like that. Like there's this element of you're somehow made aware of them, or like the moment you meet them, then you hear this other information about them, something like that. But yeah, okay. He's got 75 golden camels, purple peacocks, he's got 53. When it comes to exotic type mammals, he got a zoo. I'm telling you, it's a world-class menagerie. Prince Ali, wonderful he, Ali Ababa, he's essayed quite a parade for you to see. So get on out in the street, get someone I want you to meet. Come on, start kissing the feet of Prince Ali. Sounding, okay. There's no question that Ali's impressive, though his entourage may be excessive. Oh yeah, you see, though his entourage may be excessive. All those elephants at once can quite unnerve one. Still, the guy gives a parade new meaning. At the sight of all those peacocks preening, he's a prince without a peer, and we deserve one. You see, it's like your spirit guides are really coming through to talk up your person, you guys. It's almost like you guys are like, I don't know. And they're like, no, look at your person. Look at them. Look how amazing. Look at those calves. Look at their profession. Look at their job. Look at what they do. Look, all those people love your person too. It's like, it's so larger than life. It's so funny. Okay, and he's a prince without a peer, and we deserve. It's like they're saying no one compares. This is a once in a lifetime kind of opportunity. This person, you are gold, and so is this person. This person's a rare gem, and you are the ultimate gem, of course. But look at this person; they're a perfect match for you. So the fact that like your guides are coming in, really trying to convince you, I feel like you guys are not, like you guys maybe are not gonna have the best first impression of your person. And I'll get into that in a moment, but let's finish the song. There's no question that Ali's alluring, never ordinary, never boring. Everything about the man just plain impressive. He's a winner, he's a whiz, a wonder. He's about to pull my heart asunder, and I absolutely love the way he dresses. Okay. Yeah, basically, I guess the song is almost done. Fine, I may as well finish it. He's got 95 white Persian monkeys, and to view them he charges no fee. He's generous, so generous. He's got slaves, he's got servants and flunkies, proud to work for him. They bow to his whim, love serving him. They're just lousy with loyalty to Ali. Prince Ali, amorous he, Ali Ababwa, heard your princess was a sight lovely to see, and that good people is why he got dolled up and dropped by with 60 elephants, llamas galore, with his bears and lions, a brass band and more, with his 40 fakers, his cooks, his bakers, his birds that warble on key, make way for Prince Ali. Okay. Basically, even the part where they're mentioning like the servants and stuff, I feel like the people who, like anybody who works with your person, they love your person, they admire your person. Like everybody says good things about your person, okay? Everybody only has kind things to say about your person. So I feel like that's the energy that comes through. And the reason I was saying that you guys may not have the best first impression, I feel like you guys are looking for something legit, something real, okay? And your person is so larger than life, and their initial impression is like this funny persona, and charismatic and charming. And I'm not saying that you guys are not a fan of like a charming personality. It just feels like you guys are you're the type of person that's like, it's nice that you're charming, but I want to know who you really are. I want to see what's really underneath. And it's a little hard to see what's really underneath your person on just first appearance, because they're so larger than life, and everybody is expecting that from them and seeing them in that light. And so it makes you go, okay, I don't want like somebody who's just not serious. I want something real. I want something more, like, I want something more than this. So it's like your guides are like, no, this person is great. Look. And the fact that they have an entourage, or they have a lot of people that want to be around them, you're just like, that seems like too much work. I'm not here to fight for, I'm not here to fight for attention, to keep up with whatever is going on there and all these people constantly being around. I'm good. They're funny. They're nice, but I want something a little bit more serious, like even when your person approaches you, it feels like you don't take it seriously. You're like, I'm sure you're just flirtatious. You know, you're one of those charismatic, charming sort of people. So maybe you're just flirtatious, or you're just being nice. You know, you're doing it for fun. You're being kind or fun, or you want me to be included. But I feel like you guys brush off the fact that they could actually like you, and you brush off the idea of getting into a relationship with them because of that. But okay, let's get into your cards. So we have the Queen of Swords, the Chariot. Right, we have a lot of cards, so let me actually, I forgot, your person had a lot to say. The Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, with the Ace of Pentacles here, I'm saying, no, I'm coming in with a real offer. I'm really giving you a real offer. I'm coming in with a, oh yeah, oh my gosh, whoa, that goes with the song. Whoa! You guys, just these first 3 cards alone, if we're using that literally goes with the song. If we're using Aladdin with, as the example, okay, Princess Jasmine is here, like, I'm looking for true love. I'm looking for something authentic. I'm done with these pompous people who just want me for this or whatever or whatever. So this is like you guys as this Queen of Swords with Princess Jasmine vibes. And then your person is the Chariot and the Ace of Pentacles. They come in with like their wealth. They're like, here's the material world things I can provide for you. And they're being paraded in with these sphinxes in the sky. Look at that, is literally the song. What the heck? That's incredible. Okay. All right, back to the cards. Then we have the 8 of Pentacles. So it's almost like your person is like, yep, okay, I came in with presenting all this stuff, but I feel like I've got to put some work in as well. But there's more to this, obviously. It's just, this is how it's coming through right now. Okay, then we have the Magician. The Knight of Wands. Yeah, you see, like, the Knight of Wands is like a knight that would be the knight that comes in the most with like a party and energy and pizzazz. So it goes so well with the song. The Moon. The Fool. The Sun. Oh, the Queen of Swords again. And then we have the 6 of Swords. Can I squeeze in one more card here that you guys will be able to see? Yes. Okay. The Sun again. Yes. We have the Hierophant. Which is interesting, right? We talked about that faith, though, so it's coming through again. We have the Son of Cups, which is the Knight of Cups. Sorry, this is the Knight of Cups. So another knight, another like them coming in. It's very much like they're coming in your life. They're coming into your life, okay? And the Knight of Cups is like coming in like with a romantic offer, this offer of new love. There's this fresh vibe, this good energy. But again, it's like how they're being presented matters to you too. Okay, then we have the Veil, which is the High Priestess. Let me swirl it around. And then we have Ancestors. So this one doesn't have a correlation to tarot. It's just Ancestors. Yeah, with Ancestors, it's kind of making me think of like what I was mentioning with your spirit guides and like your team coming through. And they're just like, look at this person. And it's almost like your person's ancestors are also coming through, and they're like, look at our precious child. Look how wonderful they are. Aren't they like matchmakers? It's kind of funny. And then I guess I've been doing that with all the other groups. So I'm going to show you these cards as well, but they're probably not going to be interpreted until we get to the Oracle cards. So we have Bouquet. Inception. Lock. And Repair. And last but not least, Snake. so give me a moment, you guys, to piece it all together. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the things that we already talked about have come through here. So for example, the Eight of Pentacles, it's kind of like, again, this emphasis that your person really likes what they do. They're really good at their job. They're very focused at their job. Your person is a hard worker in general. So they don't expect things to come easy, and they're willing to put in the work, whether it's in their work, in their relationships, in anything to do with life. They're willing to put in the work. So they're not somebody that just gives up or quits right away, which is why I feel like they're determined to, it's like I'm determined to have them. So yeah, it's like they're determined to have you. Okay. The Magician, your person is actually a manifester. They're a very great manifester. I'm getting that, like, in career, they've created quite a success for themselves, and there's even more success to come. So I don't know if they have like a startup or something or whatever it is that they're doing. It's like they've already done quite, like, they're doing well with it, and they're constantly starting new projects. You know, they're always starting some kind of new projects, getting it set up, you know, getting it filled out, and then they're going on to the next thing. Again, with this Knight of Wands, they're very energetic, they're fun, the life of the party. I feel like they inspire you to get up and join the party, and it's almost like they help people to feel included, but with you guys, they also help you to come out of your shell a little bit more. It seems like maybe, like, for example, what I'm seeing or what I'm hearing is like, say you're somewhere where, like, if you were with people that you were close with, like relatives, friends, you know, or a more intimate setting, you wouldn't mind, or everybody else around you in your party was the shy one, you wouldn't mind taking the lead and being fun and like larger than life, you know, and being like, come on, let's dance. Like, you do that for your family, maybe for your elders, something like that. But when it comes to being like in public with very large crowds, sometimes maybe there are moments where you kind of hold back a little. And I feel like your person is like, no, come on, group 3, let's go, woohoo, let's dance. And you're like, maybe next time. I just want to watch you guys dance. Go for it. You're having fun. I'm enjoying it. And they're like, no, I know that you want to dance, and you actually do. You actually do want to dance. So they're like, come on, join us. And they grab your hands and they pull you in and they dance with you. And it feels like that. Like they invite you to go and live life to the fullest. Which I think could be very much needed for you guys, because you guys are a little bit more introspective. Like I said, there is this Jasmine-esque vibe with the Queen of Swords coming through, where you guys are more discerning, and maybe you had to be maybe you were a little bit more repressed. I feel like you guys had very different upbringings. You guys feel like opposites. So you have very different upbringings, and maybe you guys are more repressed and they are more expressed. And I'm not saying that you guys are still repressed. You know, you guys could have worked through it a lot and done the healing and done the work and whatever is needed. But this was like your foundation for some time. Whereas your person, they grew up with a lot of love surrounding them, but they also had to take on a lot of responsibility. Like, they were the person that people turned to. Like, if they were siblings, they could be the older sibling, you know, like they were the firstborn, like something along those lines. Like, their responsibilities, like they're the life of the party, they're joy, they're very energetic, but they're no stranger to responsibility or having people under their wing to take care of. So yeah, I feel like it's not to say that their life was all rainbows and butterflies. You know, everyone has their own hardship or difficult thing to overcome. And I feel like when you guys actually let them into your heart, you're going to feel like somebody has your back, like you're under someone's care, and it's going to be very nice. But yeah, it's like on the outside, you guys are different, like your personas and everything, but inside, you guys are very similar. That's why the Queen of Swords comes out twice. It's like they have this element to them too. It's just people don't get to see that because all they see is this sunny persona. I feel like when you guys encounter them is when you're going to be in a place of surrender where you're just kind of like, I'm in the present moment, I'm living my life, and I allow things to unfold, and I surrender. Like, I surrender to divine, I surrender to God's vision for me, to the divine plan that my soul signed up for. Something like that. Like, there's just this release where you're like, I don't need to have control. Normally the Fool card, they jump off the hill, but it's not with their back facing the hill. This one is like a more extreme version. It's like, you know what? I don't even need to be looking where I'm falling. I'm just gonna fall. I know that I'm going where I'm meant to go. So there's this aspect of like surrender and a strong faith and trust that things are working out they're meant to, and there's this aspect of this new beginning, and it feels like you guys are going to be in that kind of a realm or place when you guys encounter your person. The Sun card coming out twice, this is so beautiful. It's like so much joy here, so much fun. It's like two people being like, hey, I know you. Like, when you guys actually lower your guard. I feel like initially, if you guys encounter your person, you guys may have it can be fun, but you wouldn't consider, it's like you encounter them the first time. You're like, wow, what an interesting person. You know, they're funny, they're nice, all this stuff. But then you write them off. You're like, I mean, it's not like I would ever be in a relationship with someone like that. But, you know, that was a really nice encounter. Like, we just clicked. Right? And then you start getting into your head. Like, so if you guys keep encountering each other afterwards, if you keep meeting afterwards, you're like, I'm not really going to be with this person. Like, I would, you know what I mean? Like, this person doesn't, like, I need something more serious, something where, you know, it's like the things that you actually want this person is, but you like write them off initially because of this persona. Again, faith has such a strong element here, and it feels like your person has a very strong faith with the Hierophant being here. It's like they follow their heart. They follow their heart. They follow their divine guidance. They surrender to God a lot. Yeah. And it's like they check in with themselves too, and they're like, God, and they check in with themselves and they check in with God, you know, their higher self, and they're like, God, where am I going next? And like I said, it's like when you guys encounter each other, like the place in your life that you'll be is you have now released the need to try to control a situation, or, you know, putting so much pressure on yourself, or like, having to, like, there's this aspect of like, I need to keep moving forward and meeting these goals, or this is the plan. And it's like, you guys are like, you know what, God, you are the plan. This is my life, is my life. My life is the plan. Just by me existing, I'm ready for a new adventure. I'm ready for a new beginning, and I'm truly ready to surrender. Like, you can think that, but something about this is different because it's not just thinking it. It's like your thought and your action aligns. So it's like something unlocks and clicks. And not right when this happens, but around that time when you guys get into that state, at some point in that state, that's when you guys could encounter your person. Because your person is very much like that. They're also kind of like a, you know, what's my next step? God, lead me to where I need to go. There's a lot of faith here, and it's beautiful. It doesn't feel like a restrictive faith, or, you know, like they're going to have certain expectations of you. It just feels like this is, it's a beautiful kind of faith, and it's going to suit you guys very much. So whatever your version of a healthy, happy faith that you want your partner to have, that's what your partner is going to have, okay? Give me another moment. Sorry, guys, I need to take a sip of water. Yeah, even with the High Priestess, with the veil, like you guys and your person are both intuitive. You guys are intuitive, and your person is very intuitive. Your person is going to know when they see you that there's something very significant about you. I feel like they're going to be interested in you guys first in a more serious manner. And they're going to kind of understand why your guard is up, or why you've kind of closed the door. And like I said, they're really big on taking on a commitment. Wow, this really sounds like another group. So I don't know, maybe there are a couple of differences, but maybe you guys, if you felt really drawn to two groups, maybe you should watch two groups. I know it's a long format. Maybe you can watch the first group today, watch the next group another day. But yeah, like, so there are a lot of parallels between this group and another group. But yes, it's like they tap into their higher self, they tap into God, they follow, they're very, for somebody who can be very fun and all the stuff larger than life, they actually know how to be very quiet on the inside and to turn within with gratitude and to listen to their higher guidance. And I think that's something that you don't initially see. Like I said, it's like you guys write them off, but they have that. And so it's like they know that they're going to have to show that to you. And everything, you're going to have so many signs that are going to lead you guys to this person. Like after you guys encounter each other, there are going to be so many synchronicities and signs indicating like, hey, this person is kind of significant for you. You should, what about this person? Like, again, it's like the Prince Ali song. Like, your guys are going to be like, hey, what about that person? But that person, though, and so many signs and synchronicities. And you guys are going to be like, well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I see signs and synchronicities all the time. This doesn't have to mean something. And they're like, hello, what happened to this new leap of faith? Like, that person, though. But yes, your person definitely, I feel like your person has some kind of psychic sight too. Like they have like premonitions or something. Like maybe they have powerful dreams. Maybe they have very imaginative and creative dreams where they have like visions in their dreams, or their dreams are very symbolic. Let me see what else I'm getting before we move on to the next set of cards. And it's like the offer that they make to you that you guys brush off, just so you know, it's like a stable offer. Like they're like legitimately offering you something real. It's just you guys don't necessarily take it so seriously at first. But your person is materially more stable, I think, than you guys could be when you encounter each other. Like there's something about their material. I'm not saying they're like stinking rich or anything like that, but yeah, there's something about them feels like they could be a little bit more materially stable compared to you guys. And I feel like they have the key to help you guys to like open up your heart to love finally. Like you guys have done a lot. Like even here, it's like you're ready and open to receive love and to be in this kind of state of surrender. But that's you guys doing that on your own. It's 100. It's like, it's a little different when an actual person now enters your life to keep that up. And this person is going to take their time. Oh yeah, even in the letter, they said, right, like, sorry about the coughing, you guys. I know this isn't the first time that I'm coughing in my videos, but talking a lot, like I was talking a lot today for work, and these groups have each been like 2 hours, so the talking in the last few days, it's just been a lot. So, but yeah, even in your letter, your person says, where is it? Life is a journey, and I appreciate you for reminding me that, whether through your words or your actions. Wait, no, that's not it. Oh, here it is. I like that you take your time to get things done. No rush, baby. Right? So it's like your person mentions that, like, you guys need a little bit of time. You need a little bit of time to open up to them, to warm up to them, to be like, okay, fine, maybe I'll consider you. they're okay with that. They can see that with this veil card. They can see that. They understand that. And they help you guys to unlock your heart. It's like you've already kind of removed all of the walls. And now all that's left is like this lock. And the key is in there, right? Because you're like, I'm ready to unlock my heart. It's a little scary because now I feel like naked and bare. But I'm ready to unlock my heart. And they're the person that comes in and turns the key so that the lock opens. Right? Or like you guys turn the key and the lock is open, but the lock is still on, and they're the person that removes the lock to really free your heart. So yeah. Okay, let's get into, and they come in very much with an open heart. They lead with an open heart, you know, like you can feel how open their heart is. Their letter was in, remember I told you that ink, whenever I write with it, it's always for pure heart chakra stuff. Like I can feel almost like the essence of heart chakra energy whenever I use that ink. And I have other green ink, so it's not just because it's green, it's something about that particular shade. Okay, so yeah, I feel like your person is, oh look, at the bottom of the deck you have the Magician card again here. Whoa, and the Six of Swords again. Again, it's like they're going to lead you. They're going to be that final step to actually help you get out of that phase that you've been working all this time. Like you have freed yourself, you've gotten yourself out of there, but they're like that final step to actually kind of put a complete end to that and finish the start of your new beginning. It's like you're in the start of your new beginning. That start doesn't just happen, you know, oh, it's a new day, it's the start of my new beginning, I'm in my new beginning. It feels like it's a transitional period or some time. So like maybe like 3 or 6 weeks into your new beginning, your person comes in and does that whole thing with the key where now they're that final step, and now you can say, I'm officially living in this new beginning, not in the transition period, but now actually in it, something like that. You know what I'm hearing right now? I'm hearing Let Me Be Your Wings from Thumbelina. And you know what? The prince in Thumbelina, the fairy prince, he actually has a similar vibe to your person, you know? Like, he's a little like, you know, oh, I'm here. Yeah, something about that. Like, there's this energy or this vibe to that person. So, and he comes in big and bold and like, you know, I want to be with you and you're amazing and I'm gonna come and marry you and introduce you to my family. Like very much up front. And they have this big beautiful musical number where he's saying like, let me be your wings, let me be your only love, let me take you high above the stars, you know, like let me lift you up, essentially. Okay, next cards. So we've got Medicine Mother, honor your inner knowing. Knight, be brave and honest. Archangel Jophiel, the number 9, joy, radiance, inspiration. I was just reading the words. 16, Archangel Metatron, spiritual power, esoteric wisdom, sacred geometry. And then we have the light attributes of Aquarius. And the shadow, and the light attributes of Virgo. Let's actually move this, I guess, a little bit more center now. And we have flirt. Funnily enough, right, we were talking about like there's something that could appear flirty. Extend your lighthearted energy to others. Very soon. Clearly decide what you want so that it comes to you now. Wedding. The situation involves marriage. And then these 2 cards I'll reveal to you at the end. Oh, and you know what? I'm going to include them. They came out as extra cards, but I will include them, okay? So on the bottom of the deck, we have attraction. You attract romantic love by enjoying this moment fully. Which, remember, like that element of surrender, that Fool card made me think of, kind of gives that same vibe. Religious factors. Your love life is influenced by your religious upbringing and spiritual path. And I'm going to put this on the bottom of the deck, but stay optimistic about your love life. Positive thinking and faith will bring you romance. Again, faith. Faith keeps coming through in your reading, you guys. And just like that leap of faith in the Fool card, remember I was saying it's almost like this big surrender where you're just like, you know what? I completely trust the universe. I'm really, like, I've been practicing letting go. I've been trying my hardest to let go of control, or even the slightest aspect of control. But now I completely surrender. I completely let go. It's that kind of a vibe. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this connection, you guys are going to be releasing a lot. Releasing a lot of pent-up stuff, a lot of hurt. Your person has, like I said, your person is very balanced. Their masculine and feminine energy is very balanced. They're very wise. They have this intuition and wisdom to them, and they're also like, it's like they have a healthy aspect. They have the healthy aspect of divine femininity and the healthy aspect of divine masculinity, with the bravery and honesty and like pushing forward and moving forward on their path, and you know, leaping and taking this next step, but also following their inner wisdom and their guidance, and they listen to themselves. It's actually quite admirable. And with these cards, it's like one of these cards is supposed to represent you guys and one of them is supposed to be your person. But I feel like this is both you and your person. So like I said, I feel like if you guys were drawn to two piles, because or two groups, because there's literally another group where there are so many similarities, even if there are slight differences in like the personality, but I could see how they could be complementary. But like certain aspects are quite similar. But yeah, it's just fascinating, right? Because you have this beautiful light-hearted joy and then this deep spirituality. And you have that here, like this light purity with this knight and with their honesty and bravery and faith. And then you also have this deep spiritual medicine woman, right? That's like calling you into the depths of your soul and mysticism. And you see that twice here, even with the color schemes. These are the darker, more intuitive cards, and then these are the lighter, more like faith-based and like light-hearted cards, you know, like this air quality, not air like the element, but just like this airiness, this, it's like freedom, or like a breeze, like clarity, purity and clarity. That's what I mean to say, like a purity, a clarity, like it's just pure, you know, untainted. Yeah, so I feel like your person, we already talked about how they're a joy and all of this stuff, but they're very intuitive. They're very intuitive. Like I said, it seems like they almost have like clairsentience, clairvoyance, like they just get downloads, right? And like inner wisdom and knowledge and guidance. It's very strong. And then they can also have psychic visions, whether it's premonitions in their dreaming state, or they just kind of actually get like a flash of a vision, or they have a strong clairvoyance, like psychic sight. And like I said, clear cognizance too. Like they just get those downloads. It just comes to them. This guidance just comes to them. And that, again, part of that is part of their faith. It's because they make it an effort to connect and to express gratitude. And I think that's another reason that people are so drawn to them or so magnetized to them. It's just because they're so, there's just this purity, this light. They feel warm. They feel good. Like their honesty and transparency, or with how authentic they are, and like there's just this purity, like they're untainted, you know? It's very, yeah, it's very special. And I feel like you guys match that purity as well. You have that purity too. So I think it's like two pure souls coming together. Yeah. What's interesting is so far I've recorded, or I filmed 3 groups, And I feel like Aquarius and Virgo have come up in almost, like, one of those signs has come up in almost every group. And I've shuffled. You guys are the first group to have both cards coming out as light attributes. The others were shadows. But yeah, that's interesting. I guess that even adds to the purity. Like, it kind of adds to that as well. And I feel like I said, both of you guys have that purity, but there's something about your person. They're very well balanced. And I feel like you guys are going to be well balanced too. That's why you need your independence, but you also have this beautiful feminine energy as well. Like, you guys are also balanced. But it seems like they come through a little bit more with the masculine leaning, and you guys come through with that, like, a little bit more with the feminine leaning. So you guys are very, very deep. Very deep. Like, you guys feel more earthy. They feel like their feet are on the ground, but you guys feel like you could be, like, they feel like they could be on a horse riding through the desert on the sand. But you guys feel like you are like the tree, like a tree that's rooted, like the vision is like the tree that's rooted in the dirt, in the earth, and all of that beautiful nutrients. And yeah, it's like the nutrients in this, in the dirt, in the earth, that's nourishing the tree through its through its roots, you know? So it's like your person is like, again, you guys have a lot of similarities, but outwardly, even your presence feels kind of different. Like, your person's presence is more energetic and big and bold, and there's this light and purity, and then your presence, which is kind of like the divine masculine, right, energy. And then yours is more of the divine feminine. There's this coolness, this soothingness, this peace, this calm. You know, it's like soothing, which is the divine feminine energy. Like, when you look at yin and yang, like, that's kind of what those energies are. So your energy is more thought-provoking. It, like, calls people to go in deeper, and it's nurturing and nourishing. Like, it's nutrients for the soul, right? And your person feels that, because, again, your person is this purity, your person is this clarity. You guys are purity and clarity too, but, like, your person is coming through as just this clear person. Like, they just have that insight, that vision. They can see clearly, and so they see you for what you are. Like, some people may be intimidated by your energy or your presence, because, like, they can see, like, oh, you know, they may think of you guys as high maintenance, because they may assume, like, oh, this person, you need to, like, there's something, like, unattainable about you. I think because of how deep you guys can go, it's like you challenge people to go to the depths of their soul. And people who may think that you're attractive or, like, alluring, right, they're drawn to your purity, they're drawn to this essence that's nourishing and nurturing from you guys. They may still kind of feel intimidated, or like something is holding them back. It's divine protection also, but something is holding them back from actually approaching you guys, because they're intimidated by how real you guys are, and how much of, like, a mirror you're going to be for them, to show them, like, their truth, their depth. Like, some people are not ready for that. They're a little bit more shallow, or they rather stay shallow because they can avoid work. Your person is going to see you guys. They're going to see you, and they're going to sorry, just checking something. It's like, because, like I said, your person has the vision, so they're going to see you. They're going to see this beautiful, rich, nurturing, nourishing soil that just feeds life and heals anything that gets planted into it. It's like the moment you get your hands on something or someone, you can help them flourish just by being in their presence, or more so them being in your presence, okay, if they can surrender to that kind of guidance. Because you guys have, just like your person has this energy of God's essence, this divinity, this purity, you guys have that too. So it's like you guys really are a good match. It's like you're complementary for each other, But like even as a couple, you're complementary for people that you encounter, because one of you can help on the divine masculine level and then the other can help on the feminine, but both of you are balanced within. But it's like I said, like you guys lean slightly toward, I think naturally most people lean a little towards one side and the other. You guys lean a little bit more towards the feminine. But yeah, unless of course I guess that you could be cross watching, then it's different, but you know what I mean. I think you'll know which one applies to you. But yeah, it's like most people would be intimidated to approach, but your person, when they see you, it's like they see God. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. This just made me think. I made a reference to this in one of my other videos. It's like one of the first two, I think. Pick a card, like future spouse love letters. And I haven't thought of it in a while, but there's this Bollywood movie. Let me look it up. I want to make sure to include it well. Okay, the movie is called Rabni Banadi Jodi, and I believe the translation is like match made by God or something. Yeah, it's like match made by God. Oh, wow. Oh, God, match made by God. Religious factors. Look at all of that. That's like, yeah, but basically the reason I'm bringing up this movie is because there's a song, Tujmin Rabba Dikta Hai, or Tujmin Rabba Dikta Hai, okay? Pardon my pronunciation. But in this song, it's a beautiful song, and the male lead is saying to the girl how he sees God in her. You know, he sees God in her, and I feel like this is your person. This night of what is it? Oh, what are the names of those nights? The nights that watched over the Holy Grail. There's a name for it. The nights of... Okay, well, I guess it's not important. But basically, it's like this sacred duty. Like, this night is devout and is like, I will take on the sacred duty to protect this precious treasure and honor this precious treasure, and I respect this precious treasure, and because it is a treasure of God, right? And so you are like coming out of the forest when you take that leap of that Fool card, what we talked about with the Fool card, where you guys just take that leap and you fall into trust. It's like you guys are coming out of the forest. You're still in the forest, but it's like you're out of from where the trees are, and you're just walking in the plains, and this knight comes across you, or they see you. I feel like they kind of see you guys first, but you hear about them, so you think that's the first time, but they kind of catch a glimpse, something like that. It's like they catch a glimpse of you first, or whenever they see you, it's almost like they need a moment, you know, like they need a moment to like honor you, like, because they see the divinity in you. They see the hurt and the transformation. Like, you guys have a shaman energy. Like, they see this hurt that you've experienced and how it has given you clarity and wisdom, deep wisdom. And they can see how you're, like I mentioned, how you guys are like the nutrients, the nutritious, healing soil, how it's so sacred. It's a sacred gift of God, this precious soil that can nourish even the most, destroyed plant. You can help give them life again. Like, your person sees that. The moment they see you, they see that. And it's almost like they are in awe of you. Like here, like how this knight is closing their eyes and holding their sword. It's like, thank you, God, for allowing me to see this treasure. Or like they see you and they're like, God, thank you. I now know what my mission is, what my next step is, like what I'm striving for, right? Like there's this beautiful moment of admiration. And I think that's something that you guys would not have expected from them, is to be consistent and keep showing up. Yeah. Wow, that's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. It's like, again, like I said, both of you guys have that light, and people can feel your light and all of this stuff. But their light feels very bright and like it's super shiny like the sun. And you guys have that energy too, but there's something also earthy about you. So like there's this depth that it's like an om, like something like that. Like it's like deep, which can be intimidating for some people. But they see that and they're like, wow, you know, it's so beautiful. It makes me really think of like opposites attract, in the sense of like the yin yang kind of thing, where it's like I see, because within that symbol, the light has a little bit of the dark in it and the dark has a little bit of the light in it, right? So it's almost like they're like, I see that little light. I see that light in you, that in your beautiful, incredible, cooling, soothing shade that you offer, that is nurturing and nourishing, and there's like water, and it feels so good, because I love this solar energy, but it can get kind of dry. Like I said, it's like they're running on a desert, right? They love it, they're used to it, but like you're like an oasis. And then for you, it's like, well, I'm used to always being in the depths and in this moist earth, which is beautiful, to be so self-reflective and to take my time and really see if something is right for me, feel how I feel in my body, grounded. That's why I said, even in the beginning, right, when we were talking about like you guys being okay with having some space from each other, because you enjoy connecting with yourself. Like you love the act of connecting with yourself. It's like a privilege that you get to do that, to just check in with yourself again. So it's like you love, like you enjoy that. That's your essence. But feeling the warmth of this sun also feels good, you know? You're like, I enjoy this nutrient-rich soil and how deep I can get, but being able to just be in the light and like not think too hard or too deep is so nice too. It's like there's this, you have that aspect a little bit, but like you guys come together. I just smelled horses and camels. So that's interesting. Horses and camels. Well, I did mention when I was talking about them, it's like they're riding on a horse in the desert, okay? So, and when I'm talking about how you guys view them, and then you see the horses and camels, I guess, okay, it's kind of refreshing. But yeah, there's like a draw. There's a draw for both of you there. Okay, let's move on to the next cards. So, but it's beautiful, you guys. It's very special. You guys are going to feel very cherished, and your person is going to be very grateful for you. And of course, you're going to be grateful for them too, but it's like this person is ready to pour into you first, because they can see your true worth. They can see your value. They can see your core, you know? Yeah. So it's okay that they have to kind of prove themselves to you a little bit. I'm hearing it's okay. It's a good thing. It's a good thing, babe. It means you've got standards, and I love that. That's kind of what's coming through. Okay. Now, these cards. Let's see. Oh. Also, I just wanted to mention on the bottom of the deck, we have Apollo. Okay. So look at this. Look at all of this light, and then the actual sun. So your person, yeah, there's a star quality, and I feel like both of you guys are such a divine union. Like it's literally a divine union. Both of you have this beautiful light inside of you. And it's like, yeah, there's this warmth. I feel like this person is like the sun. And like I said, I'm not, you guys have that quality too. You are that too, okay? But this is about your future spouse. And they see that sacredness and all of this stuff in you too. But I feel like this person really is like the sun. They're like the sun. And you guys are too. The way that like your importance, your significance, your purity, your energy. Both of you guys are so pure. But yeah, let me see what I'm getting with the Aquarius and Virgo. Yeah, I feel like this is supposed to be about your person, but it's kind of about both of you guys. So this is where it's parallel. I'm going to say your person, but I do mean both of you for these two cards. So your person is very giving. Your person is very generous and very unconditional with their giving. They're somebody that pours into people. And you guys are like that too. You guys are very unconditional, very giving, and you pour into people. So the fact, like, again, this is paralleling with another group, but like the fact that you guys pour into other people, you're not necessarily expecting someone to pour as much back into you, right? You're expecting like a little sprinkle, but this person is here like, no, I'm pouring the whole well, baby. I've got you. Like, you guys are two givers who give and love unconditionally, coming together and respecting each other. Like, there's this huge aspect of respect here. You know, like, I respect you. I honor you. In all that you are, I honor you and I respect you. I feel like also there's a lot of releasing going on while I'm talking to you guys about your person, and when I get to like some of the deeper stuff. So I feel like, yeah, like I said, this person is going to give you a sense of security. Or like I said, it's like you guys were this nourishing soil that is moist and stuff, and you were giving nutrients to everyone, but sometimes you need some sunshine, you need some warmth, right? And this person is giving you that. They're there like, I love my baby, let me give you some warmth, you know? So like, yeah, I just feel like this person really nourishes you. They really, like I said, they pour into you. They give so much to you. And of course you give to them too, but they know that you're going to give to them because this is who you are. They know that you're giving, that you're caring, that once somebody has earned your trust and respect and, you know, has passed the test of like your keen eye, that you are going to go all in and help them and all of this stuff. So they know that. They can see that from the beginning, from the get-go. There's so much healing here. I'm feeling so much heat in my hands. Like the energy is coming through. So it's so healing. This is a very powerful union. This is a very powerful union. You guys coming together is special for the two of you, but like I mentioned, that show, You Are My Glory, it's like you guys coming together is good for the world. For the people who get to admire you from a distance because they encountered you in the wild, it's like they respect your love. It's so precious that they admire your love, you know? You guys aren't going around showing it off. You just are being together. And people like admire that because the frequency of your love with each other and how pure the two of you guys are. And then when you come together, it's just amplified by like tenfold, right? This beautiful purity. And you guys channel God. Both of you are like vessels of divine. Okay, so when you come together, the light that comes out of the two of you, like look, Apollo's here, the sun, the light that comes out of the two of you guys. It's like you are the embodiment of God's energy, of divine. You know, this union is so holy and so sacred. Like, it just brings so much admiration and healing and so much to the world just by you guys coming together. If anyone gets to encounter you and speak with the both of you, it's like you guys clear their hearts. And it's like you shine light on their hearts and you clear the clutter that could have been around their hearts, and you help them to connect to source. Like, that's how powerful you guys are. Both of you guys are healers. Both of you guys are psychics. Both of you guys are intuitives. Both of you guys are light. So when you come together, this union, it's so, like I said, I can say it a billion times, so holy, so sacred. Okay, let's get to the bottom row. Yeah, again, with the flirt and very soon, I feel like with flirt, it's kind of like, again, advising you guys to be, just to be lighthearted, see how things are going, like see where things go, you know. It's okay, even if you don't take them seriously at first, that's okay. But it's okay to be open to doing a little bit of that lighthearted flirting, okay? And again, this is a sacred union. Like, this feels like you guys are actually going to get married. Like, some people are just like, this is their future partner for life, but they don't need the certificate. But I feel like you guys, yeah, this situation involves marriage. Like, I'm taking that quite literally. I feel like you guys are going to have like an actual, like, there's going to be a contract that you guys come together, you know, like that binds you guys. Like, you guys want that. There is this sense of like, I want something that holds us together with like this. It's not needed, but something about it feels good. Like, for some people, it's a step that could be a good feeling. And with you guys, it's the case. Religious factors, again, this is like giving me that faith, that spirituality, but just how holy and sacred your connection is. It's incredible. It's so beautiful, you guys. Yeah, very soon. Like, for some of you guys, I really feel like it's going to be sooner than you guys expect. Yeah, just sooner than you guys expect. But, you know, take that with a grain of salt, because this is a general reading. But even your person, right, they're talking as if they're creating it. They're like, hey, I'm coming over. Check your emails. Check your messages. I'm in your DMs. Like, come on. Very soon. Come on now. Okay, and let me take a look at these final cards before I reveal the last messages. Okay. Yeah, I already mentioned like how it's like they're gonna help heal you guys, your heart, you know, this whole lock thing we talked about. Snake, that's kind of talking to me about like your perception of them initially, and then what they actually reveal themselves to be, and how this connection is actually quite healing. But also something about, I heard Kundalini, so I feel like even with your sexual union, it feels so sacred. Like, there's something like that practice is also, there's something super sacred about that. Like, the intimacy with you guys is so like what's the word, palpable, one second, palpable, yeah. And the definition, by the way, that came up is so intense that it's almost as if it's tangible. So yeah, like the intimacy between you guys is so palpable, like this connection, like people can feel it. It's like dense, you know. So yeah, it's like this beautiful intimacy, and intimacy is not always sexual. Intimacy is a whole nother thing all on its own, and just, it can include sexual things as well, but intimacy is beyond that. So you guys have an incredibly palpable intimacy, and it leads to incredible sexual encounters and all this other stuff. Okay, you guys are so present with each other, and you hold a space and presence for each other too. And good conversation coming through here for you. I feel like your person, yeah, you guys are just gonna stand out in the crowd, and very much like this card with the 44. Okay, it's a 2 up here, but there's a 44 at the top, and it's like the star is like surrounded by all these squigglies, and it feels like this is like your guides, your spirit guides coming through, this divine guidance and wisdom, and like you are shining in the crowd. Your person is shining in the crowd, okay? And it makes me think of that Prince Ali song again. It's like this, like attention is being brought somewhere, given somewhere. And bouquet, it's kind of like your person is gonna most likely approach you guys first. Yeah. Okay. Let's reveal your final messages. These are direct messages from your person to you guys, okay? So we have Weasel. Be silent, pay attention, and simply observe with your eyes, ears, and physical feelings what is happening inside and all around you. Honeybee. Let compassion and forgiveness be your top priority in this situation. And Kiwi. Do a walking meditation each day for the next week. It seems like your person is telling you in the moment, it could be very helpful for you to just ground and keep coming back into the present. And the advice that they're giving you is like they're not pushy. So the way that they would give you advice feels like they would make it a suggestion. So they're suggesting, why don't you try doing a meditation, right? Like a walking meditation, something that will help you ground. You can either do a physical, but if you don't want to feel like you don't want to sit down and meditate, you can just take a walk and be observant of what's going on around you, right? Observant, right? Be silent, pay attention. Simply observe with your eyes, ears, and physical feelings what is happening inside and all around. It's almost like I'm hearing them say, you know, babe, like I know that you're going through this transformation and it feels like you guys have gotten a download or an upgrade, and so you're like in between this new phase and this old shedding skin that it's like the skin is already molted or like it's been detached from your body, but now you're actually just kind of slipping that skin off. So I know that you're like in this weird in-between state, so just make sure to be kind and compassionate to yourself and just keep grounding and keep coming back to the present. You know, there's no need to think too hard or too deep or give too much, attach too much of a meaning to whatever is going on. Just be kind to yourself and be in the present. And if you make a mistake, that's okay. Then take a walk, be kind to yourself again, and just keep moving forward. Ease up. Just continue to be at ease with yourself and continue to be kind to yourself. That seems like the message. Like it's almost like they're saying like, you don't have to stress out. You don't have to overthink. You don't have to worry or doubt or whatever. You don't have to do anything of too much. Just continue to breathe it out and release, and take a nice walk to kind of just quiet down the mind and just be gentle. Like it feels very healing, very nourishing, you know? Okay. All right, group two. Oh, well, maybe some of you were drawn to group 2, but all right, group 3. This is your group if you guys chose this lovely letter, and I'm going to read. Well, I don't know why I'm repeating. That was so weird. I literally just went into saying goodbye to group 2 and basically like introducing group 3 again for a moment. Okay, I'm just gonna read your letter again. Okay, 1 second. Okay. All right. Hello, my special baby. How have you been doing? Are you sleeping well? Shouldn't you be in bed? Come on, babe. Okay, I know I said I'm going to do it without interruptions, and I'm going to read it one more time. But I just realized here they're asking you, like, they tell you rest is good. And so they're bringing that message up again, right? They're saying that here. Like, shouldn't you be, like, go to sleep when you're tired, go to sleep, right? Have a cup of tea, something soothing. Do soothing things for yourself right now. Feel cozy, feel good. Take that walk, okay? Or just come into yourself. Do what feels right. Let compassion and forgiveness be your top priority in the situation. Just be kind and compassionate to yourself. They're like saying, nourish yourself, my love. Nourish yourself, baby, okay? Okay, now let's start your letter over. This time, really no interruptions. Hello, my special baby. How have you been doing? Are you sleeping well? Shouldn't you be in bed? Come on, baby. We've talked about this. Rest is good. But that's okay. My little munchkin can do whatever they like, and don't let nobody question it. Ah, baby, I can't wait to see you smile. Hold on now. Wait a minute. I'll be right over. I'm on my way to see those pearly teeths. Almost there. I'll be there soon. You know, baby, waiting doesn't have to be so hard. Waiting doesn't have to be a hard thing to do. There's plenty of ways to pass the time. You could sing one of your lovely tunes. You could harvest fruit. The world is your oyster, really. If you're harvesting fruit, though, save some for me because I'll be over soon. Here I come, knocking on your door now. Baby, baby, who am I? You've got mail. Ha 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 ha. I'm the old messenger application, babe. Check your mail or email. You know, we're modern up in here. Lighten up, my love. I'll be there soon. We'll watch a movie, drink a beverage, and play Mario Kart all night. Or card games. Card games are cool too. Teach me about your world. I want to know. Can you show me? I want to know about the strangers like me. Oh, but we're not strangers. We've met before. Once upon a dream. Not a day goes by that I don't thank God for my beautiful and wonderful baby. I say, God, thank you. Thank you for my wonderful baby, my sweet honey cakes, my bunches of oats, my melatonin at night, and my energy pill in the day, my precious babe. And God tells me, babe, I got you, babe. And I say, oh, thank the Lord Jesus. Anywho, you're very lucky to have me now, babe, because I just won the lotto. I met you. Have I mentioned that we've met yet? Hi, how are you doing? It's me. Hello. It's me. I've been wondering if after all this time you'd like to speak. Check your messages. Otherwise, I'll be saying hello from the outside. No, but really, I can be serious, don't worry. This is my serious face. Insert handsome Squidward if you can't see the distinguished detail from afar. I also want to let you know, I am a dance machine. And I mean, let's face it, baby. I've got star quality. I mean, have you seen my serious face? That's it. Look up handsome Squidward right now. I mean, I'm immaculate. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. It's a direct quote from the greatest boy band of all time. Insert Valley Girl accent. But it's also true. You're so out of this world that it makes me wonder what I did in this life to deserve you. In all seriousness, you truly are my greatest gift, and I love my family, but I'm excited to start a family of my own with you. You are my people, you know? I may be silly and goofy at times, and that can be all others see, but you see the real me, the full me, and you love me for it. To have a love like that, who wouldn't be thanking God every day? With you, I feel seen, heard, and safe to show my deepest, truest parts. I try not to take life too seriously because it's all just a big game. And I like to be the lighthearted joy in people's lives because we've all got our own darkness to fight. But it was hard for me to find a partner who I could let my bubbly persona down with. It's still a very large and real part of me, but there's also so much more to me than that. I'm very ambitious and driven, and I've got dreams as far as the eye can see. I like that you take your time to get things done. No rush, baby. Life is a journey, and I appreciate you for reminding me that, whether through your words or your actions. I'm a very grateful person, and I promise to cherish you for all of my days, and some, because the soul be loving in every plane of existence. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking forward to growing old with you. And check your emails, because I'm coming home soon. From your sassy love, 사랑해. All right, group 3, that was your reading. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, I would appreciate I would appreciate if you gave this video a thumbs up. And I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments down below. Also, only if you're up for it, feel free to subscribe to this channel if you want to see more content from me so you can be notified when I post. I know I don't always post regularly, so this way you guys will be in the knows when I do my thing and post a video. But yes, thank you again, Group 3. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm very grateful for you guys. I love you guys, okay? I'm sending you guys so much love, so much light. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye, Group 3. Hey, Group 4. This is your group. If you chose this beautiful pink seal, look how pretty it is. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. It did not come out how I thought it was going to, which, to be honest, none of the seals did. But doesn't it look so nice with that rose quartz? Look how lovely. Right? It looks so cute with all of those stones, actually. Like, the pink looks lovely with the celestite, I think this is amethyst. Oh my, it's been a while. I'm pretty sure that's amethyst. That's banded amethyst. Clear quartz, rose quartz. It just looks so cute. Even here, right? So pretty. I'm just gonna show it closer up. Look how pretty. Okay, so feminine. Anyway. It also matches the ink that is used in the letter. So one of the unique things about this video is that all of the letters got a different ink. And this is a newer ink, actually. And it's called Spadina Rose. Okay, so it's got Rose in the name by Ferris Wheel Press. And yeah, I don't know. It's just... the colors have been significant as well for the readings, from what I have seen. So we're gonna get into that. For you guys, I already kind of know one of the messages about that color, and we'll talk about it once I start reading. But for those of you, actually, let me ring the singing bowl before I forget, and then we'll get into the details about this. So I'm ringing the singing bowl for you, Group 4. Lovely. Okay. So basically, for those of you who are new to, I can speak. Wow. It's been a long day. I've been talking a lot today. But yes, for those of you who are new to the channel, okay, I'm going to read your letter twice. Okay, you guys? Once in the beginning with interruptions, where I'm going to be giving any messages that came through while I was channeling the letter, which I have written down, or any other additional messages that come through while I'm reading the letter to you. And then at the end of the reading, I will read the letter once again without interruption so that you can get the full feel of the letter, okay? Also, normally in these readings, there's one channeled song, but for this reading, each group got 2 channeled songs. So I will be reading you lyrics from 2 songs, and also there is a song or 2 that came through while I was channeling the letter, which I will just give you the names of those songs and possibly the quote that came to mind or the lyric that specifically was playing in my head. Okay. Without further ado, let us begin your letter. Let me actually get into my notes. I've got my notes pulled up here. And off the bat, I do want to say your person, their energy is the most feminine leaning of all the groups in this reading so far. Okay, so there was a group that was very much leaning masculine. There were 2 groups that were a little more neutral, but with an influence of one to the other side. You guys have the more feminine group. And it's not just because of the pink. I just think, and feminine doesn't have to have anything to do with gender, right? Because I know there are lots of people who watch this with different sexual orientations, right, and preferences and all this stuff. So apply how it applies to your life. Energy is energy. A man can have a very feminine energy, a woman can have a very masculine energy, and then they can also have the natural, like we all have both within us. And even if you're healed and healthy with your energies inside, you may be leaning more towards one just because in this lifetime your soul may prefer to lean in to one of those energies more, regardless of gender. Okay, so your person does have a little bit more of a feminine energy, and I feel like they've entered into a phase in their life where they're playing into that feminine energy more. I think they had to. Their survival instinct was leading them when they were younger into a masculine energy, but now they're leaning into what their soul wanted to be fully expressed in this lifetime, which is more of the feminine. So there is an energy for your person that is like a healing energy. Like there's a almost like this essence of declutter, like decluttering, like when you right after you declutter a space, so now things are airing out and leaving that space and becoming clear again. It feels like your person is in that place. So I associate that feeling with healing. So it's a little bit of a, for lack of a better term in the moment, like a little bit of a funky time, okay? Just for lack of a better term, I'm going to use funky, because it's like they've cleared, they've shed the skin, but it's like that transition right before that next chapter. But they're not actually transitioning into the next chapter. I feel like they kind of already stepped into it. It's just they're adjusting, molting, like, if you will. Okay. Oh, that was a little aggressive. I didn't mean to itch my hand so aggressively. Okay, let's get into your reading or your letter. Oh, here's one of your songs that we'll look into after. Okay. Oh, I forget. I keep forgetting about this. Your letter, even though you're the fourth group, your letter was actually the first one that was channeled through. And I do pen paling. So I like hand letters, pen pals, okay? So I write the date whenever I do pen paling, and your letter is the only one that has a date, okay? So it's because it was the first one and I was not intending to do channeled love letters. It's just I wrote the date and then your love letter just came through. Like it just channeled through, and I was thinking for a while, for months, I was like, you know, I would love to do another reading and I get back on YouTube, but I'm not 100% ready yet with the stuff going on in my life and whatever. And so, yeah, I didn't feel like I was ready for that. And I was thinking, you know, I wanted to bring you guys one more love letter reading, and then after that, like, do some other videos, right? But again, like, it wasn't happening. I wasn't feeling like the right energy for that. And so this took me by surprise, because I started writing, the intention was to write an actual letter, and it turned into your letter, after I dated it, you know? So yeah, and then it led to the other letters being channeled too. And I was just so taken aback. I was like, oh, I guess we're doing it. You know, I had set the intention and now it's happening. So yeah. Okay. Now let's get into your reading. So that's why you guys have a date on your letter, but I do feel that there is significance to that too, because this date is very current. Again, this is a timeless reading. So it's current for around the time when this letter or when this video will be released. But yeah, we'll see the significance. Okay, let's get into it. Okay. My love, I call you that because I don't know your name yet. I have my own little nickname for you, but I'll share that with you when we meet. Okay, off the bat, your person, I just want to say, is very reflective, very self-aware, very intelligent as well. Yeah. So that's something that is coming through it right away. Like they're very self-aware, you guys. So it's like they know consciously they're very self-aware, but because they're so self-aware, they also know that like their subconscious acts as an influence in their life, and they know, like, they're aware of, yes, consciously I am this way and I feel this way and I understand this, but subconsciously I also understand, like, consciously I also understand that subconsciously there are still things that are happening that still need healing, that still have an effect in my life. So like they're very, very intellectual, very deep. But yes, okay, back to your letter. I've been doing well lately, and I hope you are too. There's been a lot of healing and unpacking of emotions and leftover baggage lately, but I'm handling it with grace and care. And a few tears, but that's just part of the journey. I go through periods of time where I talk to you telepathically, and then I cut you off, so if you feel a bridge between us at times, that could be why. It's nothing personal, and I hope you're not too upset by it. I just need that time for me. I've seen people get lost in love before and losing themselves entirely. That has always been a fear I've had. I don't want to be lost from myself, especially not after I spent so much time finding me. I'm still pulling back parts of me that got hurt from past trauma. Okay, a lot to unpack here. So this is very much true. What your person said about them not wanting to be lost from themselves. They've seen a lot of relationships in their life so far. Sorry, I just heard a noise. But yes, they've seen a lot of relationships in their life so far where it just turned very toxic, or there was already a giver. Your person is a giver, and they used to be an overgiver. They're still recovering from overgiving, but they have gotten so much better. And they've seen how people that are like them have just been so taken advantage of, and how they have gotten lost in love, right? Because your person is also an empath and highly sensitive. They're like a highly sensitive person, okay? Very emotional. And I don't mean that in a negative sense. I just mean like they're very empathic. They're very creative, very artsy, okay? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, but this is a little annoying because trends can sometimes confuse me and annoy me just a little bit depending on what they are. And this is one of them, but it's coming through. Okay, I heard the word demure, very demure. And it's annoying me a little bit that I have to use it. No offense to anyone who uses that or who has made the videos. I just think the part that confuses me about it is like, I've known the word, okay? The word itself is beautiful and it's fun to say, but like, that trend doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. Maybe because I haven't seen the original video. Like, I don't understand why everyone is like using that, because they're not just using the word. They're like, maybe it's the shorts that I've seen. They're just repeating certain definitions or certain words and then saying demure. But it's coming through for your person, okay? So your person has that quality, okay? Very, oh my gosh, this is so annoying. Okay, but very cutesy. It's so cringe. Okay, yes, very, very cutesy and demure. That is the qualities of your person, but like actually though, okay? I don't know who that could be significant for. Maybe some of you guys just like using demure. I don't know, but your person is that, and like very cutesy and very lovely and all of that. Unfortunately, like it's so weird coming out of my mouth, but it's true. Like it's not even an exaggeration or me just quoting the trend. Like this is actually your person. They're actually those things. I lost my point with all of that. Like, but what was I even talking about? Oh yes, losing themselves in relationships. So because they've witnessed that, they have a line of sensitive, whatever their gender is, I would say, okay, not gender. I'd say they saw a lot of people that they love, kind of losing themselves in relationships, and it scares the heck out of them. It used to be like a real fight or flight thing for them that made them run away from love, but without them realizing it. So they were attracting people who were unavailable and all of that stuff. But they've worked through a lot of that, so now they can stand even if they're afraid, and like take a moment before they're like, I'm not afraid of you. You know what I mean? And like they don't back up anymore. Now they just stand, and even if they say it's scared, they'll be like, I'm not afraid of you. I'm taking a breath and I'm taking another step, you know, so something like that. But yes, so they're very independent, and they like to take time to themselves to check in with themselves. Okay. That was like a lot of emotions coming through. Okay. It was okay, yes, so I'll read that last sentence. I'm still pulling back parts of me that got hurt from past trauma. It was some time ago, and I've already forgiven past parts of me that blamed myself for being a victim, as well as others that were involved. Even though I have let go, some wounds can run deep and may still get a trigger here or there. But I'm very self-reflective, so I'll try to protect you from that as much as I can. Okay, this is another thing I want to talk to you guys about. So your person, first off, I want to say they're very unconditionally loving. They're very caring. They're basically like a warm embrace embodied in a person. Like, I feel like in your person's arms, you will feel warmth and safe and at home and cherished and peace. Okay, they are in their presence, you will feel that, but in their arms, it's going to be like some kind of magical experience, and you guys will never want to let go of that hug. Okay, I feel like you guys will be cuddlers with each other. Okay, you will be cuddlers. You are going to want the cuddles from your person, and your person is going to willingly give them to you. But like I said, caring and warm embrace embodied in a person. So their presence just gives off that. Like, people feel incredibly comfortable with your person. But I do want to stress here that your person, there is this sense of responsibility that they have lived with their entire life. Okay? They have just taken on responsibility for the people that they care about. And this, again, could be part of the trauma or how they were raised. It's like they were charged with being the person who was responsible for their parents' emotional security or stability because of something that they had experienced. That your person experienced something, but they were like in their childhood, and that trauma made them feel, in addition to how, you know, their parents were, made them feel like they had to take on responsibility for other people's emotions. They had to prioritize other people over themselves. Okay, so they were naturally a sensitive, kind, and caring child, and whatever that trauma did, it like made them, again, they were already giving and overgiving. So now with that, it kind of made them push themselves in a corner or push themselves to the side. Again, they have worked a lot. They've worked through this a lot. Like, your person is very on top of healing and doing the inner work and all of that, like very on top of it. Okay, like I'm talking like they've been doing it for quite some time. They're very on top of it. They're very good at that. But some things, like they mention in the letter, can take a little bit of time, you know. And I feel like this is a habit that they have where they take on responsibility. And I think that this is something that you guys are actually going to help them see. You don't have to shoulder everything yourself. It's not your burden to carry alone. You don't have to do it all on your own. And consciously, your person may know that, but subconsciously, or out of a habit, they still fall into that kind of a mindset, like, I want to take care of you, I want to protect you. And you guys are going to come in and be like, yeah, but I want to protect you and I want to take care of you. So, yeah, I feel like that's something that's coming through there. So it feels like they truly mean, like they want to protect you guys from their emotions and from what they're currently experiencing. And it's like they want to keep you protected from that, in addition to honoring their needs to go through it. They don't want to feel... So you see, what's really coming through here is they don't want to burden you with what's going on, But I feel like when you guys encounter your person, you're going to be like, you're not burdening me. I want you to share yourself with me. I want you to share your life with me. I'm curious about you. I want to know more about you. And your person wants to do all of that, but they keep getting a little left behind in their thoughts, or like their thoughts keep holding them back a bit because they keep thinking, okay, it's like they're testing the waters, but they're worried that they're still going to burden you. So I think on your end, there is a little bit of encouragement that is needed for your person to feel like, it's almost like you're saying, no, I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your dreams and hopes, and like, I want to hear your silly fun facts, or I want to hear your little input here and there, you know, and your person is going to look at you like, really? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they give you their thoughts. And then the next time around, because they're thinking, well, you know, group 4, let me share my thoughts this time, but I don't want to just take advantage of them and keep dumping onto them because, you know, it's not their responsibility to handle my what I'm currently experiencing, or the frustration I may be feeling at work, or the frustration I may be feeling with this or that or whatever. It's not their burden to carry. It's not their responsibility, you know. Meanwhile, they would do that for you. They would say, share with me, let me help you, right? But when it comes to themselves, there's still a little bit of like a, you know, I really like group 4. I don't want them to feel like I'm putting pressure on them or burdening them with something that I can handle on my own, because they're so used to handling things on their own. Okay. That's something that they will overcome. I just feel like after they just need to get used to, like, it's almost like they step in and they're like, oh, are you going to pull back now? Or I'm just not sure, you know? But like I said, they've done enough work where they're not going to be actively pulling out. Okay. They're not going to be actively pulling back. It's just, they may take a pause for a moment and observe to see how you're going to react. And once they see a few times, like, oh, this person's not running, or this person still wants to hear what I have to say, then they're going to loosen up. It's going to be very free and all of this stuff. So that's not going to last very, very long. I just want you guys to know and feel reassured. Like, you're not going to be having to, you know, baby this person for the whole duration of the relationship. That would be exhausting. Okay. It's just more so in the beginning stages. I think it's like they're coming in testing the waters, because they want to be like, are you absolutely sure I can talk to you about this? Because I don't want you to turn around and feel like I'm making you feel burdened with this information. Okay. But yes, back to your letter. Where was I? Okay. I have let go even though I have let go, some wounds can run deep and may still get a trigger here or there. But I'm very self-reflective, so I'll try to protect you from that as much as I can. That's also why I go inward and need to be alone at times. So if you see me pull back, don't feel too hurt. I'm just getting ready to shed another layer. Yeah, your person is they're like a phoenix. They're constantly transforming and growing. And I think you guys are going to really admire that about them, because they're so strong. Like, they're so strong, you guys. They've carried like the world on their shoulders. And you guys are just going to admire that. You're going to be like, how are you so graceful in just, it's like you're so graceful in the process of falling to death so that you can be reborn again. They've like mastered the art of death and rebirth, you know, of transformation, of surrendering to transformation. It's very admirable, okay? And I think you guys are going to feel very inspired by that. It's actually okay, yes. Don't feel too hurt. I'm just getting ready to shed another layer. It's actually the best thing for both of us. I'm very warm-hearted and kind. Compassion comes naturally to me, and that's going to be something you really love about me. You love my kind eyes. I'm also quite charming, and I dazzle people when I walk in a room. What can I say, darling? It's my nature. I also have a very soothing essence and caring energy and nature. A lot of people feel safe and healed with me and around me. I've been known to put a few people to sleep in my day. It used to be annoying. Sorry. It's late, you guys. I'm tired. It used to annoy me, but now I get that some people hardly get to feel peace, which affects their sleep patterns. And I just so happen to bring them peace. Yeah, your person, like I said, they're like a warm cuddle and embrace embodied in a person. Like their energy is like that too. People naturally open up to them. People naturally want to trust your person, and they get very good vibes from your person. You guys, the moment you see your person, you're going to feel like, oh my gosh, this person just feels so like cuddly, and like I want to give them a hug, and I want them to hug me. Like I feel like the moment you guys see them, you're just gonna get that vibe like, I want to hug you. I really want to hug you. Can I hug you? Like there's something there about that. And it's just because your person, their presence is so inviting. And like they know their worth. Again, like I said, they've done a lot of death and rebirth, a lot of transformation. They know their worth. They also know that they have these little hiccups with the trauma. They mention it in the letter, right? That they know that there's still trauma that can still be triggered or activated. They're very aware of that. They know that there's still more work to do, and that life is a journey in which the work is basically never ending, right? There's always going to be something to work on. So they're very much aware of that. And they're aware of their worth now. They know what they add to the table. Before there was a lot of, I don't know, and all of this, like I'm not sure if I would be worthy for someone to stick around, you know, or whatever. But, or like I said, they used to have that fear of love, but now it's really not like that. They know their worth, they know their value. So they're very discerning when it comes to choosing partners, you know, and that's going to be something that like is a big deal. Like they specifically, I'm hearing that they chose you guys. Okay. Actually, I think they say that in the letter. Hold on. Let's get to that part. Okay. And yes, like I said, because of that soothing presence, they do give people a sense of peace. So people just feel like they can melt into your person's embrace. They can melt in your person's energy. Even animals. Your person could be really good with animals, or animals can like feel like they can melt in your person's embrace. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if people actually quite literally fell asleep in your person's arms or near your person, okay? Because they can let their guard down. It's like they can unclench. I'm a natural healer. Healing comes easy to me. You could say it's a gift from birth. You see how amazing I am? Anyone would be lucky to have me. Aren't you glad I chose you? Yeah, you see, there you go. They mention it. LOL, you're welcome. Okay, so your person is a little silly and goofy too. And it feels like they make these jokes, right, where they compliment themselves and they mean it, but at the same time, on some level, they don't 100% fully believe it. Again, this feels like one of those things that they're kind of working through, where you meet them, you're going to feel all of these things are true. And you're like, actually, you know what? You are all of these things. You're right. Like, you're not just talking out of your butt. Like, you actually are all of these things. And then when you say something like that, they're going to be like, wait, really? And it's like, yeah, didn't you just say that so confidently? And they're like, yeah, but like, you know, I mean, I believe it, but I don't know for sure, you know, kind of like that. Like they know it consciously, but it hasn't fully seeped into their subconscious, right? Yes, okay. Don't worry, my love. I just teasing you. I mean, it's all true, of course, but I just teasing. LOL. I'm very impressed with how strong you are. You make me feel safe and seen with how thoughtful and thorough you are. Not many people have such an eye for detail. I think you've got a brilliant mind, and I love you for it as well. Your looks are great, and that's nice, but ooh, baby, your mind? Now that's sexy. Okay, that part where they're saying your looks are great and that's nice, I feel like they literally mean that. So like they think that you're very attractive. I feel like a lot of people could think that you guys are very attractive, to be completely honest, group 4. And maybe that's actually a refreshing thing for you, because a lot of people can think of you guys as attractive or could be physically attracted to you, but your person, they're not the type of like, they like a good looking person, you know, I think most people would. But if somebody looks good, but their soul, their energy, their presence is not it, they don't like, they're not going to go for that person. So they will, even if there was the most attractive person in the world, your person is not going to be drawn to that. They're very much drawn to energy, to presence, to mental stimulation. So when they get to have a conversation with you, I think that's when they're like, oh my gosh, I've fallen, like I am completely in love with my group 4 person, because I've never felt so seen or heard in a conversation before. Like, I'm in love with you. That's going to be what they feel once they get to actually communicate with you guys. Because they see somebody as, like, if they see someone as attractive, they'll be like, oh, that person's attractive. That's cute. That's nice, you know? But that will mean nothing to them, you know? It's just nice in the moment. It's like, oh, it's nice to look at you, but that's about it, okay? Like, I'm not gonna feel like I need to pursue you or, like, be actively engaged in trying to get your attention, because physical beauty is whatever to your person, you know? It's really your mind. So I feel like that's going to be quite refreshing for you guys too, because you also, like, you guys, your minds click, your communication is, well, a lot of the groups here have good communication, which is good, right? This is a future spouse reading, so I would hope that you guys have the communication and security and safety, right, with the person that you choose. But yeah, it's like the communication is really on point with you guys. Like once you guys start talking, it's like your brains are on the same wavelength. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I'm going to look at my notes really quickly. Another thing, your person, very friendly, very loyal. I'm getting the feeling that they could be quite bubbly. Maybe not to you guys at first though. Like, I feel like you guys will see them from a distance and you'll see that they're charming and they just exude this just beautiful peace and charm and charisma and this bubbly persona, and they can be quite silly and it's very alluring, very tempting. And like I said, you're going to see them and instantly going to be like, I want to give that person a hug. Like, I want to know you. But I think, to be completely honest with you, like I mentioned, you guys are considered quite beautiful, quite attractive. And I feel like though your person would like somebody who's beautiful and attractive, they may kind of write you guys off initially because they see you as attractive. I know that sounds so weird and counterproductive, but I think because they see you as attractive, they're going to be like, oh, I'm not going to fall for this kind of type again, right? I'm not going to fall for just physical exterior, you know, this person's attractive, but that means nothing. And then they're going to try to move on, right? So maybe on some level, I think they wouldn't even assume that you guys would like them. So they kind of write you off. Well, I feel like I've been saying that in a few groups. What is this? This is like a deja vu experience. But, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Back to the reading. Also, I just want to say there is this essence of cherry blossoms that's kind of coming through, or that was coming through when I was challenging your reading, when I was channeling your letter. My goodness. And the cherry blossoms, what it represents, it's like it's like this first breath of spring, something so lovely. And I think it adds to the femininity and the tenderness of your person. And like it's almost like you have to wait for them to bloom, right? For them to feel like, oh, this is the perfect temperature for me to bloom now. But once they bloom, it's just like, oh, you're so beautiful, you're so magical, you're like a fantasy come to life. That's the way you guys would feel. And that's the way anyone would feel. So it almost feels like your person is already beautiful. It's like your person is in the stage of their life where the buds are visible on the cherry blossoms and they're like starting to bloom. But the moment they fully bloom, which I feel like is going to happen once they come together with you guys, and that's just because they're finally going to have that sense of, I have somebody, like that sense of camaraderie, and I think you guys are going to give them a sense of security that they have not gotten to feel from another person before. Not fully, not permanently, right? They could have gotten like some people in their lives that felt like they could be a safe place for them, but it was always temporary. And then they learned, like, I need to be the safe place for myself, right? Which is the truth. It's true. But because of that, they're not used to having somebody who can feel like, hey, we can take care of each other. You know, it's not just you take care of yourself and you take care of me. I can take care of you too, right? So once they kind of get that from you guys a little bit, like a little bit of a nudge, that's when the flowers are just gonna fully bloom. And I feel like you're gonna be like, I'm so glad that I got this person when I did, because like I feel like you guys are gonna feel like, you know, I'm so glad I got this person when I did, because otherwise so many other people were gonna be gunning for this person, you know. But it's like, that's it. Like there's a little bit of a, I made a note of this, there's a healthy kind of, okay, I know this is gonna sound contradictory, but hear me out. There's like a healthy possessiveness in your connection, okay? Where it almost feels like it's not possessive, like I own you, you own me. There's no aggression involved. It's not like infiltrating each other's energies or space, okay? It's just like, again, I use possessiveness for lack of a better term, but it's almost like you're my person and I'm your person. You know, and it's not even in the true sense of ownership. It's just kind of like you fall under my wing and I fall under your wing. You're my person, you know? So yeah. And I feel like, okay, there's something in this letter that may make me uncomfortable to speak about it, but I feel like this turns into, like, this is something that you guys experience in the regular life, but especially you guys have that kind of, like, that vibe gets you guys into the bedroom mood, okay, for the both of you, I think. So on some level, that healthy form of possessiveness, not toxic, kind of arouses the both of you as well. Like, I feel like it heats the two of you guys up on some level. But that's your business, not mine, okay? But yes, yeah. I mean, also, just so you know, what I was mentioning with, like, the cherry blossom tree blooming, being in perfect bloom, and, like, you guys may feel like, oh, anybody would have wanted to snatch this person up, so I got very lucky that I got them. It's like you guys see them and you're like, I know that you're gonna bloom without me or with me, but, you know, I get to experience you blooming. I feel like you have an admiration for your person like that. Like, they're just so inspired. Like, there's something about them, like, them being in your life brings you peace. There's this it's just this peace, this beauty and grace and peace. And I feel like it brings you, yeah, it's like this person just brings you peace, right? Just looking at them gives, again, there's a lot about looking, a lot about like eyes. So that's interesting. But oh, the reason I even brought that up again, right? Obviously your person would not have chosen anybody else, you know, but I think, like, maybe you guys could tease them about that at some point here, like, hey, I mean, I'm just glad I got you while you were blooming. Otherwise, look at you. Everyone would be, you know, they'd be like, come on, stop it. Like, you know, you're the only person for me. I wouldn't even see the other people. Something like that. I don't know. There's a little bit of, like, a playful banter between you guys. Okay, back to the letter. Also, I just wanted to correct something. You don't make me feel things. you evoke these things within me. That's another thing I love about you. You inspire all these feelings and emotions and excitement and joy, but it never feels forced upon me. Yeah, that's something also. When they specify that you don't make them feel a certain way, you evoke those things in them. It's true. It's like your presence is so warm. Your presence is also warm. It's also very generous. You have a generous, warm, safe, and engaging presence. And I think it makes people feel at ease, especially when you start talking to people, people feel at ease. So, but there are also some people who, like, their energy is like a little out of whack, and, you know, they can have like a very overactive root chakra, and so they can attract people to them because of that, like on more of a maybe a sexual level, but it's there's little toxicity to it, you know? So that attraction feels forced. It feels like some kind of a trauma bond. But with you guys, it's not like that. That's what your person is trying to say. Like there's no like a trigger of a trauma bond or anything like that. It's just your energy is not intrusive in any way. It's not oh, actually, you know what? I just saw that they mentioned it, so I'll leave it up to the letter to express that more. So let's get back to the letter. You inspire all these feelings and emotions and excitement and joy, but it never feels forced upon me. I'm sensitive to this kind of stuff, and I think that's why you also feel so safe. For someone as powerful and larger than life as you are, your energy and presence doesn't force itself on others or come off as imposing, or like it takes up 70% of the room, so now others have to shrink down to only taking up 30%. It's not like that. You're not like that, I can tell. You're like a rock. You help people feel the ground, but still be able to see their hidden potential at the same time. I love to see you work. It's inspiring. I know people have said that to you before, and then 10 days later turned around on their word, but I actually mean it. You are a workhorse, and it's inspiring. I love that you love what you do and how you light a fire under people's butts. Okay. So we're getting to the part of the letter that, you see, there are some times in your letter where it transitions into kind of getting a little spicy, where like they say something and they mean it in the general sense, but like there's this undertone of how it's like, yeah, I mean that, and it fires me up. It's almost like they're saying, it's almost like, you know, when somebody would be like, oh yeah, security and stability is so sexy to me. Like it feels like that. Like it's like you're talking about something that is like a serious thing, and you mean it, but it's also like you're like, I love the security and stability, right? And they mean it, but then they just love it so much that like it arouses them. I feel like your person is very sensual, like sensual as in, I guess, the literal sense of the word, but also like they mentioned being a sensitive person, so I feel like their five senses are a bit more heightened, so they can actually be stimulated through their senses. I know everyone is like that, but like I feel like they're extra sensitive. So like if they eat a piece of food that they if they eat a piece of food that they really like, right, and it's exactly what they were craving, that can feel almost arousing to them. Like if it's like that, or they hear a certain sound that just, it's like their ears love that kind of a sound or whatever, it can be arousing. Or they feel a warm breeze or the warm sunlight, and it's just like, oh, like something about it is like sensual. Yeah, they're just sensitive. Like their everything is sensitive. So, you know, that it can be like, I feel like you're gonna really like that. They have this vigor for life. It's like this taste for life, this love for life. And again, I'm hearing words vigor for life, so I guess that too. And that's going to be something that you know, you guys are like that too. And I feel like you guys seeing your person like that is going to make you like also like, yes, woohoo, like we're loving life together. Okay. But yes, okay. But also because they're like that, like I said, it's like when they get excited about certain things in their actual life, it can sometimes be arousing. Like they're very, very sensual. So it can sometimes be a little arousing for them. And okay, this is the part where I may get a little uncomfortable. Just saying. Okay. I can't even say it. Okay, Milka, this is business. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, group 4. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Even when I channeled it, I was like, is this okay? Like, am I allowed to? This first sentence is fine. It's just a little embarrassing to say, but there is a sentence in here that I'm like, is it okay for me to just say this on YouTube? It's really not. You're going to hear it and you're going to be like, Milka, that's it. It's not a big deal at all. And I'm going to be like, I know, I'm sorry. But I just can't help it. Okay. I don't openly talk about this kind of stuff to whoever would be watching this video. You know, it's one thing when you talk about this with friends or what, I don't know, it's a whole thing. Maybe it's a cultural thing that I just need to get over. Okay. It probably is. Okay. I'm going to warm myself. I'm going to get into that flow. So I'm going to trace back a couple of sentences and just go with the flow. Okay, guys? So bear with me. Okay. You are okay. You are a workhorse and it's inspiring. I love that you love what you do and how you light a fire under people's butts. You're my little general, aren't you? LOL. Okay, maybe not so little, but you know what I mean. And I just want you to know that was meant to be an innuendo for anyone with, you know, genitalia. Okay, back to, sorry, like lost my train of thought. I'll be a safe place for you to rest, my general. My gosh. Okay. I'll be a safe place for you to rest, my general. You can always count on me. There's a deep sense of trust between us, and we feel it instantly. I know that you'll always cover my back, and I'll cover yours. Okay. Oh. And the sex is good too, winky face. Oh my gosh. Okay. I will love you always, far beyond this time and the next, your person. That was a roller coaster. My gosh. That was a roller coaster, you guys. I'm sorry for the discomfort. Okay, I'm just not used to talking about certain things on camera. So or in certain ways. And as you can see with the whole general thing, that was getting a little like, that was getting a little bedroomy. There was, towards the end, it was very bedroomy. And anyway, let me get to the notes that I have before we get into your song. I know the letter portion of your reading has gone very long, and I just want to let you know we probably revealed a lot of information that's going to come through in the cards too. This happened in one of the other groups as well, so yes. Okay. We mentioned the cherry blossoms. Oh yeah, there's an aspect of fantasy. Well, we have seen that. Okay, maybe your person also has powerful dreams too, or like the dream state can connect the two of you guys. But that was a weird thing I did with my hands. Okay, the dream state can connect the two of you guys. I also feel like there's this aspect of fantasy where you guys look at your person like they're a mythical creature, and they kind of act like one. Like there's something mystical about them, and they feel like maybe they could be like a siren or like a phoenix, like some kind of like a fairy tale creature. But also the fantasy thing is kind of like a bedroom. I feel like with all the stuff that was going on here, you know, I think role playing is definitely something that you guys could be doing with costumes and all. And maybe it goes outside of the bathroom. Like maybe you guys would do things like LARPing, like going to like Comic-Con or dressing up. You know how like adults dress up in these fantasy character costumes, or like yeah, like role playing. Like they'll just pretend like they're soldiers in this era or whatever and just go for it. So I feel like you guys would be doing that, you know, in your daily life for fun. Maybe you'll find some activities like that. And then also in the bedroom, also for fun, with possibly actual costumes. So, okay, there you go. And then another thing that came through, I feel like I need to cough again because I've just been talking so much. Give me 1 sec, you guys. Another thing that came through is historical time periods. So like there could be like some aspect, I feel like your person could have a timeless beauty as well. Like your person can have like a timeless, ageless look. Like there's some features that you can see in like medieval paintings or, you know, paintings of the days past and the days of yore. But yes, there's some paintings. And I feel like your person would match the physical beauty standards of the time periods back then and currently as well. You guys are going to be a very beautiful couple. Physically attractive and energetically, you guys are gorgeous. The two of you, you know, especially when you come together. Also, there's a sense of poetry. So I feel like your person could be a writer. Or they maybe they write short stories and stuff. They're very, very articulate, very poetic. I feel like they like words. Like I said, there's this aspect of like sensuality to them where their five senses are more heightened. So like the sound of certain words, like they find beauty in things like that. So I feel like they like to compile words together. Maybe they write haikus, maybe they just write poetry in general. For a small few of you, I feel like they could have even written like poetry or letters or something that they stored away for you, that, you know, they were writing to you before they knew you, and they're like, oh, one day. But I could just be the poetry, you know. But yeah, there's an aspect of writing, so maybe they do short stories and stuff too, some kind of writing. I mentioned that they're kind, unconditionally loving, they're friendly, they're very loyal, okay? They're like a ride or die kind of person. Oh, okay. They also feel like they're not ready for love, but they actually are, okay? I feel like they've been working on themselves for so long that they're just in the habit of feeling like, okay, I've done a lot of work on myself, but there's still so much to go, and life is a healing journey. And so I feel like they're just kind of stuck in that pattern of, okay, I'm working on this, and then I'm giving myself a break, and that's part of my routine, and then I'm getting back on the track and continuing to heal the next thing, you know. And so I feel like they had to heal certain things to become ready for love, but they haven't realized that they did it already. Or like they think they did it, but they're like, but there's still more. But it's like, yeah, but you're ready for love now. Like you're ready for love now. Like love is coming to you now. So I feel like you guys could meet or encounter your person quite, you know, closer in the foreseeable future. I really don't like giving time frames, but for you guys, I really feel like something about whether you come into each other's energy or like a physical kind of an encounter could happen within the next 6 months. Oh, I meant to say a year, but 6 months came out. So take this with a grain of salt, you guys. This is like this is a general reading, okay? So take it with a grain of salt. That's why I'm saying it could be, for some of you, I feel like there could actually be a physical encounter. But yeah, it could also just be the energetic encounters that you guys can shift drastically, okay? But yeah, something about within the next 6 months. It's not just 6 months, it's within the next 6 months. So yes. Let's see what else. So we talked about that. Okay. Then the songs that came up, one of them is The Song Is You by Tony Bennett, I think it is. Let me double check. The song is you. Or Frank Sinatra. I get the two of them confused, to be completely honest with you. And I know whatever, it's not important. But yes, the song is You by Frank Sinatra, which is a really sweet song, and I would recommend looking into it if you guys are interested. Oh yeah, but I'm talking about the Tony Bennett version. Okay, cool. So they're saying it's by Frank Sinatra, but I was right. Yeah, the version that I've heard of the song is sung by Tony Bennett, so that's the one that I'm talking about. And then the next song, one second. You are the angel glow. It's called All the Things You Are. And this one is by Ella Fitzgerald. But again, I'm not always sure who the original singer is because a lot of them just did covers of these songs. So, but yes, here it's saying that it's by Ella Fitzgerald, and the song is All the Things You Are. And the part of the song that was caught in my head, you are the angel glow. I'm not gonna sing it. I don't know why I started to. You are the angel glow that lights the stars. The dearest thing I know is what you are. And then someday my happy arms will hold you. Someday I'll know that feeling divine when all the things you are mine. So again, you see there's a little hint of that possessiveness, but it almost feels kind of like a Scorpio Taurus kind of thing where they both, it's like it's a security thing. It's not like a limitation or something that holds you back or something that, you know, is actually like the actual sense of being really possessive. It's more of like a security blanket, like two hands interlocking. That's the vibe of it, okay? And it's like both of you want this. So take that as you will. And I feel like, again, like I said, that possessiveness, that like light form of it is kind of like a kink for you guys or something in your connection. I don't know about how you feel about it now, but like in that connection, there's a little bit of that like kind of, ooh, that's nice. Okay. All right. Now the song that you guys got, it is Bawat Daan by Ibe Daniel. And this song is in Tagalog, so it's going to be translated. So give me a second. Let me pull up the lyrics. Okay. With a wave of your hand, you guide my path. That one certainty amidst 1,000 doubts. Shelter from tears and sadness. If you'd map my heart, you'd be the end, the middle, and the beginning. At last I found you. I waited for a long time. At last I found you. I waited for a long time. Even if I've lost my way and run around the wilderness, in every question, you are the only answer. Left and right, south or north, my every path leads back to you. Yeah, there's a lot of like your person has a lot of admiration for you guys too. And something that I've noticed about your person is I feel like they've had the idea of you, right? It's like the mere idea of you. A lot of jazzy love songs, but the mere idea of you. Like they had this idea of you. What is that song? The longing here for you. You never know. Soon the moment's gonna see your face and every right. The thought of you. It's just the thought of you, the very thought of you. Yeah, the thought of you. Okay. That's the song. I was like, what is that song? You heard me say that. I don't know why I'm repeating myself. But now I lost my train of thought. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, yes. I feel like they've had this idea of you guys in their mind for a long time. Like I said, it's almost like they wrote you poems or they wrote something to you before meeting you. Like there's something dedicated to you guys on some level, whether it was music, poems, whatever it is. And maybe they made artwork, you know? So it feels like they've had this fantasy version of you. Like they even said in the letter, they talk to you telepathically, right? So they've always been searching for someone who they feel like, oh, this is that person that I've been reaching out to telepathically, energetically, that I've been calling to. I found my person. It's like they've been searching for you. So this song kind of really reiterates that. I've been wandering for so long without any direction, without any purpose, like a cloud without rain, a bed without sheets and pillows. I am a prisoner of doubt. Oh, that's another thing. Actually, I will say your group, there was a bit of doubt. I feel like before I was able to settle on certain things, initially when I was shuffling the cards, I was like, I'm not sure. Do I take this? Do I not? Like, there was a lot of doubt. Even with like deciding where songs go, the wax seals go, there was like a uncertainty. I think right now, currently, the place that they're in the moment in their life that you guys are watching this video, there's like a little bit of a, like, they're in new waters. So the methods that they used before are not exactly the methods that they need to keep using now. And they're aware of that. And so they're kind of getting in their head about it. Like, this was how I did it before, but I know it's not going to work now. So do I do this or do I do this? Should I continue moving forward with this or should I? So it's kind of like causing them to be in this a little bit of a stalemate, because they're being pulled a little here, a little there, and they're not sure where to go. So they're really taking that moment to be like, okay, maybe I just need to stop, take a moment and pause. I feel like they need that. They need a little bit more grounding in this current situation, in this current moment. Just to kind of like, whenever they're feeling indecisive or like they're not sure which direction to go in, so they can kind of be like, I'm okay, and keep moving forward. But yes, is there a purpose to the journey? But at last I found you. I've waited for so long, I found you. Oh, even if I've lost my way and run around the wilderness, because in every question you are the only answer. Every left or right, I've waited for so long. Either south or north, I've waited for so long. My every path leads, I've waited for so long, back to you. I've waited for so long. And then it just repeats, okay? You'd be the end, the middle, and the beginning if you'd map my heart. You. Okay. Yeah, your person is also very romantic. Your person is very romantic at heart. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if they have some Libra energy. Oh, I forgot to mention the color of the ink that is in the letter for you guys. Your person has a Christ kind of love, okay? This color makes me think of the higher heart chakra. And I feel like their love, like I mentioned it being unconditional, but it's this higher version of love. And I feel like they were born with this as a gift. Like their heart chakra and their higher heart chakra are their greatest gift in this lifetime. It's just, it's perpetually open and continues to be so, especially their higher heart chakra. And it's connected directly to God. And it's like God's love coming through. So your person, that's why they feel like a cozy hug. They feel so unconditionally loving. Their higher heart chakra, it's so gorgeous. I feel like you guys are going to feel like you are in bliss when you guys are in your person's energy. It's going to feel like amazing. But yes, okay. And then the second song. Funnily enough, both of the songs that you got for your person are different languages. So one of them was in Tagalog. This one is in French. And it's called, and of course I'm going to be reading the translation. It's a song by Serge Lama, and it's D'Aventure en Aventure. Pardon my French, pardon my pronunciation of that. But yes, okay. Of course I have other certainties, I have other habits, and others besides you came, tender lips and bare hands, of course. Of course I whispered their name, I stroked their forehead, and I shared their thrills. But from adventure to adventure, from train to train, from port to port, never again, I swear to you, I couldn't forget your body. Okay, and actually interesting. I'll read the whole lyrics before I analyze this time. And again it repeats, I couldn't close my wound, I still love you. Of course, from evening to pale morning, since then I said I love you. And others beside you came to mark their teeth on my bare skin, of course. Of course, to find rest, I caressed their skin. They even found me handsome, but from adventure to adventure, from train to train, from port to port, never again, I swear to you, I couldn't forget your body. And then it repeats, I couldn't close my wound, I still love you. Of course, I played with my weapons, I played with their tears. Between good evening and goodbye, often for nothing, often for fun, of course. Of course, I said again in a low voice, all the words only for you. I said for the first time, and then the chorus repeats. Yeah. Most of it is repeating, and then they say, because I love you, I still love you, I still love you, I love you. Okay. So this song is not to be interpreted quite literally, but it's interesting that they mention body. Okay, there's a lot of like emphasis on even your person mentioned your appearance, like the physical. There's a lot of physical stuff, even the bedroom stuff. There's a lot of physical stuff present in this connection. But again, this song makes me think of how your person perceives the fantasy of you. It almost feels like they're saying, like, you know, I've had some past experiences in love in the past, and these were not people that were good for me. They were not right for me. These people were toxic, and I've been in search of you. I can never forget the memory of you. The memory of you as in, like, I feel like they've been communicating and connecting with you guys since they were little kids. Like, it's almost like you guys were always kind of together. And I feel like you guys could sense that too, since you were very young. And it's like they were in search of that soulmate, that person that they've been communicating with, reaching out to constantly, that they never encountered in real life. You know, that energy. They've been in search of you guys. And it almost seems like because they couldn't come across you, they just settled with you being some kind of fantasy in their mind that they hope one day could be true, but they kind of lost faith in that. And they would settle. They settled for other people. And those people hurt them and scarred them, you know, and bruised them. But they kind of emerged from that. I'm just letting you know, like, they've healed a lot from that. But yeah, and when they mention, like, from adventure to adventure, train to train, port to port, it's like they were seeking you guys everywhere. I think this is the first time in their life that they're no longer actively seeking you guys these last couple of years. It's not that they've given, oh, you could kind of say it's a little bit of a give up, but I think partially it's also because they are like, you know what, I'm going to let go and let God. But yeah, so these songs were not as romantic, I will say, as maybe some of the other groups, but I feel like that's also because, like I said, your person doesn't feel like they're in the phase of their life where they're ready for love. And it's almost like they're giving you an idea of what they've encountered. Like, they're giving you their history. I feel like that's something that's going to be very important for you guys when you encounter each other. Like, when you guys really start talking in person for the first time, I feel like they're going to open up to you about a lot of things. So we talked about them being shy about sharing their emotions and burdening you. But like I said, they've also worked on themselves a lot. So, like, they're going to understand that they're going to want to be open with you guys. So they're going to tell you about their past. They're going to want to open up to you about everything that went on. I feel like you guys are really going to talk about your history, your individual histories, and they want to share that with you guys, and you want to hear it. But the part where they may be a little, like, on the fence of sharing is current issues. So, like, today they felt sad. They don't want to share that with you because, you know, they're like, oh, well, you know, I felt it this way, whatever. It's not that important. And you're like, yes, it is. Like, why are you feeling that way? So it's not about them opening up about their past. It's more about, like, current events, right? Like, if they had a certain emotion or feeling a certain way coming up in the moment, or like their day when they're talking to you and you're like, how was your day? And they'll be like, oh yeah, it was fine. But it's like, but you said you were sad. How was it fine? Like that. And like I said, that is temporary. But when it comes to like opening up about themselves and their past, they're okay with doing that with you guys. They want to share and you guys want to hear it, okay? All right, let's get into the cards. So you've got the Hanged Man, the Fool. Oh yeah, and the fact that both of the songs that you guys got were foreign, I'm wondering if you guys speak different languages from each other, or like you have different cultures. You know, there's some kind of, or maybe you guys just like, maybe you guys like learning languages together, or like learning each other's languages, or maybe you guys like experiencing cultures together. That could be it too. Okay, 9 of Cups, the Empress. Yeah, I feel like whoever your person is, they're also going to be very attractive. The Page of Pentacles. You guys got some extra cards too. The 2 of Pentacles. Pentacles. The 5 of Cups. The World. The King of Cups. The Ace of Cups. The Page of Cups. Wow, that is a lot of cups. The 5 of Pentacles. Oh, wow. Okay. This came out in the last group, I think. The Hierophant. The Ace of the Ace of Coins, sorry. Your person has a very strong faith. The 10 of Cups. The Sacred Space, which is actually the Empress again. Yeah, you see what I mean? Your person has a very feminine energy. And then Reincarnation, which is the World. Pardon me. And then we'll look in the other cards afterwards. So give me a moment here. The Hanged Man instantly right away is kind of giving off, like I said, we talked a lot about, a lot of stuff came through when we were channeling the letter. So I knew it was going to be reiterated here. First of all, the Hanged Man being here. Let me move this away. The Hanged Man is kind of giving me like, your person is very enlightened. And I feel like your person waits for divine to kind of guide them and their steps. So you see how they have this halo and their shoes are the same color yellow. So it's like they're not actually trapped. They may seem like they're not moving or like they're stuck, but really they're in like a receptive mode where they're waiting for their cue to move. So they follow divine timing very, very much so. With the Fool card too, I'm feeling like I said, your person is in this new beginning. They're already in their new beginning, but yeah, there's some kind of, they're in their new beginning. I feel like they're very, remember I mentioned faith is strong with them? I just said that when I put down the Hierophant card, and I feel like that's true. I feel like they do have a very strong faith. They're very connected with their spirit guides. They check in with their like spiritual team very often, okay? They're very guided, like their life is guided, and they live by divine guidance, which is why I think they have this weird stuck moment at times when they're like, I know that, like they know that the like what I was mentioning, like their intuitive guidance is not going to be the same as how it was in the past, but they're not sure if they're going to go forward with it, you know, like they wait for guidance. And sometimes I feel like divine is silent because they're like, we want you, group 4's future spouse, to make the choice yourself. And they're like, wait, but you tell me after everything that I need to do. It's a little cute. They're a very joyful person, and I feel like people look at your person like they're blessed. They look at your person like your person is very blessed and like things come easy to them. That is not the case, and I feel like you guys are going to know that's not the case, and even based off the letter you can kind of tell that is not the case. Your person has worked hard to have that kind of an energy, to have that kind of a light, and though they're a natural manifester and they attract things to them, your person has worked hard to be able to have this happiness and dream fulfillment. But I feel like a lot of people look at your person with idolization. Like, I think, remember I mentioned fantasy earlier? It almost seems like a lot of people project their fantasies onto your person. Like, your person is almost like a mirage, you know? Or like, they're like a water that takes shape into the form of whoever is looking at them, their desires. Like, they're a water that takes shape into the form of the beholder's desires. Yeah, so I feel like a lot of people look at your person and they picture a fantasy life with your person. So your person actually does have quite a few admirers, though I don't think they realize that themselves. But yeah, a lot of people admire your person and they imagine what life would be like with your person. Like, I feel like they would be like, oh, what would it be like living with this person as like a spouse or a life partner. And I feel like a lot of these people, there are a lot of people who are doing it just out of curiosity. Most of them would never take action towards your person. And this is also before you guys encounter each other. But even then, they would not take action towards your person. But there are also some of them that are doing it greedily because your person is very giving and very nourishing. And I think some people want to covet that. So I feel like your person has experienced that in the past where people use them for their light, for their warmth, and their giving nature. They were used by people, whether it was their family, friends, or other people in their lives or who encountered them. And it was very draining. And so your person can discern that now, which is why they're very protective of themselves. And like I said, it's like they choose, they're selective now, right? And they mentioned like, I choose you. And that's how you know, like, they're not looking at you as somebody, because you guys have a beautiful, vibrant, radiant energy as well. So you know that they're not looking at you as someone where they're relying on you, like, I need you. You know, it's more of like a, I choose you. Like, yes, I recognize that energy. I know I can contribute to you and you can contribute to me, and we can give to each other beautifully and equally. I choose you. You're the person I'm choosing. And you guys are going to feel that same way about them. But I feel like with you guys, it's a little bit more, there's a little bit more softness and surrender. With them, I think they're going about it a little logically, only because I think with their emotions, not that they get misguided, but in the past they had experienced that where they just wanted to keep giving even though they know they shouldn't. So they started resorting to logic when it comes to something like this. In an instance where they know that emotionally they're going to feel drawn to want to help people, to want to give, because everyone deserves love and all of this stuff. So they have to kind of put on that cool logical aspect or mindset so that they can, you know, do what's right by them. You guys got the Empress card twice. So like I said, there is this beautiful feminine energy that kind of comes from your person. It feels very sacred and soft. And again, like, I feel like your person, regardless of their gender, like, I'm hearing they're very pretty. They're very beautiful. So regardless of their gender, like, I know for men, some people would say handsome, but even if it's a man, like, it feels like a very pretty man, okay? There's this femininity to their appearance, their looks. I kind of feel like they're a little fleshy, you know, like there's and it's very charming. So just they have a timeless beauty, and I feel like you guys have like a striking beauty as well. Like I said, you guys feel like a very beautiful couple, like visually beautiful. Like you guys are like a very attractive couple. I think people would see the two of you guys together and be like, whoa, my goodness. It's so beautiful. So much beauty. Yes. Okay. Let me see what else I'm getting here. With the Page of Pentacles, I feel like this is your person feeling like, this is like your person saying, I have a long journey ahead of me in life on working on myself and getting myself ready for love and just in general for me. And it's like they have mastered the art of accepting that things will take time and allowing that time to unfold. And I think you guys are going to really admire that about them. But again, there's a fault to it in the sense that they kind of get lost in the idea that there's still work to do. And sometimes with certain things, they forget, like, hey, you can start this part now. And I think you guys are going to help them with that. Like, okay, you can do this now. You know, you don't have to wait. Like, you can do it now. And they'll be like, oh, I guess you're right. You know, they just needed that little, like a little snap. With this Two of Pentacles, this is currently what they're going through. Like that tug of war that I was mentioning earlier, where they're kind of like, this is the old way of doing it. This is the new way. And I know it's not supposed to be that way, but I'm not sure how to move forward with the new way, and I'm kind of stuck in between. So this just feels like current energy. The Five of Cups, again, like I feel like your person went through some serious heartbreak, you guys. And I'm not saying that you haven't. I feel like you guys went through heartbreak too. Just your experiences, how you needed to experience it, was different, but from each other. But they went from like having no one having their backs, emotionally being depleted and drained by the people who are supposed to be taking care of them, to having this huge awakening and enlightenment and transformation, and now becoming this person who is lacking, to the King of Cups, like the master of emotional understanding and compassion. You know, I feel like they have this essence of a counselor. Like a lot of people come to them for emotional advice. Their emotional world is very rich, very colorful, and they're very like I said, they're empaths. They're very in tune with other people's emotions too. They can sense things like that. And they transform themselves. Of course, divine has a huge role in that as well. It was always meant to be, but it's kind of like they had to do things on their own, but they needed to do it that way too. They needed to have this empowerment through self-transformation, as opposed to having other people being this catalyst and guiding and holding their hands through the journey. They needed to step out of that comfort zone and kind of do it for themselves. And now this next chapter of their life is learning how to let somebody else help them. Okay? Before they had to learn how to do it for themselves and not seek or wait for other people's assistance. Now it's like, okay, now that you've done it for yourself, now it's time to allow somebody to help you and let that kind of thing in. Your person is also very, very, very creative and imaginative. You guys, they have such healing hands. I feel like when I pulled out this card, I felt the heat. I sensed it. Like it was just pouring out of the hands. Like they have the light of God within them, and it burns brightly. You guys do too. Because this is a divine counterpart, I feel like there's a lot of mirroring with certain traits that you guys have. Not so much your experiences, but the traits. And so they're very creative. Yeah, they're very creative. They have a very rich inner world. I feel like they isolated a lot, or they were forced into isolation a lot when they were younger. So it got them to have such a rich inner world. They give people the benefit of the doubt, and I feel like they help a lot of people in their waking life. So like, whether it's through their career, I feel like through their career, any career that they've had in their life, they're always helping people. Like they're living their purpose and helping people through all of their careers. It's just innate. It's part of them. It's who they are, to help people. That's kind of like their gift from God too. Like I said, it's that Christ love from the higher heart chakra. So they continue to spread that to others. I feel like they're overcoming financial blockages and obstacles as well. And they're going to create an opportunity for themselves around the time that you guys encounter each other in the physical. Something that they had already been working on, but it's almost like they were moving. They had their foot on the gas, on the pedal for gas, but they also had their foot ready on the brake. And it's kind of like they're going to be like, wait a second, why have I been holding my foot on the brake for so long? I didn't even realize it was on the brake. And they let go of the brake, and now they're like zooming. So it kind of feels like there's going to be a little bit of a breakthrough, some kind of foundation that they had started that they're coming back to. Okay, I'm not supposed to talk about this. Okay, I guess it's irrelevant. You just needed to know a little bit about that. The Ten of Cups. You guys are going to have a beautiful, happy life. It feels like a dream come true. There's a lot of elements of fantasy in your reading for some reason. I feel like you guys must have been daydreaming about your person too. Like, it really seems like, oh, you know what it makes me think of? There's this movie called Practical Magic. And in that movie, the main character, Sally, I think her name is. I forgot the guy's name, but Sally, she, like her family basically is, you know, as witches, there was a curse because of a heartbreak thing that was put onto them where anybody that they fall in love with, and that they have like a loving relationship with, that person is gonna die. And they're like cursed to be single forever. So Sally ends up falling in love with this guy, and she really like she was infatuated with him. They got married or whatever. It was a spell, yada yada. Basically, they got married, and he ended up dying. And so she was like, wow, so she can never take on love. And she actually cast a spell on herself when she was younger because she saw how heartbroken her mother was, and she cast the spell where she said, she created the love of her life essentially, or like she called out to the love of her life, but she tried to make this person seem as unreal as possible. Like, he was a cowboy who likes to ride horses backwards. His favorite shape is a star. He has one blue eye and one green eye, and he would love her beyond anything else. Stuff like that. Things that she thought would be unattainable, all in one person. So that she was like, this is who my true love is going to be, right? And she put that out there thinking like no person like this exists, so she'll be safe from the curse. But that person does exist, and they finally encounter each other when they're adults, and she doesn't understand, and he wears a contact lens to cover up the fact that one of his eyes is a different color, and she doesn't understand why she's so drawn to him, and she's like, I feel like I can't lie to him. And like there's this comfort with each other. Like, if she wasn't nervous about something, that like naturally they have a comfort with each other, you know, there's a pull to each other, and he's very drawn to her. And even the way he like came across her letter before he met her in the physical, a letter she wrote to her sister, and he read her letter over and over and over again just because he felt drawn to it for some reason. She's like, why did you read my letter? Like, that was personal. Yeah, again, something with writing, right? But anyway, so the whole point I'm trying to make is Sally was saying something along the lines of like, you don't really love me. I put a spell on you because I was trying to protect myself from this curse. And basically I wished for you, you know, so it's not real infatuation. It's not real love. It's just infatuation. And he turned around and he was like, yeah, but you, Sally, I wished for you too. Right? And then you kind of see his life where he saw the spell and he just loved the idea of the magic, and there was something about her that he also felt really drawn to, and he liked those traits and qualities about her, and he was hoping for that kind of a union too. So yes, again, what I meant to say, like that fantasy aspect, it's almost like the two of you guys had these ideas of each other, and like both of you were wishing for that. Yeah. Even the fact, I know this is the World card. Oh, you got the World twice. But it says reincarnation here. So it does feel like this is a love. I was going to say this is, in my head I heard this is a love of a lifetime, which is true. But I wanted to say like this feels like this is like a soulmate connection. Like you guys have known each other before. Not in this life necessarily, but like in the last life. It's like, I know you. There's a recognition there. I know you, like that. I've talked to you my whole life. I know you, and I've known you from another life, like that kind of a thing. Yeah, and your person, very sacred creator, okay? I feel like because they've gotten into their feminine energy more, I think that's another reason why the sensuality feels so prominent. Because again, I'm getting sensuality with this sacred space, and like this Empress card, the sensuality is coming through again. So yeah, it's almost like your person is like really connecting now to their sacred lower chakras. And yeah, so that feels like it's coming through. Like there's a magnetism, like they're drawing you guys to them. They're magnetizing you guys to them through that kind of energy. Something along those lines. Okay, let's get into the final set of cards. By the way, the Ten of Cups actually peeked through in another deck as well when I was shuffling. So I feel like the Ten of Cups is kind of quite significant, that like happy family. It's just like this beautiful reunion and happy family, and it's like it feels so good just to be together. Where's this? Oh, I put it in the wrong. I'm like, why? Okay, I put these in the wrong deck. Oh yes, something I wanted to mention, which I had it separated here. Okay, the bottom of the deck, you guys actually have the Lovers, and this card makes me think of what I was saying. It's like you guys are in that energetic space, reaching out to each other and communicating with each other in like childhood and whatever else. It's like, and even now, currently, you guys are communicating with each other energetically or intertwined. You know, so it's just a matter of time before you guys come together in the physical. Even here you have the Sun card, and there in both of these cards there's like this element of balance kind of coming through. But yes, okay. All right. All right, next cards. We'll come back to this. Okay. We have the Hermit, Retreat and Recharge. Yeah, on the bottom of the Rider-Waite deck, I actually saw the Four of Swords, which is also similar to this Retreat and Recharge message. And I keep hearing the song from Sleeping at Last, by Sleeping at Last. I think it's called Heal. And the lyric that I'm hearing is, "You remind me that my body is born to heal," something like that. And then we have Trader, exchange energy to create abundance. Okay. And then you guys actually got 3 cards, right? Drum, Dream and Journey. Look at that. I was telling you there's some kind of connection with you guys between dreams and like fantasy. We talk, yes. Okay. Wow. Okay. Interesting, because you guys are okay. Well, I feel like I mentioned this in a couple of the other groups, but like I feel like there's cross-watching in this reading. Like this is the most cross-watching-y future spouse love letter reading that I've done, and I feel like there is cross-watching. So there are some cards that correlate with another group, and this letter actually, the group that it's correlating with, this letter also felt like it was associated, like there was confusion between it was a whole thing, but basically, okay. We have number 8, Archangel Raguel, relationship healing, calm harmony. Okay. And then we have number 1, Archangel Anael, friendship, moon cycles, psychic abilities. Look how complementary these cards are. They're so complementary. Okay. Then we have the light attributes of Scorpio, the light attributes of Cancer. Bottom of the deck, shadow attributes of Cancer, which I think is interesting. We'll get into that. Then we have heart-to-heart conversations. Honestly discuss your feelings with each other. Yes. Wow, we talked about this. Okay. We literally said your person has a hard time with that sometimes in the beginning. You deserve love. You are lovable. Unrequited love. There's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. Don't worry about that card, you guys, because it's usually not what it seems. Things are not as they appear. Things are not. Okay. The last few cards we're going to look at after everything, that's going to be a message from your person. Then we have House with the King of Hearts, which is actually the King of Cups, which is the second time. Moon, Archangel Anael is associated with the moon cycles, okay? And then Lock. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment. So I feel like your person is in that place right now where they're retreating and recharging, and they really need that. And they really need that. Like that Four of Swords that I told you was on the bottom of the deck of the Rider-Waite Tarot. That is also a card about like retreating and recharging. Because they went through such a big transition and healing, they still need some time to kind of stabilize themselves. And remember how I mentioned, like, because of this, like, the old patterns and then the new, or like the old ways of them receiving messages and the new, they're not sure where to go. They're like in this stalemate. This is the only solution to kind of getting out of that stalemate, is getting into a grounded energy and moving forward. With this Trader card, exchange energy to create abundance. Remember I was mentioning, like, your person is very giving, your person's very caring, and you see how they have the hand to heart? It's like they're here to give the gift. They're here to be like, I want to share with you. I want to give with you. They're handing over a blanket. They're like, I can give you security. I can, or is that a pillow? It could be a pillow. If it's a pillow, then that works with the next message of dream as well. With drum, it kind of makes me think of shamanism. So your person, I mean, we already established that they have a healing energy or quality to them, but it also seems like there is this like this element of like shamanic healing. I feel like they could also be good at interpreting dreams. And I think that when you guys come together, your person can help you understand your dream world even better than how you guys can kind of see it now. Like your person could be really good at guiding you in what your dreams could truly actually mean for you. I feel like your person is somebody who is on the road to a successful career in entrepreneurship as well. Okay. And they like to travel. They like to experience the world. They like to be part of the world and to experience the world as well. And I'm also getting they like to go travel on their own. They like solo travel. They're very independent. But yeah, they like solo travel. So like all the little trips that they go on, you know, before meeting you and all this stuff, there's like a lot of, I like to go out and do this on my own. I don't want other people present. I kind of want to do it on my own. Even when they come together with you guys, like they're going to love traveling with you, but there may be a couple of times where they're like, babe, I love you, but I kind of want to go on this trip on my own. And you're going to be okay with that because you're going to be like, that's okay because I'm kind of swamped with work anyway, so go have fun. I love you. It's healthy, like I said. So even though there is this like possessiveness, it feels more of like a security thing and like a kink thing than it does like an actual, I need to hold on to you. There's no restriction. Your connection feels very free and open because there's trust and unconditional love. So yeah, I feel like you guys can sometimes take individual trips because your person is actually going to be reminding you guys that just because you love each other and you're in each other's lives doesn't mean that it's not that you need to stop your individual practices to kind of connect with your higher self and or God and, you know, your energy and all the stuff to bring yourself back to you. So they're actually going to be a good reminder for that. They're going to keep reminding you guys like, hey, if you need time, let me know. I'm okay with that. And they're going to definitely let you know when they need some kind of time to reconnect and come back to themselves. Because like I said, they're basically like a professional phoenix or professional transformation person, okay? Death and rebirth person. I also feel like you guys are going to love their smile. And they mentioned that they have kind eyes, and it's true. You guys are going to feel like they have very kind eyes. I think you're going to love looking at their face. Like something about their smile and their eyes, and they're going to love looking into your eyes, that you guys have such a soulful connection. Okay, Archangel Raguel and Archangel... sorry, I'm just checking something really quick. Okay. Archangel Raguel and Archangel Anael. Now this feels like two people that are in a very similar energy, but they have their own things to add. Okay. I feel like Archangel Anael is your person and Archangel Raguel is like you guys, but I feel like your person could be both of these, but they're coming through stronger as Archangel. Actually, you guys, oh my gosh, this is not the first group where the energies could be a little interwoven or like mixy-matchy. But I do feel like your person is kind of spunky and very original with their look and style, and they actually could wear a necklace with a crystal on it, or some kind of stone jewelry, which I think will be significant. Yeah, I feel like you guys both have this soothing, healing aura and presence. And you guys have this more like a cool, chill vibe. And I'm getting kind of, I'm not saying you guys actually are this, but the what I'm picking up in the immediate moment is kind of like a Sagittarius. Like there's like this, like I think maybe it's the bracelets that are doing it for me. Like there's a Sagittarius-esque vibe where there's a little bit of like a knowledge, a wisdom, and like a well-traveled and kind of like okay in their own skin. And then there's like your person has a little bit more of a spunky spiritual vibe where they feel more like a mystic, okay? Like they could be kind of in mystical, like maybe they actually also read tarot cards for themselves or for friends, or like oracle cards, or do some kind of spiritual kind of ritual or practice, or use crystals and stuff like that. Like there's a little bit of like a, and it feels almost like they're saying like unapologetically, this is who I am. Okay, this is me. I'm not going to repress that. And I feel like they've done a lot in their life to protect this kind of persona, this version of themselves, how they want to come across in the world. They fought for that, to be able to protect that with the people in their lives. So they own it. They own up to it, and they kind of give off this persona, which I guess adds to this mysticalness about them. Okay, now as far as the light attributes of Scorpio and Cancer, again, oh my gosh, yeah, that works. Your person is a professional rebirther. Scorpio is literally death and rebirth, okay? And your person is that. Your person is so deep. So deep, okay? They can understand how somebody's mind works. That's what I'm saying. They could be a psychiatrist, they could be a counselor of some kind of sorts, or they could just be really good at giving advice. They understand people's psyche and the motivation that people would have to do anything. Like they just get it. They understand how the mind works. They can sense people's intentions or why they do what they do, whether it's good or bad. They can understand where the person is coming from. They get it. They're very good at analyzing people and situations and things. Very, very analytical, very clever. And they're very deep, very deep. You guys are going to have some really like soulful pillow talk kind of stuff. Like you're going to be talking about so many things that I think are going to be so refreshing for you, because you're not used to being able to have someone that you can consistently talk about these things with. I think some people in your life, they have a tolerance to how much they're willing to listen to that. And like you guys are going to encounter someone who goes even deeper than what you have attempted to try to have conversation with some other people, right? Because, and I say it like that because I feel like I said, most of you, not all of you, but a majority, the people that you try to talk to about this, they only have a certain tolerance for how much they can continue to listen to it. So yeah, I feel like your person is going to be like such a breath of fresh air. Like you guys are going to be talking and you're like, whoa, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. And they're like, do you want me to, like, you're going to be like, whoa, this is, I can't even believe what you're saying right now. And they're like, is this too much for you? And you're like, no, keep going, please. Please, I've been wanting to talk to people about this. And then the Cancer, the light attributes, this is giving me, again, that vibe of that Christ consciousness, higher heart chakra connection. They're just so loving, so caring, so homey, people want to embrace your person. People want to be in your person's embrace, including you. Like, they're just so giving and caring. And again, I'm hearing caress, right? They're so motherly. I feel like they're nurturing too. They're very mothering. So, yeah. And they're very protective of people. I feel like they stand up for the underdog. They stand up for people. They like go on the defense for people. So if someone is getting spoken to in a certain manner, or like being picked on or bullied or singled out, your person is going to come in and be like comforting that person and being like, why are you guys doing that? That's not cool. And then they'll come comfort that person, you know, and they'll be like, don't listen to them. Ignore what they said. You're going to be this, this, and this. And this stuff that they were just talking about is not even going to be important, you know. There's an aspect of kind of a bit of a social justice, and like there's actually an Aquarian energy here too, like a little bit of a unique, different, and I help my people who are the outcasts, kind of. What is this? What is this light attribute? I guess it's not meant to be revealed. Okay. Wow, I just flipped to the shadow aspect of Scorpio. But that's in a different spot. Really, what's on the bottom is the shadow aspect of Cancer. So funnily enough, both of the cards, right? But the shadow aspect of Cancer being on the bottom of the deck, I feel like this talks about how they have moments where it's not so much now, but this feels like in the past, where I think they were giving and they were expecting to get something in return, and that wasn't happening, but they continued to be somebody who was an overgiver. And they felt like they had to be this person who takes care of other people. They weren't doing it out of the kindness of their heart. It was from a place of kindness, but the truth is there was also a trauma response here that was making them feel like they were obligated to do this, or they had to do this for other people. Now it's not like that. Like I said, this ended like a while ago. I'm talking like 8 years ago. Could have been that they kind of got over that aspect of it, but now it's like, or okay, maybe not 8 years ago, maybe like 3 years ago, but now it's, or no, maybe it was in between 8 and 3 years, okay, depending. It's a general reading. But now it's just the light attributes. Now it's like, no, I know how to give to myself. I know how to give to others. I know when to stop. I truly enjoy giving. And when I feel like I have the capacity, I'm going to continue to do that with others. Okay. Heart-to-heart conversations. This goes so perfectly with what I was just talking about earlier. Like how you guys are going to be talking so much. And I feel like really this is just going to be, you guys may have to let them know that it's okay to keep going, because there may be a couple of times where they try to stop themselves, where they, similar to how you experienced, where you would see other people kind of lose a little bit of interest, or like their eyes glaze over a little, or they're like, okay, I'm kind of done with this topic. It was cool or interesting the first 3 times you talked about it, but like how many times are you going to keep talking about this, you know? So your person has experienced that too. And so they're going to be like looking at you like, is it okay that I keep going? Or maybe this is too much. You know, I'm going to like, they're almost like they, at some point, they're going to wonder if they should filter or stop themselves. And you guys are going to be like, no, keep going. I want to know more. So conversation is going to be kind of key here, and honesty with each other. But I think you guys do that naturally anyway. You deserve love. I feel like this is a message for the both of you, to be completely honest. You are lovable. It's kind of like a confirmation for you and your person. I think the message here really is you deserve the love that you've been seeking, that ultimate person that you've been looking at. And your guides are here trying to let you know, we're pointing your arrow. Okay, so that you can know which direction to head in to encounter your person. Unrequited love, I think, would just be the initial reaction that you may have to, or how you guys may feel for a moment when you encounter your person, because I think you're going to go in with an open heart and kind of excited to come across them, and then they may meet you with like a little bit of a wall. But like I said, I feel like this wall is very temporary, and it's only because they are natural givers. And like I said earlier, They have come up with a method to keep themselves protected and safe, which is to vet people out, to use their logical mind. And I feel like to you guys who are coming in with such an open, beautiful, loving, and kind heart, you're like, well, this wall, why is there a wall here? Do you not want to talk to me? Do you not like me? And it's like, that's not the case at all. It's just that they need to have this wall of logic kind of come between the two of you guys initially, which I think you guys are ready to kind of go all in when you encounter your person and just dive in and start the connection and go the long way and the long haul. And I feel like your person helps to slow that down. And they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's get to know each other first. Let's be friends first. Let's talk. Let's communicate. Let's understand each other better. And it's going to be a good dynamic for the both of you guys, I think. Okay. Yeah, house coming through. Again, this is making me think of like that Cancer energy. Cancer is also the moon, which we have the moon here, and Archangel NutAeum associated with the moon. But with this house, it's like I said, like your person, I feel like makes people feel at home. And you guys have that quality too. You guys help people feel safe and secure. And I'm sure that there are plenty of people who have pictured and imagined what life could be like with you guys if they stayed with you or if they got to be with you. And I feel like, again, like your person is like that too. Like people feel that way about your person. So your home is going to be such a sacred and happy space and home for you guys. Down to the decorations and the aesthetic of the home. I feel like once you guys live with your person, you're going to be so happy to be able to come home. Just the energy in your home. It's not just going to feel like, oh yeah, it's nice to be home. It's going to feel like, wow, like my home is a sacred space that literally heals me every time I come in. Like that's what it feels like because you guys are together. So it's like that for the both of you guys. You guys are going to get each other. Again, I'm getting that telepathic communication. So you guys are going to understand each other like psychically and your emotional wants and needs, because your person is like that naturally, but you guys actually have that too. You have that quality as well. So it's like two people who know how to understand others coming together. And others' wants and needs. That's the key. So it feels like there is like that telepathic communication. And Locke coming through here. Did I show you these cards? I don't even recall if I showed you these cards. This is the house. The moon. Okay. And Locke. And Locke is just kind of like it's almost like you guys locking each other in. Not in the house, but like in each other's lives. You're like, remember I was mentioning this kind of like that's my person, okay? So I feel like you guys are going to try to get that lock on your person, like kind of quickly. And that's when your person is like, whoa, slow your horses, okay? It's because you guys are going to feel so excited that you've encountered your person. And if your person didn't have that wall up, they would be right there with you. In fact, they actually are, okay? Like after that first encounter, this lock has already been there because you guys knew each other from before, right? With the energetically and the past life stuff. So this lock is kind of already there, but they just haven't realized it. Like you're there like, my lock. It's kind of making me think of like a bridge. You know those bridges that people like put the love locks on? There's one in France, in Paris. And I think they took off the locks because it was going to like topple the bridge in the water or something. But in like other places, they now do that. So in Korea and South Korea, they do that. I think the Namsan Tower or something like that. But there are other places where they do this love lock thing. So I feel like it's like that. Like you guys are going to be super excited and like, oh, my person is here. Like, I want to lock it in. I want to put this lock. I want to put our love lock. I'm excited. And your person is going to be like, they're going to want that too. But at the same time, they're like, wait, but we have to slow down. That's the logical thing to do. That's the best thing that we can do. For someone with a lot of feminine energy coming through, they're quite logical. Like they're quite, but again, they turn to their logical mind to protect themselves, because this is how they kind of learn to cope with things so that they don't get taken advantage of. But yeah. So this just kind of feels like this is locking in on the relationship. Yeah, it's kind of like, my person, I'm locking you in. It's cute. Okay, now let's get into your final messages. Oh, wow, it happened anyway. Okay, 2 of these cards came out in the last group, and then they came out when I was shuffling for your group. Okay, they came out again. They came out, and I was like, no, I'm sorry, I'm gonna put them back in. If they come out again, that's fine, but I was just worried that it was like energy from the last group, even though I knew it wasn't. But I was like, you know what, like, this is gonna be ridiculous. There are some cards that, like, this is a huge deck, I'm shuffling it well, and in like the same groups like in different groups, the same cards are coming out. So I shuffled it, and instead of letting the cards fall out, I actually handpicked them, and they still came out, the 2 cards. Okay, so we've got, oh, by the way, these are messages from your person directly to you right now, okay? We have dog. Your loyalty and faithfulness is misplaced by serving too many masters. Ooh. Okay. Kiwi. Do a walking meditation each day for the next week. And then honeybee. Let compassion and forgiveness be your top priority in this situation. Okay. So I feel like what I was just saying with your person using their logical mind to kind of help protect their overgivingness and kindness and stuff, I feel like your person wants you guys to be more attentive to that for yourselves as well. They're like, you're so caring, you're so kind, and you're so giving of yourself. And even though you're somebody that has energy that you feel like you can spare, you have this energy for a reason, not just to continue to give to others, but you deserve to be able to kind of work with your full 100% energy at times too. So I'm not saying stop giving, but see when there are instances where it makes sense for you to give, or maybe there are times when maybe you shouldn't be giving, right? Because there are going to be people who keep wanting something from you, and you guys are tolerating it. Like, you're like, I'm not going to let myself be taken advantage of, but this is a small request, so it's okay, here you go, you know? But these people, even though it's something that you can do, you have the energy, you have the capacity, it doesn't feel like it's draining you at all. Does it make sense to give to somebody constantly who's never going to give back to you? That's not really fair to you. So yeah, that's kind of what it feels like is coming through. It's like, just be mindful of the people who keep coming back for more, more of your time and stuff. Even if they're not lower vibrational, it's just, are they an energetic match to give back to you as equally as you give to them? It's not about how much capacity you have. Sometimes you need, I think your person is coming through as becoming very protective of you guys too, of your energy and of you guys. And they're like, I want you to look out for your emotions too, because you may feel like you're fine and you're okay, and I'm sure that you are, but like, what are you telling to your subconscious or that inner child within you that is was naturally an overgiver and continues to be so? I know you can shoulder a lot of responsibility, that you're very strong and you can handle lots of heavy weights. I 100% understand that. I love that about you. I think that's incredible. But what I would like for you to look at, says your person, is where are you spreading yourself too thin? And where are you giving yourself out in a time when maybe there could be a little bit more self-reflection for you? Where are you spreading yourself out? That because you're just so used to doing it. And like I said, it feels like nothing. It feels like maybe this is kind of like an instinctual habit, but don't cut it out altogether, but maybe cut back a little, or pay attention to who those people are who are not going to be able to give back to you. Not because they don't have the means to, but because they're just not going to. And if someone doesn't have the means to give back to you, it doesn't mean that they can't give you at least something. Like the true expression of their gratitude, not just a thank you, but like you can feel the gratitude in your heart, in your mind, body, and soul. You know? Yeah, it's almost like they're saying, be compassionate to yourself because you deserve something back for what you give. Even if it doesn't drain you, even if you have the capacity, it's beautiful that you're caring and giving. But don't you feel like you deserve something to come back to you too? Wouldn't that be fair? Isn't that the advice that you would give to somebody else? What makes you guys the exception? I want you to take care of yourself too. I want you to give that grace and kindness to yourself too. Just because you can hold the world on your shoulders doesn't mean that you should be doing it all of the time. Especially if that world is somebody else's shoulder to burden. Burden to shoulder, sorry. Especially if that world is somebody else's burden to shoulder, right? It's also giving them an easy way out it can sometimes hurt them in the long run because it'll take them longer to learn their lesson. So see where you can just kind of pull back and give and focus on yourself without feeling like you're denying your giving nature and personality and all of this stuff, right? Because it's not about you preserving this physical strength or this energetic strength that you've been given a kind of large amount of, you know, as one of your gifts from God in this lifetime, but more so about like the principle of the thing, you know. How is your inner child going to react? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of all I'm getting from this. So yeah, it's kind of like give back to yourself, essentially. They're saying, I want you to give back to yourself. I want you to see where you're overgiving, where you're overdoing, and to kind of realize that you don't have to, you're naturally a kind and caring person. I would love to see you kind of give that kindness and compassion more so to yourself at this time right now, because I feel like you could use it a little bit more at this time right now. Okay, now I'm going to read your letter one final time. Sorry, I was stretching. Okay. Alrighty. My love, I call you that because I don't know your name yet. I have my own little nickname for you, but I'll share that with you when we meet. I've been doing well lately, and I hope you are too. There's been a lot of healing and unpacking of emotions and leftover baggage lately, but I'm handling it with grace and care. And a few tears, but that's just part of the journey. I go through periods of time where I talk to you telepathically, and then I cut you off. So if you feel a bridge between us at times, that could be why. It's nothing personal, and I hope you're not too upset by it. I just need that time for me. I've seen people get lost in love before and losing themselves entirely. That has always been a fear I've had. I don't want to be lost for myself, especially not after I spent so much time finding me. I'm still pulling back past parts of me that got hurt from, or I'm still pulling back parts of me that got hurt from past trauma. It was some time ago, and I've already forgiven past parts of me that blamed myself for being a victim, as well as the others that were involved. Even though I have let go, some wounds can run deep and may still get a trigger here or there, but I'm very self-reflective, so I'll try to protect you from that as much as I can. That's also why I go inward and need to be alone at times. So if you see me pull back, don't feel too hurt. I'm just getting ready to shed another layer. It's actually the best thing for both of us. I'm very warm-hearted and kind Compassion comes naturally to me, and that's going to be something you really love about me. You love my kind eyes. I'm also quite charming, and I dazzle people when I walk in the room. What can I say, darling? It's my nature. I also have a very soothing, serene, and caring energy in nature. A lot of people feel safe and healed with me and around me. I've been known to put a few people to sleep in my day. It used to annoy me, but now I get that some people hardly get to feel peace, which affects their sleep patterns. And I just so happen to bring the peace. I'm a natural healer. Healing comes easy to me. You could say it's a gift from birth. You see how amazing I am? Anyone would be lucky to have me. Aren't you glad I chose you? LOL. You're welcome. Don't worry, my love. I'm just teasing you. I mean, it's all true, of course, but I just teasing. LOL. I'm very impressed with how strong you are. You make me feel safe and seen with how thoughtful and thorough you are. Not many people have such an eye for detail. I think you've got a brilliant mind, and I love you for it as well. Your looks are great, and that's nice, but ooh, baby, your mind? Now that's sexy. Also, I just wanted to correct something. You don't make me feel things. You evoke these things within me. That's another thing I love about you. You inspire all these feelings and emotions and excitement and joy, but it never feels forced upon me. I'm sensitive to that kind of stuff, and I think that's why you also feel so safe. For someone as powerful and larger than life as you are, your energy and presence doesn't force itself on others or come off as imposing, or like it's taken up 70% of the room, so now others have to shrink down to only taking up 30%. It's not like that. You're not like that. I can tell. You're like a rock. You help people feel the ground, but still be able to see their hidden potential at the same time. I love to see you work. It's inspiring. I know people have said that to you before and then 10 days later turned around on their word, but I actually mean it. You are a workhorse, and it's inspiring. I love that you love what you do and how you light a fire under people's butts. You're my little general, aren't you? LOL. Okay, maybe not so little, but you know what I mean. I'll be a safe place for you to rest, my general. You can always count on me. There's a deep sense of trust between us, and we feel it instantly. I know that you'll always cover my back, and I'll cover yours. Oh, and the sex is good too, winky face. I will love you always, far beyond this time and the next. Your person. Alrighty, group 4. That was your reading. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, I would appreciate if you gave this video a thumbs up. Also, I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments down below. And any one of you guys who feels like you would like to stick around and watch more of my content, or be notified whenever I post a new video, because sometimes it's not very consistent, feel free to subscribe. It's obviously not a necessary thing, but it would be very much appreciated to have that little extra support. But yes, feel free to subscribe to the channel. And also, I just want to say thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking around. I know it was a long reading. And thank you for your time. Okay, I'm very grateful and thankful to you. And I love you guys so much. And I'm sending you guys so much love. So much light. And I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, Group 4, okay? I'll see you guys next time. Bye, Group 4.